Morning everyone. Hello, Chatto! It's Tuesdat, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków, our youth intake may have been utter garbage, getting a striker or a centre-back, but it's the same player. But the most important thing is we got through the round of 16, and we are now into the quarterfinals. We will face Manchester City, and you know what that means if we get past the round of 16. We get straight to the final, maybe even doing that today. Lecky are still in Europe. I've lost track of all sense of time, but all that and more is coming up today on Building a Nation with goddamn Wisła Kraków. And we're dancing. Ooh, we take those. My Spotify thing has stopped working, so I couldn't control the volume properly, which means it was probably slightly louder. Could be in a pixel, but I'll take it. I'll be the lamp. There was a little ramp of slowdown at one point, but that's okay because we persevered through. Losing track of time, it's just the follies of life, isn't it, really, at that point? I'm going to firstly turn the music down a little bit. The problem is I can't actually see how to do that because my Stream Deck has decided to stop connection to Spotify for some reason, which is really awesome. So that's good of it. I'll just turn that down manually myself, though. So apologies for that. I can adjust on the fly today. Paying out the points. Look at me go. I didn't see... Was there a lot of believers today? Choose prediction outcome. Ooh. Just about. I think the highest I've seen it actually was 70-30 in favour of me, which is a dangerous one. But I've got my, Jarek will have the stats for it, so it's all good. Right, let me get the choose outcome sorted. Will he mess up the intro? No, he won't. Will he take a breath? Maybe, if there's time. Afro Chuck, thank you for the 50 months. And breathe. I went away and I got competent. It's what happens, You give a guy a break and he'll fish for a day. You teach a man to break. See? Stoily as well. Thank you very much for the 4 months during the intro too. And Don with the giant crot. Do I still have my crot? Do you know, I actually don't know where my crotty boy's gone. He's probably around here somewhere. Well, I mean, he has to be. Teach a man to break and he gets exactly. Also, the Curacao kit finally arrived. Took bloody long enough, but it is now here and it's very comfortable. It's got quite a lot of nice little details on it too, and I just really like the coloured stripes on the shoulders more than anything else. Hello, comrade. How are you, friend? Teach a man to break and becomes a crot hero. I mean, that's me. I am many things. One of those is possibly one of those. He's even remembered to do fantasy table. Look at him go. It's getting toyed. Toyed like a toiger towards the top here. It's still really kind of up for grabs, to be honest. Like, Rob is in front, but... Andrew's in there past row. Adam's not that far off the pace either. Anarith in there as well. There's options. It's happening. Sort of. Retro 85. Yeah, that was one of the reasons I liked it. I set myself a target. I was like, right, you can buy a couple of kits, but you really got to narrow it down, basically. Fantasy table. I mean, the fantasy was the friends we made along the way. I actually don't know. I literally set a lineup for the very first match and then forgot about it entirely. Because, of course, 180 stream streak. It's probably up there. I have seen longer, but I've not currently. New kit. I love. Come on, it's the summer. One of my favourite things about the summer is the new kits that we get coming out. Waiting until Fulham actually do anything of the sort, basically. But Sunderland have got quite a new kit as well. Did Ben stream yesterday? You'd love to see. I actually didn't, which is weird because I have notifications turned on for Ben. So maybe my phone. Oh, I don't think I've got Twitch properly set up on my new phone yet. That's probably what it is. Normally get those sort of notifications. On the boat to Gozo? No way. That's sick. So, how long have you been in Malta, or have you just got there? Because that's dope. What are you thinking of it so far? I personally loved it. I'm going to get off my big face, because we've got Next Gen Day. My favourite. Arrived yesterday. Sick. Hopefully the weather's nicer than it is here. It's a bit grey here today. Too warm, I bet. I went in February, and it was, very, very warm. New Forest. I like the, inspired by types kits. Oh, okay. I immediately zoomed in and thought that was like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle face, just right in the center of the chest. 37. Oh yeah, that's not fair. Is it at least slightly more of a drier heat than we get here? I imagine probably not. Well, maybe a little bit, but it's still an island after all. It's okay. I'm not overly impressed with it. Baby stat. Yes. Absolutely perfect. I could not have thought of a better way to describe that. Yes, it does look a bit like an ultrasound, doesn't it? Easter deal up to Ipswich. I think that is a really good deal for Ipswich. That is disappointing from a Fulham side of things, basically. It's... particularly for making a loss on the player too. I actually think Issa Diop is an underrated player and has done okay at times for Fulham, and genuinely I think that's a really good pickup for Ipswich. Yeah, we paid 15 million, so it's a loss. It's not my favourite of the new shirts, to be honest. It's better than Bournemouth, but it's not great. So there's happy birthday. Deary me. Home kits and 2-year cycles. I think that's kind of sick. I mean, ultimately the kits are still ludicrously expensive because Premier League football kits, but at least it's slightly better for that one. Man, it has a team. I didn't know they had, but I guess it's a friendly, right? All sorts of things. Automatically praise some good training. No, there isn't. Most of the time, I think you're kind of min-maxing yourself into a bit of a hole at times. Like, am I saying it's not a good idea to do? No, it is, because it will, in theory, give you little morale ups, as you'll see when you do it. But I always think to myself, is it really worth the time doing it to actually be worth doing, and to remember to do it as well? There was a skin at one point, I think, that would allow you to like select players. This was on 24, to be fair. That would allow you to like multi-select players for it, and then something. I mean, there is the potential. Hang on, macro brain's gone into action here. Let me just have a little looky look. Training, individual training. Does it follow a consistent pattern? Or is there any differences? You could probably do a macro that would do it for you, realistically, because the praise training development box appears in the same place on the screen for every player. There's no variation on it. So actually, does it change in here? So you always get the top one. Oh, that's it. Big chat. There's probably a way that you could make an auto hotkey script that would do it for you. The only thing you'd have to think about, though, would be you don't want to praise everybody's training. So it would need to have some kind of color cutoff or something. So that might take a little bit more coding. It could probably be done, is all I'm saying. Maybe I'll put that on the list of things to potentially automate about the game, potentially, if someone was interested in something like that. Oh, God, there's a lot of things broken today, aren't they? Right. That's fun. If I accidentally turned it off or some bollocks, that sounds like something I would do. Right, where's it gone? Where has it gone? Forgive me, chat. Where has it gone? Is it just way further down than I anticipated it would be? No, that's not it. On-screen chat. Oh, it is there. Let me just refresh it, maybe, see if that fixes it. Strange. There's all sorts of issues with stuff lately. I have a crashing issue with FM at the moment, which is great fun, so hopefully we don't encounter it today, but I think there's an unfortunately strong scenario where we may well, in fact, do exactly that. What was this new kit I was meant to click on? There we go. Oh, okay. DC United. I kind of like that. This is... I don't hate it. It almost looks like it's being popped out, and that these bits here are like an underneath shirt, like a preview into the world inside. I don't know why. I like that. Also, shout out to the fact that it's not white. It's like an off-white ecru. £22. You picked that for 22 quid. Hell yes. That's insanely good. But fair fucking play. Yeah, so the FM is not actually an FM thing, it's a Steam thing. So what happened was I was recording and playing stuff for Ely yesterday, and all of a sudden, in the middle of a match, I got a soft lock, and I thought, oh good god, what's this? But then I realised, then eventually the game just shut off. But Steam had also turned off, and it happened again later that day, about 5 PM as well, about 2 hours later, and it happened this morning as well. I loaded everything up before stream, was setting a few things up, came back to go and check something in FM, and FM just wasn't running, and neither was Steam. It was super duper weird. So I've had a little look into it, some of the crash dump files and stuff, and it appears to be Steam is trying to access an address that it shouldn't be, memory-wise, but I think it might be something to do with Steam's stupid overlays and shit. So I've turned those off, and we'll see if that maybe helps it, potentially. Unorthodox Cathedral said, yeah. Honestly, yeah. Like, it's good kit work there. Wait, are you serious? Oh my god. That's insane. 22 quid for that is actually an insane deal. I assume they're out of decent sizes. Oh, I could maybe squeeze into a small, but I don't know if I'd want to. I feel like that would be a poor choice from my part. Particularly as that we wasted money when someone else could potentially get it and actually fit in it properly. Okay. Wait. You can't be... I can't be the only one that actually thought for a second that these were FM regens. There was a split second when my brain hit uncanny valley territory and thought these were FM regens. Look at the... real guy on the right. He actually looks like a real human being. It's these two here. FM24 regen faces specifically. Good Christ, that absolutely threw me then. I thought maybe it was from someone's save. That's, oh God. I feel a little bit weirdly uncomfortable. Yeah, I don't hate it. It's, whose kit is this? I didn't even see whose kit this was. Oh, York. Or is it York? FM40. Right before they switched off. At the face of an FM region. I've been called worse. As well you know. All-time worst. I feel like they had Wayne Rooney, though. Uncanny Valentine. Uncanny Valentine sounds like the type of player I'd sign on a whim. G. Worley, thank you very much for the 26 months, my friend. I suppose we should probably... Actually, we'll let Inferno speak from under the desk, from whence he came. And then I will show you the next list, because I accidentally went past it nearly, but didn't click on it. Well, I did, but I didn't actually look at it. I went, ah!
Welcome to my abode, everyone. Welcome.
Hello.
Has anyone heard the story of the Idav and the pasta? It was in deepest Belarus where a certain blame ruiner inserted the pasta into Idav. If you'd like to hear the sound the Idav made, stay silent. Stay silent. Brus case kairis kiski psho orawaski buibuskaks kakska usku. Thank you all for listening, everyone. Thank you. You have been educated by Stream Nana. Thank you.
There comes a time when I may change Stream Nana into Stream anything else. I feel like she could probably do with an upgrade and a new voice at some point. I might have a look in Streamlabs at some point and see what else they've got to offer. So, yeah. Injuries for this. I mean, the John one we already knew about because I believe that happened during last stream. This one, though, was international break. I was fuming. Mohamed Al-Shankiti, broken ankle on international duty. He has had the season from hell after a season of absolute wonders to then have the one that he's had this year. 3 injuries before Christmas that kept him out for most of that. Finally comes back and starts scoring and is looking like his old self again. And then he goes and gets a broken ankle on international duty with Iran. And basically, he's cooked for the rest of the year. Like, 2 to 4 months out, it's already nearly April. He's pretty much gone. LD Harv. I like the idea of it. To be fair, for the longest time, I also thought it was Id Harv. It wasn't until I knew Harv's name that I realised why he was why he is the way that he is. Inferno, though, thank you very much for the 68 months. We're 1 away from the big number. So, yeah, for fantasy, watch out for Al-Shankiti in that today. That's not going to be an amazing one for us. Let me just quickly do this lookup, and then I will show you the next gen, because, I mean, we're bound to have... Oh, actually, fun fact. I found something quite fun in our loan farm / how on earth did we not notice this fella? Because... Firstly, that same international break, despite bringing bad news in the form of El Shankiti being done for the rest of the year, did bring 2 pieces of very good news. One is... Wait, hang on, did that happen on stream or did this happen? I swear, you guys saw Sharpet get his first international cap, right? Or was that something that happened off stream? Either way, Sharpet... Oh no, it was Molsky, wasn't it? It was Molsky you guys saw. Sharpet got his first international cap. I'll refund your point, Sharpet, because there's not very much I can do with that, unfortunately. Because there's so many people, it would be quite a tough scroll, sadly. But I'll show you. Yeah, it was Molsky, wasn't it, that got his international cap on stream. So Sharpek now has one as well. That's the fun part. But there's actually slightly something else that's a bit more fun. He's got 2 caps for Poland now. But during that same international break, another player got a cap for Poland. And it was a player that I forgot existed. And then I took a look at him and immediately recorded him from loan. And you'll see why. Where is he? Chat, I'd like you to meet Jerzy Zając. Zając? Zając? This might be a tough one for me, Polish friends. Zając? Zając? Either way, here he is. This guy got a cap for Poland. In fact, he got 2 caps during that. He's 21 years old, and he's actually quite good. He's lost a lot of value all of a sudden upon coming back from loan, which is a little bit annoying. He was worth like £40 million. And he's a youth intake player. He is a player that we had in our youth intake. And he's just developed into being a genuinely solid centre-back. Yeah, I don't even know which intake this was. I'm in 2034, so that's what, probably before Molsky? Actually, he's 21, Molsky's 22, so he was the one after. I think he came through in the same intake as potentially Kowalski, perhaps. Either way, he ended up on loan for ages, played loads of football, and has developed into a really usable player, which is amazing. Sondresios, thank you very much. Or Sondresios, thank you for the follow, for the 6 months on Prime. It's very nice of you, friend. I appreciate that. But yeah, when I saw him get the cap, I was like, well, that's a bit strange, considering the quality they had. Looked at him and went, oh, I guess I kind of understand why now. Lovely moustache. A second jersey has hit the squad. Stop getting notifications. Twitch is the worst for that, to be fair. Wait, I've just realised that now the overlay in my name is now messed up as well. What in the world? It's just the in between by my logo. Does that just say 1 or is it just being completely balked? I've got 1 sub, chat. I'm down to 1 and it could be you. Goodness me. Stream Elements is having an absolute shit show today. At least the on-screen chat's working again now, so there's that. Well, so I do tend to sign most of the intake players up anyway, which is what I did with the last intake. But you mostly forget about them, and I guess it's just because he actually developed, and he's probably just hit his PA, basically. We've got an away jersey now, which is nice to have. He has, you can't see this actually, but he has all the traits. Short, simple passes, which is fine with his lack of passing. Marks opponent tightly, fine. Winds up opponent, love it. Stays back, fine. Runs with ball rarely, again, fine. Refrains from taking long shots. This is my guy. Best regions to scout. I rarely ever scout regions. So, I mean, realistically, you kind of just want... If you are going to scout regions, I suppose the South American ones, some of the ones in Africa... It's tough because ultimately a region isn't... Like, there are some regions that are better than others, obviously. You're more likely to get good players in South America than you are probably Southeast Asia, right? But it's so vague that I still think that you... It's a little bit like saying, I'm on the hunt out for a book. And what kind of book? I want an adventure book. But it doesn't quite narrow in enough, potentially. Yes, the Curaçao national team one, Crazy Brit. I really liked it when I saw it. I was like, yeah, I'll have a bit of that one. So that arrived yesterday. I was really happy with that. Oh, is this the thing Hadrian found? Yes. So this is, yeah, Interturku's B team. I love this. Their nickname, or it was, in the game, in the editor, is Total Sexy Football Team. Because apparently one of the Finnish database editors was having a lovely time. So just the fact that it's not actually their nickname, in case you're wondering. But it is now, in my mind. My headcanon, that is correct. Did it never get one at the World Cup at all? That sucks. Because, like, Tony and I, when we were looking through the shirts on the podcast I was just like, I want it. I want it. And so I bought it. The only one I'm missing now that hasn't arrived yet is my Belgian one. I got the Belgian, the Boba Tea one, because that just was gorgeous. Ah, dear. These Belgian guys don't seem great. Yes, of course you can. Hang on, forgive me. Youth Academy only works even if you have the best youth intakes. I think that's a bit of a stretch. Because he is an example of a player that probably has a reasonable PA, but it wasn't stupidly high. But he did have a lot of the prerequisites in order to get to this stage. But ultimately, you're probably not going to win a Champions League with him. I think, yeah, basically, he's sort of the exception, not the rule, because were that to be the case, then we'd have had 5, 6, 7 of these guys. And unfortunately, it's great to see him come through, but I don't feel like he's really a representation that you could actually do that using youth only, potentially. Something for a while. Mistborn is a quality book. 100% agree. I've read all 6 of those, and they are fantastic. And the audiobooks are great as well, actually. Came through at the same time as Kowalski. Really? Yeah, I don't know if we ever... I do recognise the name slightly, which means I may have looked at his profile, potentially. Library Brain. I'm still reading my Goose book at the moment, to be honest. Next Gen Day. Oh, well, I mean... That's the thing. It's like, sometimes you just want to... Like, perfectionist personality, he does have high professionalism. He's just going to be a bit of a whopper if I was to praise him for anything. He had all the prerequisites. Oh, my God. Yes, please. Oh, wow. Okay, this is more like it. First, second, 6th. That's better. I should have done the guesses, but honestly, I realised as soon as I clicked on it that I saw him there and he'd just immediately given it away. Sharpek wins the Next Gen Award. I don't really think that's even a huge surprise at this stage. He's had an excellent season for us filling in. Still only 19 years old. God, I'm happy for him, though. Oh, he found him. Nice. Yes, I don't know what we said about him at the time, but like looking at him here, you can see that he's decent. I think the only thing we were maybe struggling with for him was probably his lack of pure physical ability, but he was only 15, and just ultimately with 3-star CA for us at the time was probably PA at the time, wasn't amazing. It seems that he probably had higher than that. Like, and he's gained a mustache, which is the crucial thing. We like that. How did he, let me just do a comparison. If the game will actually let me, because sometimes it struggles with, oh no, wait. Yeah, there he is. So what did he gain compared to that? I'm just trying to just put Firefox on the other window for a moment so I can see both screens at the same time. So yeah, his jumping reach has gone up like 3. Acceleration's actually gone up 6. That's what it is. Tackling's actually gone up 2 as well. I think the thing that's impressed me the most about him is the physical changes. That level of pace changes, bear in mind, as far as I know, I didn't put him on anything to do that, is remarkable, honestly. It's made him into a very usable player. And I just figured he could actually do more good for us here than he could for them, because it's nice to have another young Polish player around the squad. That's awesome. And, crucially, he grew a mustache, which seems to be the thing that every FM regen does, apparently. Hopefully the song request bot is actually working today, because there's all sorts of weird integration issues. So yeah, that's kind of sick. Right, back to the next gen list, because that's what we're actually here for. That's the only reason we're here. Elkin Blanco. Oh shit. That's only a thigh strain. I can see what... Oh god, even he's getting quick now. Literally my one complaint about Elkin Blanco was his lack of pace. And it appears that he's now literally getting rid of that on loan. He's not even started that. Well, actually, no, he has started quite a few games now for them. He didn't start off towards the start of the season playing as much, but they seem to have brought him in way more frequently. And he's still in Europe. He's the only other team left in Europe is Lechia, and they've got Elkin Blanco. I think the future is bright if he ever does come back. I suppose so. I mean, yeah, I guess so. I've also got quite blocky hair these days because I've been using even more conditioner. So, in a way, I've got the perfect FM hair. The only difference is most of the FMs, when they have regens, when they have mustaches, they don't tend to have the beard to go with it. It's just full-on mustache and nothing else. Do you think, that's what it is. It adds style points in the same way that, say, Tom Selleck, right? Faster with a mustache. It's just the facts, isn't it? European... I suppose it's all relative, isn't it? Like, say, Youth Academy only in Europe would be difficult, obviously, but you'll also have a better chance of getting better players because you've got higher youth ratings there. So it kind of staggers. Whereas if you did it in Southeast Asia, for example, the competition level will be lower, but the likelihood of you getting the players that are any good in order to actually take you there is still quite a mismatch. I think it's probably about as easy in either one of them. Hello, Sergio Mavioso. Hello, Almaz. So, this guy here, though, Marvin Velazquez, Honduran at Puebla, and it's a player we've not scouted before. Things you love to see. It's... Actually, is he just a punt? Because he's not crazy expensive. He's got 8 caps for Honduras already. It'd be good to get in there before he gets 10, so we can maybe put a little clausey clause on him. Unless he wants something dumb. Okay, it's quite a large amount. Ooh. Slow, first opportunities in the... It's not too bad. You're right. We did have that wonderful Velazquez with Sirens, did we not? That DM guy who was goated. 550 count. Now it's an absolute must-buy, isn't it? Oh, that's his release goals. Killer. I mean, that's... Wait, how much money have I got? Oh, I've got loads of money. We're good. That is superb. We'll absolutely have it. I mean, like... He's not the tallest, to be honest, but as a DM, like... He's a player that's... 550 grand for the loan farm. Even that's absolutely fine if he's looking for a reasonable contract. And he's third on the next-gen list. He must be doing something right, which is most likely just playing. Diabate is obviously one of our guys as well, but my God, that injury has really annoyed me. But him and Nozadze and the second João Carlos, I have changed the João Carli names, by the way. So our established João Carlos, so to speak, is, I believe, Alvisi, and the other one is Da Costa. Or it might be the other way around, I'll have to check. But I've renamed them in the game because it's going to get really confusing otherwise. Hello, Saz! How are you, friend? He is going to be one of the kings. I mean, that fairly susceptible to injuries is a little bit shit, but when he comes back and isn't injured next season, what a guy. Oh, hello. That's the team, Matt. You can't sign teams. Although, oh, well, unless it's Dingley. Milutin Filipovic. I like him, but I'm also, like, oddly unconvinced at the same time. I think the biggest issue with him is that he'd probably want to play regularly from the start, and I don't think I'd have a space for him in the squad. And he is £6.5 million. But he is wanted by every human being alive. I think it would depend on fee, which obviously would be around about that. Breakthrough prospect. Actually. Oh. It's the clubs that are interested in him. He looks like... I wonder if he's one of those players that my scout has misjudged. Yeah, he's just kind of... It's more a case of, like, do I want to spend essentially £6.5 million on a loan farm player? Like, attribute-wise, he actually is quite good. It's just... And he's only 19. The thing that is the other teams that are interested in him, for me, is the really interesting thing. There's a lot of them. Recommend going on holiday in September. So... Interesting, J-Tux. We were potentially planning a trip to Italy in September, so that I can't recommend it as I've never done it, but that's something I'm thinking of doing potentially. Me and the boys, and Pog, obviously, and the boys girls. So that, I mean, could I recommend Kraków? He's a weird one. I might circle back to him. We don't have to pull the trigger on him immediately, but I am curious about him, mostly just because of the other teams that are interested more than anything else. And I know I shouldn't do my recruitment based on who else wants the player, but hey, sometimes you got to. Francis Fita, we looked at him before, haven't we? And while I like him, he's also £30 million, and I think I may have extended myself a little too high on some of those. That's... Oh, Jakob. Wait. Has he now got another contract, or was that what it was before? No, that was what it was before, wasn't it? Ah, we missed out on one there. That sucks. Oh, hello. Oh, no, that's the ridiculously good striker from... Yeah. Christ. The fact that he's worth that much at that age. He might have, like, 200 PA. Probably not, but it's the value at that age. I know it's... And it's at Vizela as well. It's not like he's at Sporting or Porto. He is extremely good. Fairly ambitious comes with professionalism. Which player were we talking about specifically? It doesn't, but it also doesn't not, if that makes sense. Like, you can have reasonable professionalism with it, but it's not a guarantee. In fact, it's not tied to it, so to speak. Oh, hello. Another Serbian fella, though. Don't mind a bit of potentially Slobodan Kostic. Of course he's a right back. Oh, he is left-footed, though. Number 11. Yes. Number 11 is the guy that I tried to buy, offered them a contract, triggered his release clause, and then he signed a new contract with his club instead of joining us. And I didn't realise for the longest time until he came through my scout report and again, and I went, hang on a minute, didn't I already sign this guy? I think you might be right, Sam. I might actually, remind me before we go off this, unless I find someone else crazy, to probably go back in for him, because we've got the money. This guy, I think as cheap as he is, I wouldn't mind scouting him a little bit further, because I'm not convinced technically on him. But the good thing is he's left-footed, so I could retrain him to play left wing back at least. Do you have 12 and 15? Jesus Christ. Oh, hang on. I think we've scouted both of these guys, haven't we? Oh, yeah, 100%. Finally arrived. You'll love to see it, Amaz. What did you get? Yeah, 1 to 14, so that could be anything, really. He's, again, very good. Well, actually, he's weird. I'd be really annoyed if I got a player like this in my entire... I mean, I wouldn't, because he's clearly got some decent PA, most likely. But yes, curls ball as well as a trait. He's just one of those players that's just kind of got attributes. And yeah, he isn't really a centre-back because he can't tackle. He's not got the amazing jumping reach. He's marking his ass. His positioning is okay. He's more of a sort of... Good lord, what even is he? I guess he's a bit of a deep liar. Oh, height is in my skin. Yeah, it's just up here. Just above my head. You'll see it underneath the polygon thing there. It will show it just in the side there. I think that's where it is similar in the default skin, right? Hello, Dobby. How's it going, friend? Let's... Oh, this guy's got a name. He's got... Yeah, that guy is... I think if I remember correctly, we signed this fella out of the next gen last year. He's been solid goalkeeper for Motor this year. He was the guy that had the star player thing. I'm not crazy, but no, my contract with Holy is currently... sorry, not currently. It finished at the end of June. I believe the code still works. It's just we're not currently under partnership anymore. Maybe we'll get them back for the new game cycle or something like that. But they were a really good company to work with, to be fair. So I would happily work with them again. I am potentially cooking something else up, but that's more for shorts platforms, which was very surprising to me. But yeah, welcome in if you're new. Ooh, I love stuff like... One of my favourite things is predictions of future tournament squads from the past. Like, newspapers often be like, hey, this is what we think the England lineup will be at the World Cup for 2034 or something. Or, you know, stagger it back 10 years. And they are fascinating. We're on a break now. But yeah, so Rosario is really good. But the next guy, though, this is a name. This is a name right now. Because that, forgive me if I'm wrong, is like an indigenous South American, specifically, I guess, from the Mexican region, first name, right? Like sort of like an Aztec type sounding name. That's amazing. I wouldn't even begin to know how to start saying it. So for now, where was he born? I must find out. Wait, that's the wrong button. Oh, no, here we go. Oh. California. Getting legs out again. You're damn right I am, Bab. That, again, made it look like I was Winnie the Poohing it. I promise I'm not. Linen shorts for the day. So he was born in Whittier, California. Right. Either way, I think it's worth scouting old Extepalopaketl here because he's got a great name. Just a great name. Basic English born in Cali, to be fair. Yes, like Blanco, of course. So how do you say... It's because like, if I'd heard it, I would immediately know what you mean. But just seeing it written down, it's like so different. It's OFI. Evangelios Arnorelis. So I guess that's why he's in there, because of the name pool. It's a great name, though. Quartermock. Okay. Quartermock? Dope. It's an exceptional name. So is... Oh, I thought his name was Mothies. Matthijs Fakan. I mean, he's exceptional, but Porto, unfortunately. August versus Tottenham at the weekend. Do you know what? Probably a 1-1 draw or something, just because it's friendly matches. You know? These things are weird. Sven Steffen. I would like to sign an Austrian player in this save, just to prove that Austria can actually produce talent in this save. Quatimok. That makes more sense. Oh, hello. Munir Malaul. Oh, hello. That's a bit more like it. Munir Malaul. Oh, sorry, Malul? We just buy him straight. Yeah, 100%. 18 years old. I don't even know what wow, he's fun. I've no idea what actual position he's going to be, but I like him. And he's cheap enough for us to punt on, because he'll probably cost us about £1 million. He's a very strange looking... It will depend entirely on which of these attributes actually are good or bad. It looks good to begin with. I feel like there is a player in there that has some kind of attributes. I'm just not sure which ones and where. It's fantastic. It's like buying a mystery box that you know is kind of it's going to be all right at the minimum. What you want? I sounded really aggressive there. What do you want? Honestly, that's all right. 400 grand. I'm not missing out on the Tunisian player again, like the one that Liverpool got. I refuse. Is he actually at Hull? No, he's not. God damn it. Got excited for a moment there. Another guy at Norwich. I mean, we've kind of been... I say burned. Nathan's been turned out to be okay. Oh, an Aris fella. Spiros Pozopalidis. I think I've looked at him before. Yeah, he's the centre-back who's got... Now I remember this guy. He's the centre-back who's 6'2" and has 4 jumping reach. Yes. He'd be such a useful centre-back if he wasn't stapled to the ground at all times. That is mad. You sometimes see that on really bad players, but not usually at, like, the elitist kind of level. For a current... Oh, yes, please do. 2020... It's better when they're usually, like, 8 years out minimum, but that's still sick. It might be the one that I heard them talking about on Football Clichés the other day, in fairness. Turkish fella, but extremely expensive. We'll scout anyway, though, in case we get the next bargain, because you never know. Wait, hang on. Oh, no, he's likely to be Czech or something, isn't he? No. He's from Castro Daire, Portugal, and he's clearly Polish. Look, this man is Polish. Stop pretending that you're not Polish. How dare you? He's hiding his Polish ancestry. I can't believe this. Oh, God. I don't think I can rotate images inside Gyatso. That one might be a tough one for me. What happened, Matt? Well, I got neck ache trying to read it. Oh, dear. Yeah, I don't know if I can... I don't think I have that option. I nearly clicked that, expecting it to rotate the damn thing. Bounce or making it Haaland. I do know that. That's why I normally say Haaland. I almost feel weird for saying it, but I'm pretty certain I normally say Erling Haaland. This guy is 100% Polish. I'm not having that. He's got the cheeky little L. Mikhail, and he's got a double Michael. He's very expensive, though, unfortunately. This guy, on the other hand, he's also very expensive. Georgi Chiokat. Ooh, Georgie. He's very expensive, and I don't really want another VRL situation on my hands. By the way, VRL is going to be out of contract this summer, which is just another OFI guy. Kotsalos here, an Albanian Greek. Okay. We might have done, but he wouldn't have scored in the game. I think we can all agree on that. Brazilian TV did a review. I won't be able to watch that just because of copyright, but yeah, I'm on level with you. I didn't watch it. Pocket, I watched a movie instead. I was thinking to myself, do I really want to put myself through this? And I'm going to be honest, I think I made the right choice. I pulled up my phone going, hang on a minute, have I not got notifications set up for this game or whatever? Looked at it, it was like the 76th minute, and I saw the number of shots that Argentina had and went, I made the right choice. And then carried on with my day. Absolutely ridiculous. Just, the real final, as we know, was Saturday night. That's where the real final, the people's final. Yeah, they didn't have a shot until they went behind, basically, didn't they? It was literally, yeah, Pog and I watched the way back. Just more interesting. He's exceptional, and he's Austrian. Where's my Austrian that looks like him? I'd like him, please. Aha, I still can't. Ah, there we go. So Gomez, Stones, Butland, Luke Shaw, Reece Oxford, of course. Dele Alli, God, that's a fall-off. Damari Gray. Yeah, I think the best ones are when there's like a bit more of a gap, because it feels like they get them much more wrong, obviously. Why has it just shown up with Inferno? Inferno's resubscribed for 68 months again! I don't know why it's come up twice. Twitch is really on one today, isn't it? More punches thrown than shots on target in it. That was... I mean... I thought Paredes was a knobhead before then. But I tell you what, he really is a Class A S-tier bellend, isn't he? It's actually ridiculous. I've never seen a team be worse losers, or winners actually for that matter, than them. It's incredible. And some of the things that they get away with in the match before then, some of the tackles and whatnot, were just... I watched the highlights and there was enough... And again, this was just from the highlights of things. Seeing things and being like, oh, that's a red. That's a red. What's he doing? And the fact that Enzo Fernandez had the nerve to complain at the referee about the second yellow card in that game is like, oh, no. Go to VAR and see what? That it should be a straight red? Like, what are we doing here? It's actually insane. I hope they hand out some bans. They won't, but they should. Other Georgian... God, Georgia are going to have a quality national team in future. It's just hitting people more. Yeah, literally. I liked it when the commentators dropped that kind of veneer of stuff as well. Another one for us as well in Gift Tao. I need to figure out how to get this guy involved. Am I retraining him as a left back, or is he... No. It's the 8 tackling. It just makes me think maybe Gift could be the gift that we needed all along. Potentially. He was only 16. Okay, I'll circle back on him. I might start training Gift to play left wing back. I think I was going to loan him and then I decided not to. But I think for the time being, it would probably behoove me to get him to play that position because he probably can do it. Marking's probably a little bit ass, but I'll get one defensive position for that too. I think it's the only way that we're really going to use someone like Gift, and what a gift he could be. Yeah, it just seemed like they were refusing to send anyone off. Risking it up to straight. Oh, that would be incredible, yeah. Just... Nah, ref, I barely touched him. He's dived. Like, insane. Review of the halftime show. I agree. You mean it was crap? Yes, 100%. But I didn't watch it, obviously, because it's the halftime show. I wouldn't have watched it even if I was watching the game. So this guy's only 16. That's fascinating. Doesn't appear to have the highest PA, but we've been wrong before on guys like this, so you never know. Riot Fan, thank you very much for the follow, friend. Welcome in. It's insane. That's the guy quite... Oh, is he still only 19? I am a fan of him, but I think... Daniel Bo... Oh, hello. Oh, no, he isn't on loan. He has been scouted before, but he's finished, though, which is worth something. The Muppets showing up. The Muppets were playing, weren't they? They were wearing white and blue stripy kits. I need more of Rooney. I need more Rooney punditry. I actually think he's getting better and better as a pundit, and I'm a huge fan of it. I thought his name was Belwand. That's incredible. That's another Georgian. We've got 2 Georgian players in the next gen list that are under our contractual obligations. Wait, isn't he one of ours as well? Okay. Łukasz Janczak. Hey, maybe... Oh, no jumping reach, but he's not bad either. Big fan of... Oh, hell... Aha! Finally. I say young, 19-year-old Bulgarian. D'Angelo. Another Greek. God, Greece have absolutely dominated the next gen this year as well. Yeah, he's definitely made for punditry for sure. I've scouted him before. He's not awful. He's only 17, actually. I'm going to scout these guys again if they show up more than once, just to see if maybe our scouts got it wrong. Hang on, sorry. Oh my god. Chat, there is an Armenian player in the next gen list that plays for an Armenian club. Arshak Minassian. What? Rooney is becoming like the analog for the viewer, and I think that's what they need. I mean, we got to, right? He must have... Was he on here? Maybe he was on here last year or something. Either way. Oh, to be fair, he's probably got scouted with like the national team scouting or something, because he's got a cap. We're selling him. I've never seen an Armenian player on the next gen list that actually plays in Armenia. Who even is BKMA? They're not even a top flight... I mean, they might be, just because... I'm assuming they're not a top flight side in Armenia. Who the fuck? Johnny as well. Thank you very much for the 48 months. 4 years. 100%. This guy's... I mean, he's probably not very good, but he's on here. They think he has a lot of potential. I mean, I guess they would, wouldn't they? But hell yeah. That's actually kind of sick. That might be one of the more interesting... They are top flight. Okay, I wonder if it's because they're not a base league. It just displays no league. Okay, we've got some other quite fun ones here. Mehdi Hassan Ahmed, who's just English at Derby, but not overly. I mean, he's still quite expensive. But then, Cody Flatman. Just a good name. Scots at Motherwell. Yes, she is. I don't know, actually, I need to ring her. And then Luciano Lopez, Paraguayan, at the bottom of the list here too. God, I feel like we do way more shopping on here than we do in actual Windows a lot of the time. He's asking for quite a lot of... he might be a... I think he's going to be one of those bellends that wants like star player squad time, even though he's 19 and not very good. Wait. Is he a left back? I mean, tackling's okay. He's surprisingly cheap, actually, in fairness. Right, what I want to do is go back to the other guy, and I think I might just buy him. I'm taking a risk. Because that's worked out so well for us lately. Shut up, whoever's... Right, I agree. There was one, I can't remember which podcast I was listening to. They were talking about how it seemed like Gabby Logan was trying to sort of almost apologise for Rooney for being Rooney. And I don't get that. It's like you sign Wayne Rooney to be a pundit, and then sort of act like you shouldn't have Wayne Rooney. Like, that's why he's there, isn't it? You need that voice. Someone that's not going to be afraid to say silly things. Like, well, not even silly things, but things that people actually go, yes. I like that he just doesn't care and is going to say whatever he wants, and I like that. DVTVTX, that's a fun name to say. Thank you for the follow, friend. I appreciate that. Right, so we've got Marvin Velasquez, centre-back youngster, perfect. Though, hang on, a youngster contract on £9,000 a week on a youngster contract. That's a bit interesting. Is he going to go for it? No, he's not. Okay, so hang on. You want to be a youngster, but... How about that? All right, whatever. Weapon? What a weird contract. We'll keep scouting him and maybe go back for him later, but that is really strange that he would want youngster as a playing time, but then not want to accept any money that would go along with being a youngster playing time. How strange. Not speaking his mind, exactly, yeah. The Roy Kent of real life. In a way. He's maybe not the Roy Kent we deserve, but he's the Roy Kent we need. Maybe not quite as eloquent, but who cares, right? He gets the point across. Hello, Harvey. This guy, let me guess, youngster, but you want £80,000 a week. See, this guy knows what's up. Although he actually does still want quite a lot of money here. Okay, same. Whoa, okay, right. I'm not going to risk losing this guy. So we will just offer him that. And then, maybe not as much as that, actually. Whoa, what are you doing? There we go. I could have put the extra clause in there, but I was worried about not... I don't want to miss out on another ridiculous Tunisian fella. No loan back for you. This guy, let me guess, you want youngster. God, they really... It feels like the contract negotiations have changed. Either that or I have. That's more like it. See, that's what should happen there. What should you get for lunch? I mean, I'm not a lunchy person, but you can't go wrong with a sandwich. It's just a question of what's in said sandwich. Hello, Jose. Andros Townsend. I saw some very random TikToks of Andros Townsend. And to the point where I had to question whether this was even real footage of him. Which, this is Curaçao, the Curaçao national team. It was one of their World Cup shirts, but unfortunately they didn't actually get to wear it at the World Cup because of the kit clashes, if I recall. Which sucks. Regular starter is a bit... I mean, I could do the thing where I annoy him. I'm not opposed to annoying players, as well, you know. Excludes currencies, I bet it does. I mean... I probably will have to pay him a bit more money because he is likely going to get Paraguay caps. But if it goes for... Oh, wow. Okay, 3. So you want all the things I've offered you, but none of the things that you have to give back the other side. I like it when they have no idea how a negotiation works. That's always fun, isn't it? Right, about that. Lad, you really don't understand what's going on. He still wants 3... I'm not giving you a 3-year deal. Right, fine. 5 years for that. There we go, fine. He's a knob anyway. More is still being a whopper, basically. He's gone quiet about his whoppiness for a while. But nevertheless, it's sort of there, like an undercurrent, like a rolling boil of whoppery, if you catch my drift. So this guy, I'm finding it weird that he doesn't have Serbia caps. But also, honestly, if it wasn't for the other teams that were interested in this fella, I probably wouldn't be interested myself, but I want to take a risk on him and hope for the best, right? Just a sandwich. There you go. That sounds like a sandwich made of France. I'm here for it. Jesse, thank you for the 28 months, my friend. This is a long one. I'll stop for a moment.
Look who it is. Mr. I have friends, so I won't stream on Sunday. Laughable. What a joke. Some may even say wamp. Why are you wearing a 1980s Colombian shirt? Curacao,
actually,
I know. 70 days until the best sports starts back up. Also something low IQ fat.
Ah, dear. San Marino save. I've never done a San Marino save, Coventry fan. You might have confused me with another person. A San Marino save doer, some could say. Yes, I had. I'm off this weekend too. You'll love it. In my defence, that's why I did 7 straight weeks, because I was like, I know that I'm going to be away then. And also, your boy just needed a little breaky break. He's working hard. You may not see it because of the streams and stuff, but the other days now I really am locked in. I did a lot of progress yesterday, which was dope. So this guy's coming in. We should at least get more information about him scout-wise upon him signing for us too, which is good. I've rested the team after. Oh yeah, the league-wise. Brookbet have kind of eaten shit enough to the point where we don't have to worry about them so much for the title. I guess they could get back to within 10. They're still way better than everybody else, but, you know, realistically they ain't going to catch us, which is good. But yeah, I've always been, with San Marino saves, it's just never been something I've wanted to... This is going to sound proper hipster for me, but it just feels like it was done so frequently that I didn't want to do it, because if it was going to be done, it would likely be content, and I didn't think it would make particularly good content coming from me specifically. We have lost 4. Yeah, our season in the league has been weird. We actually, I think, at one point lost back-to-back games. And they got very close to overtaking us at one stage as well, which is very strange. So now that I've done this, do we know more about him yet? We do. I'm a scout him anyway, of course. To be honest, I didn't even notice he was 6'4". This one's probably unlikely for him. Can't tackle. He's probably just another number 10/central midfield guy. But I just like what he's offering, which is kind of everything. He's all things to all men, and I'm one of those men. It is a bit Colombia, actually, yeah. Tathid Chong, he has the hair for it. Valderrama would be super proud. I mean, they have won the game in hand, so actually the gap is now back to less than 10 points. They're closer to us than they are to 3rd place. Which, the goal difference suggests that they should be up there as well. It's... Also, shout out to Bologna, who may actually stay up for a 2nd consecutive season, and that is difficult to do in these divisions these days. Is the 2nd tier still looking about as, yeah, Corona have kind of kicked on. In fact, they've already qualified for the playoffs with 6 matches to spare. They're a little bit quite good. They've only conceded 16 goals this season. That's insane. Oh. Who's this? Wait, this is one of the centre-backs. Are we just not allowed to have centre-backs that can stay fit for any length of time and actually might be good one day? Because I quite liked this guy when we signed him, and his attributes are quite good. If he was to come back, he doesn't seem to have very high CA, though. But his attributes are really good. Maybe that's a misjudgment. Either way, I do quite like him. Cracovia are struggling, finally. It's about bastard time. Wait, is Vert's not playing? Oh, he's playing a bit. The future is pretty bright for us when you consider some of the players we've got in there. It just worries me a little bit about playing time with a guy that's 21 there. Yeah, I mean, he's very much a ball-playing centre-back, which would actually kind of work quite nicely in some of the systems that we play, so I'm not entirely fussed with that. Jesus, we probably need some money coming in the summer. Or just a really nice little Champions League run could potentially help with that, but 50 million in the bank is a little bit worrying. Wait, what's happened here? Nathan Allen has now got Places shots. Awesome, I really wanted that on him. Thanks for that. I'm glad I put him in a mentoring group to get Places shot put on him. So now our left wing back has Places shots. I mean, the worst thing is, of course, that's the attribute, the one we were trying to take away from Gomez, which I don't know if we ever succeeded in doing either. Brilliant. Terrific. It would be cool if there was, I suppose you can't help it happening, like, organically, but that's frustrating. Like, who's he been paying? Who has he got that from? We also have a lot of players leaving. Yeah, our cam left back can now play shots. Maybe it'll be the making of him, but he's been, actually, in fairness to him, the one thing he's not been able to do this season as well is take his chances as much as maybe he should do. He has actually only got 8 goals off of nearly 13 XG. Naeem is a worse struggler for that, who's only got 1 goal this year, and that is crazy. One-footed ball-playing defender. I guess as long as we play the ball specifically on that foot, problem solved. Rugen Booty has kept his job. I did look at that before, and Booty is still in charge at Stal... Is it Stal Mielec? Or he certainly was. Yeah, but they are kind of just mired in mediocrity now. It seems like the Booty bump only went as far as it did. Moderate calf strength. Who are you? Cosmin Vida. Jesus. I'm starting to get why Polonia stayed up now. He's ridiculous. Where was he from? Rhoda. Oh, is he Spanish Scourge? I think I may have genuinely signed him thinking that he was coming from the Dutch team. That seems like something I would have done. In Japan. Ooh. A Robert. This is my striker, Mark Lawrence. That's... Are they homegrown Japanese? So is it actually pronounced differently, perhaps? The lone farmer... Well, to be fair, it's because we have so many lone farmers, and you don't hear about them that often. Usually you hear about the ones that are complaining. That's, hey, SI, if you're listening. Another thing that would be cool, if you have players out on loan, like this report that we get, I just think that it would be better if this told, like, obviously because we have so many of them, but this tells me nothing. I have to literally read the entire paragraph to understand what I'm being told here. All I need is form display here, average rating over the season. If you want to highlight a player, fantastic. I love that. Show me the stats on this screen. Like, show me why I should care about this player's loan farm form. This is the things that I want to see for immersion and stuff. Because we'd have noticed this way sooner. All it would need is these little cards or whatever they put in here to be clickable. And it pops out with, would you believe it, a pop-out that shows their recent form, the stats for the season, their loan happiness, those little things like that. Because for all this tells me nothing about how he's actually doing. Now, obviously, he's doing well because he's him. But it's things like that. I want to see if there's any younger players in here that are doing a bit okay. Like a under 20, perhaps. Not really. Oh, that's that goal. That's that centre-back, ironically. Though there is a 21-year-old there. Michael, that's the Irish fellow we signed from Shamrock. Even he's doing okay, actually. Not playing a lot, in fairness, but in fact, he's playing barely at all. So yeah, that's what I mean. Little things like that, I think, could really make a huge difference to immersions. Bit of you. Bit of you. Right, so Manchester City, that is... See, again, monthly loan stats summary. It's just literally... It doesn't... All this space... Show me something other than their rating, because that's not the rating over the last month. It's just there's so much option. So Manuel Figueroa, which, hey, look, I can't click... Oh, no, I can click on him there. And, like, he's done okay, but he's only played twice. It's just little things like that. Hello, Michael. We were just talking about things that SI could do to improve immersion. We had another one. It's crazy that you just rock up as soon as I say that. It's like we can beckon you. Fantastic. I like being able to do that. I didn't know I had that kind of skill. Basically what I was saying, Mike, is when we have players out on loan, now, obviously, I realise not everyone's running loan farms the way I do, but people still want to care about their loan players. So where's the one I was using as an example? Was it that one? Yeah, this one. The loan roundup screens that you get. This tells me nothing about how the player's actually doing out on loan. It's just a random mention of them in one game. I wish these showed you information about the stats for the season of the player, their average rating, their loan happiness. So you actually see if, like, their stars as well. Because then you could see what the player's actually doing, rather than just a paragraph that doesn't tell you anything useful that fills up the space. Like, this stuff here to me, putting a player on the match board, okay, cool, but context. Like, how's he been doing recently? That's, for me, would be such a good thing. And the same with the loan monthly report. If this was the whole screen, they could show all sorts of things about how they've done over that last month. Like, it could just take a subset and just show these are the stats for the players in the last month. And that just shows their goals, their assists, their average ratings, their, again, happiness and stuff like that. Would be so sick. Even for people who could show form, things that already exist in the game as well. That's the thing. So far, we've actually just been looking at the next gen list and signed quite a few people off of it, to be honest. Or certainly have approached quite a few people off of the next gen list, which is quite nice. Including an Armenian guy playing in Armenia for an Armenian club, which I'm still quite excited about, even though I suspect he's likely to be absolute ass. We know all about you because you're on the shortlist for later. We already know about you. Same with you, and you, and you, and you. That narrows it down a little bit. And also that guy. Wait, who's that guy? I think some of those are for the summer. You're 30 years old. Why? Wait, why are you being recommended to me? Is it because you're out of contract? No, you're not. He's very much not out of contract, is he? Holy. Bayern. Crazy, crazy expensive. There's a player called Gideon at Leicester. Watch out. Do you know anything about this, bud? No? Alright, cool. Back in your box. Oh, I found them up. I found Crot. He was hidden under Gideon, obviously. Ricochet. All I'm now hearing in my head is Seer as well. Good first name. Probably not worth the money. Not for our needs, at least. Necessarily needs to be for people. No, that's the thing. It's just, it would help you keep an idea of what your players are. Because usually, if a player is out on loan from you, generally speaking, they're a younger player that you're hoping to develop with some football time. Occasionally, you get the older player that wants playing time as well. But most of the time, that's what we're using it for. It's development. So the fact that you could have a much closer idea on the development of your younger players, to me, could only be a good thing. And it's just, all these little things with immersion, to me, come down to context. It says, why is this? Why should I care about this? And I think that makes a lot of sense. Right. Oh, hello. He's fun. And 17. Okay, let me just get rid of some of the dredges from this. Was that the Ukrainian guy? Didn't he get... I mean, still only 4. He was definitely rated lower than that at one point, though. So I might just leave him on there. See what my scouts think as he starts to not improve, because he's only 16. Plenty of time for him yet. Oh. World Cup entertainment performances. Do you mean Saturday night's game between England and France? The real final? I thought it was fantastic. I was watching it with my friends, and Pog had because it was quite late, Pog had fallen asleep on the sofa. And obviously, because we were cheering pretty much every goal, she just kept waking up and being like, really? Again? Can you not, stop? But honestly, when Bellingham scored the 6th goal, we genuinely stood up and applauded. It was very strange. But there was just something compulsive about that. That game was just one of the craziest things I've ever seen, and I loved every second of it. Even when France were coming back, I was thinking, yep, this is happening. This is brilliant. Classic England. We're going to do the ultimate bottle job. And, it was so much fun. Like the exact opposite of the actual final as well. These guys are... A lot of RZ fellas in here, which I'm guessing is because of... Whoa. There's a fellow in here. The real final. The real final between the two real finalists. To be honest, if I have a choice between watching that or that absolute shite that the actual final was, then I think I'd choose the other one every single day of the week, because I actually quite like watching football occasionally. And unfortunately, the problem Spain had is that only one team was actually playing football, and that's difficult. It's difficult to navigate that. It's a little bit like you rock up to play chess and the other person's making a sandwich, you know? This guy's called Phoenix Hatfield. You, sir, are in the wrong profession. You need to be some kind of singer. I adore him. Yeah, actually, they didn't turn up to play football. They achieved their goal of not playing football, and they swung their punches and whatnot. No, Spain tried their best. Real final was Spain-France. No, the real final was the final. Are we seriously not capable of understanding sarcasm? It's me. The anime lawyer. Well, yeah, Phoenix. Was it Phoenix Wright? I was saying it was fun. Anyway, Phoenix Hatfield is... Where was he born? If he was born in Hatfield, I'm going to lose my mind. Sudbury. I mean, Hatfield's... It's not that close to it, is it? They fought to the very end. This is very true. Very much they did. The answer, I guess so. It's just like, not allowed. I had a great time watching that game. There's a reason I chose not to watch the final. I do love the whole real final silly thing we had before. It's like, this was the real final. No, the final is the one that people get to. Just doesn't mean it's any good. I had a great time watching that game, though. It was genuinely fantastic. We couldn't believe what was happening when we were falling up at half time. It just genuinely seemed 100% less violence. True. That, you've got me there. That much I agree. I guess it depends on what you're looking for out of a football game, right? I was looking for a football game. The trophies we won along the real final was Germany 7, Curacao 1. Actually. My boys. I'm going to shortlist this guy because I like his name and there is no other thing. That also makes me think that Phoenix is a name in the name pool. That is exciting. And in the English name pool, no less. So what's wrong with your face back? Go on. I don't know what you mean. That's clearly him. Versus whoever you pick. That's true. It was the people's... Oh, I like that. The people's final. Whereas Argentina was more the people's elbow, I guess. Roll with the punches. I still keep coming back to how is that man on the pitch? They've got William... Wait, that means there's a chance that the name pool could generate Phoenix Sheriff. I want a player called Phoenix Sheriff, please. If it's all the same. So Gurgley... He's only 3.8 million years old, Tamas Gurgley here. I'm going to shortlist him for the moment, just because we are running out of money. I'm going to actually have a lot of players on the list for the summer. They literally were, weren't they, as well? Yeah. Who was the goal scorer for Belgium? Was it? It wasn't Tielemans by any chance, was it? It feels like it should be, right? Gone to penalties. I had a horrible feeling when Spain didn't score in normal time that it was going to go to penalties and Argentina were going to win the World Cup without having a shot in the game. I had a genuine concern that might happen. Thankfully, it didn't. But good God. Was it De Ketelaere? Oh, it was, wasn't it? Yes. I like De Ketelaere just because he just looks less like a footballer. And I like that about him. Did I just click no on you? You're at Atletico. You're at Atletico. And you're £40 million. They sneak in here. Newcastle, another Newcastle. Graham Charles. Moreno guy at Newcastle. Liverpool as well. Right, I want to look at the RZ guy. He's the one that's actually stood out as being interesting. I mean, this guy's not too bad either. Keziah Fedderson. What about you? Go on, show me something good. Oh, okay. Phoenix Knights. Walking with the trophy somehow. Yeah. part of me also wanted that to happen just because it would have shown just what a farce it was, but it was nice to see Ferran. Ferran Torres has great hair as well. He's a man of the bonnet. I appreciate him. Graham Charles, yeah, or like a 19th century author or something. If I was managing Spain, that would have 100% happened. The bar would have been struck many times. Yeah, pretty much. Dio Mercy Mumbere. I like the name. He's got that one. Immediately ticked down. Gets to a position error, tries long range passes. He does have good passing attributes as well. He's certainly worth a shortlist. I don't know if I'd want to pull the trigger on him yet because we don't have the cash, but he's certainly fun. Yes, he does have a bit of a Morientes-y vibe, doesn't he? Just a people of good hair, generally. A lot of the span. Wait, was that guy's called Gideon Lost? Oh, Gideon Last. There's actually a lot of Gideons. There's Gideon Blum, Gideon Solomon, Gideon Okoro, Gideon Adams, Gideon McDonald, Gideon Monday. Me when I'm drinking on Sunday. Gideon Aqua, Gideon Journey. Oh, no, that's Joni. Gideon Joni, all right. Gideon Dully. Now we're talking. It's obviously in the Irish name pool. There's like 160 and there's loads of them. There's also a Gideon in there too. Love to see it. I like Gideon Dully. It's my favourite of the bunch. I do just want to check out Phoenix. And then I promise I'll press continue a few times. That's the clubs map. We want the people. We do have some Phoenixes because it's in both the Northern Irish, English, and Cameroonian name pool, which is awesome to know. Phoenix Martin, who's a real guy. Phoenix Peleg of Ape Japes, my guys. Oh, new badge. Phoenix Dawson, but more importantly, Phoenix Hatfield. Wait, we can have 2 X's on Phoenix. You're right, we can. We've got Belinda Millard United's Phoenix Martin with 2 X's. I respect the parent that puts 2 X's on their child when they're called Felix. Felix? Phoenix. It's brave. Literally, there's no John Smiths being signed around my parts. Matty, it's just not happening. It can't be done. There he is. He's still at Real Madrid. I love a good conversion. It's like a loft. So this is David Hubert. Oh, yeah, you're right. No, he's proper centre-backy. And, ooh, oh, my. Oh, whoa. Yeah, all right. Where's my guy? That looks like this from Bulgaria. He's obscene. His technicals are insane. Wow. And his physicals will improve. But yeah, David Hubert for sure is a centre-back. Can't even cross. Yeah, we had a guy exactly like that. I think it was Akbash was just like that. Right, Katala. Tamash Suks. Is it Tamash or Tomash? No, it was Tamash. It appears, if I've spelled that correctly. Or it'd be Shooks, wouldn't it? Unfortunately, no. There is no Tamash Shooks. It might just be because we're quite far into the save, or it's not a real name. It probably is. In fact, I think I've heard it before. John Smith. How many John Smith? Only 11? There's not as many John Smiths as I was... Jean-Jacques Smarth. That's not a real name. I'm sorry. He's not a real person. I refuse to believe it. Training. Oh, God, I've seen some of those. The name, yeah, where all of them always have the, like, IEGH involvement in them. I guess you could do my name like Matty. You put Matty and you put IEIGH on the end. That would be appalling. He's not even that good, but it's rare that you see an Armenian fella in the next gen list, so we're taking him. He's a new gen. Wait, was he in my save? Mate. Yeah, Mate. I suppose it would be Mate, if anything like that, wouldn't it? Luciano Lopez. I'm going to regret that signing, aren't I? Oh, well. No! Mamor Hansen striker injured. They better not be doing any goalkeeping. Turning awkwardly. All right, I'll let you off. Although you're going to be out for a month, so I don't know if I like that. A Gideon. Gideon Minga. Good. I mean, to be fair, the forehead is not doing Mr. Minga a lot of favours here, in fairness, so the name is somewhat apt a little bit. Jean-Jacques Smarth sounds like one of those people that's like obsessed with the aristocracy, but his name is actually like Johnson or something. John Jack Johnson actually kind of works quite nicely as well. The Thursday matches where Lecky are playing, I did check ahead of time just in case. Was Aiden? Yes, Mataden? That doesn't really work, does it? Okay, so Marseille are getting cooked as you'd expect, but crucially PSG are losing, which is good for us. In fact, so is Marseille losing, because that's good for Poland. John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith, indeed. Did you know, chat, that his name is in fact my name too? Viscount or something. I mean, depends. What flavour Viscount we talking? Personally, I used to like the orange ones, but I feel like you only see the mint ones these days. rubbish, frankly. And the biscuit chat has begun. Maiden. All the voyages I take would have to be my first for that to work. It's so weird. This is the normal thing that I would straight away instantly spacebar through playing this save. But because I spent 8 hours yesterday playing that other save, these are the sort of things that I actually pay attention to now. I'm like, oh, I need to get out of my head doing that. We don't care between moving players between squads in this. A frilly skirt. Just implying that I would need to buy one, Hayden. We've all seen the 2-2 video. That wasn't mine. The running save for the YouTube thing. I'm making actually really good progress on it now, in fairness. It's going quite nicely. I guess a lot of work, but I'm enjoying it, and I'm actually really enjoying playing FM at a really, really low level because it is so difficult, and you really do have to fight for every little thing there, and it's kind of sick. If discount's pronounced discount, then why is Viscount pronounced Viscount? Good question, but the question I then run back at you is this. Which way should it be? Do we move discount to be Discount, or does Viscount become Viscount? Inferno would likely tell us that they have different etymologies from different language trees or something, and thus the pronunciation has remained different through all of time. I quite like the idea of being a die count. Imagine getting a 20% die count or something. It sounds more aggressive, and I'm a big fan. I need to switch to the other tactic here, because playing this against Manchester City would be a disaster. Sharpek will not be starting here. Mr. Gomez will. And then I'll move Sharpek back to there, because I know that's the one position that we switch out. Alvisi, Montperus, Allen, Naeem, Mana, and then the other centre-back will come back in, which is Mr. Van Kemsika, which I'm fine with. That all looks really nice for me. Get rid of those guys just in case, because I knew there'd be a couple of cheeky boys sat on the bench, one of which is the other Joao Carlos, who is now called Da Costa. If you're wondering who Alvisi is, that's Joao Carlos. I had to change the names so we could actually keep track of who was who in the end. Silly tactic. I'm playing a 4-4-2 long ball, but it's not entirely a 4-4-2 because it has an advanced attacking winger on one side and a lot of weird interactions within the tactic where the inside forward on the left cuts in here, but then the striker runs outside of him. And then we have a wide midfielder that kind of goes into this space with an overlapping wing back too. It creates this really weird thing where the striker runs into the channel, but they never track the inside runner. And yeah, it was just like I was working on it. It's quite fun. And the other thing is, I've got a tactic that is working successfully with cautious as a mentality. I've never done that before, which is cool. A die count on my Viscount. A die count on my Viscounts would be delicious, actually. The silent etch of French origins. There you go. I wonder where discount comes from then. Latin proof. There you go. God, Inferno would be so proud. Oh yeah, I mean, 100%. I mean, learning languages is hard enough, but I imagine learning English would be an absolute minefield just because of all the different ways that words that look the same are pronounced when they're clearly the same. They should be spelled and pronounced the same, but it's just because England is just about, it's 25 billion languages in a trench coat, you know? Something about Gatto? I've been called Fatto. I can't believe this. I'm actually technically not my skinniest, but I'm muscular now. I'm not. More than before. Compounding in economics. Okay. Huh. Yeah, you've got to give people a challenge. Otherwise, if it was too easy, everyone would be doing it, wouldn't they? Right, let me find out who actually can go on the bench. Oh, Geyser, of course. Oh, one more, actually. We'll have... Bloody hell. Fuck it, Cuzzy. In you come, bud. Love to see it. Hello, Adam. Mostly, us talking about the World Cup, signing some players out of the next gen list, including an Armenian in Armenia, and lately discussing the concept of whether Viscounts or discounts is the correct way of saying the word and which one should change. Because obviously, nice normal things. Oh, we found a guy called Phoenix Hatfield, who I'm obsessed with. Right, okay. Manchester City. I don't know why I'm worried. It's a foregone conclusion, isn't it? Right? We got through the round of 16. Sorry, I should have been clearer. We were discussing whether it, since they're both pronounced differently despite being spelled very similarly, we were wondering which one, if we were to choose one specific pronunciation guideline, which one we would choose. Potentially. I have heard people say Viscount before, though, in shops. But maybe they just saw the money off and just assumed, you know. Right, let's go. We actually have a very good record against Manchester City, and by saying this out loud now, I am immediately condemning us to a defeat. But, you know, man's got needs. Hello, Ayward. How are you, my friend? How goes the training for certain football activities, shall we say? Though the rough and luff ploughman fought through the snow, he hiccuped and coughed as he worked thoroughly. Good God. That was tough to speak as an English speaker, and I'm still convinced I messed that up at one point. I don't know if I got luff correct. Perfect Dracula! Well, I mean, if he's in the steak aisle with me, we're going to be fighting, aren't we? 25
less than
Thank
3.
you very much for the 2 months. How are you, my friend? I know how busy they 100% are. We actually have more than 100 players registered in the shirts. So what happens is every time we put in a player who doesn't have a shirt number, the game automatically clears the number 99 as like a guest shirt, and then they tend to wear that pretty much. I've never seen that before. The number 99 is automatically put in rotation by the game. Occasionally, we'll get a news article that tells you how many squad numbers we have assigned. I'm pretty certain it's over 150. Top 50 list of young players given good potential or not. Oh yeah, so basically the way that the next gen list, if that's what you're referring to, don't assume because a player's on it that they're bound to be fantastic. What it usually means is that they're playing really frequently. So the likelihood is they're always worth scouting, particularly if they're not at massive sites. But they're not always guaranteed to be good. Some of them might just be on there because they're getting loads of football and as a result have developed their CA a little bit harder. But it's a really good scouting tool for sure. Like Viscount or Viscount. Well, that's the question. I actually pronounce it Viscount, actually. It's just because I'm weird like that and like to offend people. Go on, one. Oh! We've started really strongly here. Just want to make sure I've got this on the right highlight settings as well. Yeah. Sorry. That's the problem with it. I'm not used to this whole 2-save malarkey. It's lovely to be streaming without an absurd temperature here. It's actually probably cooler than that in this room, to be fair. It's just because obviously the temperature monitor thing is slap up against my PC, so it's probably getting a little bit of residual heat from that too. It's probably like 23 in here. It's kind of chill. Nice. I've still got some washing on the line earlier though, of course. Oh, go on. Oh, over from Alan. Mokiwara, or Mokiwara, thank you very much for the follow. Like you just said, Viscount. Well, I mean, we got Viscount. Lot fancy. I haven't, no. I tend to forget to do that just because usually people don't care that much about whether it's locked or not. But I will do that now. The problem is I will often forget to unlock it. Kickabout's been non-existent. So, my plan is that obviously I don't do the kickabout stuff, so I'm just going to be pure cardio. Oh, it's in! That might be offside. I have a theory that might end up not counting. Oh, wait, no, Gomez is shot. What are we saying? It looked like there was a guy in the way. But he might have been onside. Nah, figured. I thought it might have hit the fella, but I think it does go through his legs in fairness, so we'll see how offside he actually was here, but I think it was probably that's his leg. That is literally the Manchester City player's leg. Right? He's literally just onside. The Manchester City player's leg is stuck out of the back because he's running and he's just onside. Right, cool. Good stuff. I don't know what the lines were even drawn to. It looked like the line was drawn to the goalkeeper's feet. How bizarre. That's weird. Make go game's gone. 3-digit numbers. Oh, for me, the hydration break's kind of like that as well. So youth players not being on next gen can be because they don't get playtime. Bear in mind, you can have a world-class youth player that isn't on the next gen list, and it hasn't. The next gen list isn't a measure of the quality of your players. You'll notice that the ones that we've had on it this year, the ones that are at the very top, they're the ones that are either starting for us or are starting loads of games for other teams. It doesn't measure the quality of the player per se, or it does a little bit. Or go on. No! It measures their playing time in combined with it, basically. Hello, Pog. How are you, my friend? It looked like the red line was on the goalie, didn't it? I'll have to go back and clip that, because that is... I would hate it if we went out of the Champions League because of it, say. Like the last time that happened, when we very much did go out of the Champions League exactly because of it. I believe it was against Real Madrid where we had that disallowed offside goal that clearly wasn't offside. Because it mixed it off the wrong player or something. Man City haven't even had a shot in this game yet, which means they're about to take the lead. Ooh, just wide. How are you, Pog? How are you feeling? I know you said you were feeling a little bit rough this morning, so I hope you're feeling a little bit better now. Yeah, there's a lot of different factors. There's probably loads more factors that we don't even take into account. Yeah, it wasn't Real Madrid, was it? It was Atletico. That was frustrating as hell. Actually, no, we lost that tie quite... It's now in... Oh, please don't tell me this one's offside as well. Manners headed it home, but I get the feeling this is going to be disallowed again. No? No, okay. For some reason, I thought there was a guy on the line that was going to be in the way. Wait, it looks like there is a guy on the line who's in the way. How is that not offside? FM, are you okay? He's literally, one, behind the defender and in front of the goalkeeper. He's literally offside. I guess, well, there we go. We've two wrongs. Well, a right and a wrong does in fact make... No, two wrongs literally make a right. The referee's made up for it. We'll take that. How strange. this insult after the fun. Which particular insult are you referring to, Hayden? There's just so many. That was very strange. But we'll take that. They fixed it at least. We do get our goal. It's not quite the way we hoped it would be. Yeah, I'm 100% going to say that was an offside one there, but we'll take it if we've ended up Molina Paredes. Yeah, I mean, they're just... They're scumbags, aren't they? I mean, it's just the worst possible behaviour. That is such a weak-ass goal to concede. Rose has scored. Oh, that's such just a bad goal. Like, we have a back three. They're there to defend exactly things like this, and they just kind of don't. Chowie does do Alan a little bit too easily there, but ultimately, Alan still forces him into putting a cross in, and he's got to be doing better in the box there. Who is that? Steinbergen. Sorry, Toby, but buddy, that's a moment for you there, friend. You've got to be scoring, or you've got to be heading that, or stopping him from doing that. We've been massively on top, but frustrating. If he pushed him into the goalie, true. I think he'd still be offside then, wouldn't he? If he pushed him into the goalie, it would still technically be offside. Or, oh, hang on. Keeper's out. Go on. Okay, sure, why not? Please, what are you doing? Chat, it's me. I have several questions. The biggest question is, what on earth were we doing there instead of just, say, for example, just a thought, putting the ball in the net? That's gonna, yeah. Okay. Where's my button? What the f*** was that? Right, yeah, I mean, Paredes should get a huge ban. He won't, but he should. Like, yeah, indeed. I mean, like far be it from me. I'm not a professional footballer. I know that he's obviously won a Ballon d'Or, and I cede to his immense intellect. Chat, we've conceded directly from missing an open goal. So that's good. That's good. That's good. That's what we wanted there. City have had 2 shots on target in this game, and they lead. And oh my god! Oh, sweet baby Jeebus. We've been so good in this game as well. Right, okay, we go again, I guess. That is wild. Hey, when FM's FMing, it's doing things like that. My Christ. I don't even know what to say at that point. That is crazy. We're actually playing extremely well, to the point where I don't think I'm going to switch the tactic up in the second half, because we've still got the second leg and we're playing brilliantly. It's just... Words fail me a little bit on that one. My god. Actually, I might make one little tweak. Not to the tactic itself, but the personnel and the way that's... Good god. They're just leaving Chowie all out on his own out there. Yeah, I mean, the home leg, it definitely is an issue because it's the home leg, but it's still at the end of the world. Have they made a half-time sub? They have. They brought on Jamie Lewis, who I would have gone after anyway, in fairness, so I will do that now. And go after you, and obviously Chowie's presumably already being marked. Yeah, I will trigger press on him a bit more, though. Show him to his weaker foot if we can do. Put that on those two as well. Oh, no. Mark him on the bench. Make sure he really knows what's up. And then I'll go back to there again. I hate that you can't back out then. You have to do it like this. Obviously, he's anxious, which is frustrating. I'm going to pull off Nathan Allen here because we've got Alvarez on the bench, and Allen is not offering enough defense. I mean, I can't really blame him too much, but I feel like Alvarez might have had a little bit something different in the second half, perhaps, for us here. Gomez has been poor too. Good Christ. Right, that's I mean, I guess the fact that it is 2 legs is something that we've got on our side, but we would prefer to not lose the home leg, if at all the same. Marking the bench guy. I guess I put Nathan Allen on him because he's come off. So if he marks the guy that's now on the bench with him, albeit different benches, he just sort of sits at the very end of the bench and he's staring through the glass with a tiny set of binoculars. Okay. All we can do is go again. I may have to switch. The thing is, right, the reason I don't want to push it to the other tactic just yet is because that would expose us too much. And if we're still creating chances and playing okay, I'll stick with this for the time being. Because the last thing we want is to concede more goals while trying to push for this when we are still only the 1 goal down on the tie. But it is a frustrating one. Particularly as the second half has started quite limply so far, which is fabulous. Just what we needed. Like, if we end up with a 2-2 draw, I'd consider that okay. Rainy window. Exactly, yeah. I mean, he would be sad. He's been pulled off at half time here. I'd be sad too if I was in his position. Go on, Anwar. That's a lovely pass for Gomez. We need Montperouse to make amends for his earlier error here. We're not going to, though, I think, because Kowalski's going to be the man. Oh, my goodness me. Pick that one out. Jerzy Kowalski has got a beautiful clutch goal in his locker occasionally, and he's just shown us yet again. Wisła 2, City 2, glorious. Kowalski analysis, and boy did he. Alvisi with a little roll to the side, but he's so... This is usually... Oh, look at that from Kowalski. I mean, keeper probably a little unsighted. First goal of the season for him in the Champions League at least, but he's been clutch for us a few times in the last couple of years. Get in. He just puts on a City kit and a moustache. I'm down for it. Okay, Gomez might get hooked now, actually. We'll trust the youngster, because why not? Momper's been relatively poor. Thankfully, it's one of the areas of the pitch where we're extremely stacked with talent, one of whom is Hans Geisler. And Kowalski's a bit tired, but maybe 9 for coffee. Save the other sub just in case. He does. He deserves a proper shirt number at the moment. 77. It's kind of cool, actually. It's like, what would it be? JK 77 does sound kind of sick. 60-14 World Cup. I mean, I think that was always going to be their intent. I suppose it's... I don't know if I'm even... Let them all in. That's always been my one. Compositions. I assume you mean like the formation. Rarely. So basically, the teams play tactics based on the managers that are in charge, and the managers will have like a set of different tactics that they like to use that are attached to their profile. So it could be 3 or 4 different shapes and then playing styles within that. And the game has quite an illustrious amount of different tactical shapes and ideas, but it's not going to be able to do really, really crazy asymmetric stuff. Like, you won't see them playing this exact offset asymmetric shape, for example. You do see some kind of funky shapes occasionally, but it's not going to be quite as much as that because that's semi-unrealistic, I guess. But yeah, you do see some weird stuff, and you will also notice that certain leagues will have more preponderant, like you'll see certain tactics will show up more in certain leagues for whatever reason. 2-2 draw is not the end of the world, but it's the way that it happened. That was a bit for me. Like, we could have done... Well, we should have won the game. But we didn't lose the game, which I'm taking right now. I'll happily accept that as a middle ground. I'll just clear some of these tabs open. Whoops. Last thing I'm going to do is accidentally shut the fantasy thing off. That could be bad. Right, get that in there. Love to see it. No clean sheet. Did we get a player of the match award? Probably not, right? No, I think we're a little bit too mid. Oh, actually, I think everyone was quite mid in this game. We'll have to check after, because it could have gone to Chowie. I think it likely was Chowie, because he's highlighted for them. Oh no, he literally just was the best player on the pitch. I'm a moron. So no, we didn't get that, unfortunately. Okay, we'll get the points out for that. Could be worse. It still gives us something to build on, but it does make it... I mean, that was such an old Wisła style of game that we don't really do so much anymore. But shit happens, I guess. Recast one movie or TV show character. Who would you choose? Oh my god. I love questions like this. I just feel like I never have enough chance to actually think of anything, and I'm just terrible at thinking on the fly a lot of the time because there's so many other things going on in my head at the same time. It becomes really difficult to focus on it. I simply wouldn't know where to begin. I've seen 4-2-3-1. Yeah, there's a lot of 4-2-3. I mean, to be fair, it is kind of quite common. I feel like you see more variation actually when you're playing in the lower leagues. Like yesterday, I was coming up against back 5s with like 2 strikers. I was coming up against rarely 4-4-2s actually. A lot of 4-2-3-1s, a lot of 4-3-3s, but occasionally just some genuinely batshit systems, presumably because by a lot of the managers at the level I'm at, which is the 9th tier, have like regen managers. So they've got like random tactics associated with them. And it's even more funny when they do the sort of in and out of possession versions of that because they can be completely all over the place. All over the place? My guy. He's getting an emote. He is. I just haven't found the right thing that I want to make for the emote. It's the same way that I've got a list of emotes that I want to make, like the Policia one. I want them to be good and solid. 3 backs. Yeah, we certainly saw a few to begin with. In the 2nd tier, there was a preponderance of it. We saw a lot of this weird in-possession shape that was very narrow at the back with like 3 centre-backs, but then had everybody loaded forward, a little bit like our in-possession tactic in the more aggressive approach as it happens. Right, let me just rotate the guys. God, whoever it was that pointed out that you can just drag down the side there to multi-select. You're a genius, and I love you. Gomez is going to have to be better in the 2nd leg, and so is bloody Montperouse, because he's been great this season, but shit like that is not it. I feel like the... Oh, Christ. Naeem's going to be suspended for the second leg as well. That is not good. I mean, we've got Coffee, but there's just nobody quite like Naeem. He is the guy. He's going to need a new contract at some point soon, unfortunately. Probably his last new contract, I would have thought, given that he'll be 32 when this one finishes. So if I can get him on a 3-year extension, essentially, that would take him through to probably... What's his natural fitness? Yeah. It's probably his last deal. So provided he doesn't want anything absolutely abysmal, then we'll be okay. I know, how dare he be 30? There's a few players in this team that are starting to become close to being 30 as well, which is heinous behaviour, and I do not recommend it. Take it from experience. That's a player. Brute Bear, that's fine. Die Hard starring Rowan Atkinson. I think we kind of got that. It's just Johnny English, right? You live to see your heroes become old. Whole team meeting. Why? Oh, because it's a title battle. Wow, we haven't had one of those in years. You'd think that his time would dilate a little bit more than the rest of us just because he's got that little extra something in his locker, you know? But apparently not. Oh, hang on. It's Friday, which means Lechia should have played their first leg of the Europa League. Now, they're playing Dortmund, so anything they do there is a bonus. Okay. Chat, I'd like you to join me all in a chorus of, what the hell? Sorry. They won 4-1 in Germany. Lechia are actually kind of... And they're on the easier side of the draw, technically. I guess they'd have to play RZ or Atletico in the semi, but...
Absolute tumble dryer football!
We are sorry, we happened 30 years ago.
It happens to all of us. Cheers, the 90s. I do appreciate the £10 from the 90s. Hey, that was worth way more back then, so I really do appreciate that as well. Holy Christ. But off we go again. Second news of the day. What the f*** was that? And to think, I didn't want Lechia in Europe a couple of years ago, and they've absolutely been very lucky. No doubt about it. They've been absolutely extremely lucky there against Dortmund. Shout out to their goalkeeper as well. He's killed it. Oh yeah, I mean, Dortmund, bear in mind, they nearly got relegated a couple of seasons ago. They had to play a relegation playoff match against Mannheim to stay in the Bundesliga. Now they are obviously back in the European places, but still, they've had a bit of a wiggly time as of late. Where are they in the Bundesliga these days? Yeah, I mean, back to being that version of Dortmund again. Now Leverkusen are top of the Bundesliga. Freiburg have fallen off hard from last year, but now it could have another different winner potentially. Anything else fun going on up towards the top? Bochum's still cooking up there as well, which is nice. Yeah, I mean, they are all over the shop. They have a positive goal difference. Again, they like doing that. Kevin Keegan's manager. Oh, sorry, I'm glad that was brought up, actually. I was meaning to talk about Kevin Keegan. I was so sad to hear that he passed away. I loved Kevin Keegan. He just seemed like a genuinely lovely bloke. And people I know that have met Kevin Keegan have had nothing but nice things to say about him. And I think he's just a loss to, obviously, his family and friends, but to football in general, because he feels like one of the good guys, you know? It's just extremely sad. He's one of those, like, it's rare that you have characters in football that are kind of almost universally beloved in many ways. And I feel like Keggy is one of those guys. It's just sad, isn't it, really? Yeah, Hamburg, of course, yeah. He was a passionate man, and I rarely don't get affected by celebrity deaths, as it were, because ultimately it's obviously very sad for their friends and family and stuff and people who knew them, but you're so removed from it. But I feel like Kevin Keegan, I genuinely felt a little bit like, I felt sad, genuinely. The last time I felt like that was when I thought that Roy Hodgson had passed away, but I just misread Si's message and he'd actually just taken charge of Bristol City. I went through about 2 minutes of like sadness before I read the message again and realised that he was actually just taking over Bristol City. And fucking hell. Oh. Yeah, so basically, Si put a message in our group chat about Roy joining City, but I read the headline bit, the way that it clipped it off, it still said that he was doing that, but the way that it was written implied that he'd passed away, and I didn't think to read the whole thing properly until I went back and went, oh wait, no, he's fine. It was very strange. British Meat Awards on Football Geeks. Absolutely, yes. The British Meat Awards, fell off a bike on Superstars, got punched in a lay-by. He's the guy. He is the guy. What a guy. Live on a farm. He's sent to Coventry, some would even say. Or I found the points on the John Smith one, because I forgot to do that. Right. What I'll do here is, even though they're fully fresh, I'll still do full rotation, because we don't want to get injuries in this game. And next match only, Matt. I'll keep this system the same for this one, so we don't have to switch it in and out so easily. We'll do full rotation. Santelli through the middle. Okay, let's put the injured player in. Cheers, FM. Oh, Dan Hard can't play, but then Gareth Arnold can. Okay. What else we got? We got more. Oh, we've got Yerzy. This is what Yerzy was made for. Wait, why is Yerzy not there? Is he unavailable? Fuck's sake. Why? Right, this is what annoys me. Why do players that are not available show up when you are clicking into this menu? It is so stupid. The filters hide the players from this screen. But if you go into here to select a player, it shows players that are unavailable for the match. And it's all players. Yeah, but like, what if I want to select a player that isn't in this 5 set of players? It's fucking stupid. Also, it shows up in there as well, I suppose technically he's available. It's just such a dumb system. Like, obviously I wouldn't want to select a player that can't play. It's simple shit like that is just the little things that I feel like they ignore. Like, I want to see a list of all the players that can play in the position. Maybe just ones that are actually eligible to play in the match, though, would be lovely. I don't know why the filter doesn't filter the things that you're trying to filter. So if I set that as unavailable, which I didn't admittedly have set, it still does it. So look, unavailable. It's like, what are you doing? Anyway, let me just remove unavailable, except the game doesn't like that either because it doesn't like suspensions, isn't it? I think if you clear unavailable, it doesn't remove suspended players either. It was always unfiltered. No, sorry, just to clarify. I realise that it is doing it. My question is, it shouldn't be doing it. It is dumb that it is doing it. It was a complaint, not a question about, like, why it's happening. I understand that why it's happening. It shouldn't be happening, is my point. Just to get very clear on that. Yeah. Oh, thank you very much for the 100 bits. That's very kind of you, friend. Molsky, I think, could be back soon, potentially.
As I am almost 150 seasons into my save.
Bloody
146 now. I have recorded all European finals, excluding the Women's Europa Cup. There have been quite some surprises.
This is so cool. Right, this is so cool. So, 4 Portuguese, 3 Dutch finals. I'd be curious to know who the teams were. I was hoping to see like a... Oh, actually, I'm more interested in the losses. So, like, which Turkish side got to a Champions League final, for example, and which Belgian side got there? No, it's all cool, Hen. But I was just making the point that it was silly that is why it does that, because I don't see a scenario where you'd ever want it to do that. And it's the game kind of doing things that you don't want it to do, but not the things you do want it to do, which is quite a common complaint with 26, unfortunately. Was it all PSG? I would be willing to bet that like 12 of them were PSG. I reckon there might be a cheeky Marseille in there somewhere. FM spreadsheet. I mean, I love a spreadsheet. What can I say? I'm just having a little gander here just to see if there was any kind of fascinating one. Bosnia and Herzegovina got a Conference League win. Hell yeah. Yeah, it just shows you how the drop-off. I would have loved to have seen a random one in there. It just shows you, though, like, how tough it is to actually get up there. Yeah, Poland, not really cooking. Did get to a couple of Europa League finals, though. We take those. Oh, the club version. Whoa! One sec, chat. We're going to zoom and enhance. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, is that the Women's Champions League? Still sick. Enhance. Wait, I can see a reflection in someone's eyeball. Let's get in there a bit more. So PSG, 6 wins. I guess there's a chance for like tycoons and stuff. Paris FC, that makes sense. Oh, you know I love a spreadsheet, chat. Hence the game we're playing here. Tenerife do what Roy good at all. I'll let you guys look at that spreadsheet yourselves as well in case you find anything crazy. Wait, Dartford won? Was that presumably because you were managing them, maybe? Either way, that's sick. Right, let me just try and find a centre back who's actually eligible to play. Do you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to put the injured guy in just to prove the game's an idiot. Although we still have to put someone in instead of Van Kemsika. And Yerzy can't play, and I'm guessing Mori. Wait, he can play, can't he? Yeah, that's fine. He'll kick off about it, but that's fine. Coffee in, Alvarez in. Oh, Molsky is eligible. In fact, in that case, we'll start Molsky instead. And for the middle, I should start Sharpek here, really, shouldn't I? Because Gomez will start the next game, so Sharpek will probably be okay for this one. That'll do. It'll be fine. I mean, in Bielefeld, you saw nothing then. If it was Arminia Bielefeld, you've seen nothing at all. Oh, probably lose this one as well now. A team that can't win something by not existing. That took a little bit of time. I'm still very cognizant of the potential. Oh, brace for Sharpie, my guy. Whichever absolute mess. I play both. They are our tactics. They are our two tactics. So the answer to the question of which of whether we play them is yes. Okay, interesting. The old double-fisted Xbox, and then I actually thought that was a DVD case at first. I'm not very console pilled. I have a PS4, but it's very old and it's on my desk here and just underneath these monitors hidden. Kept away. That should win us the title now as well, which is good. Not that we're really in any danger, but seeing Sharpie score a couple of goals there is kind of nice. Shows we can still win playing this tactic, but you can see it underperforms its XG like it's going out of fashion, frankly. It's incredible. Connect. I think that... Isn't it called something else? Was there something called an iToy at one point? I don't know if it was PlayStation or Xbox or something, but it was called like an iToy or something very strange, I realise. Easy Connect. Things you love to see. Currently Prim. I love that sort of stuff's happening in your save. This one's just not had the... I guess it's because it's on view only. We've had a few things, but nowhere near as many things as that. Why is that giving Anwar Naeem a point? Oh, I think what I did there is I accidentally... I don't think I put the proper screenshot in. There we go. I was like, why is that Anwar Naeem getting points? The iToy. God, I never had anything like that. Never really liked the games that you needed. I think back then it was just, hey, we got this new tech, but then they didn't actually make good games for it. Seemed to be the biggest problem. Player of the match, we'll have definitely one for Sharpie, of course. My guy. And back we go. Ready for Manchester City, hopefully. Chelsea have 0... Really? Not a single final? I'm pretty certain they've been in finals in this save as well. I think. Then again, they might have done a bit of a Liverpool in this one where they're good, but they kind of fall off a little bit. But they're always full of good players, and they're always a tough game whenever you play Chelsea. In fact, I believe we've lost to Chelsea this season, in fact. I think it might be our only Champions League defeat this year was to Chelsea. But I'm going to check this. Actually, it'd be super easy. I could literally just look at the Champions League final. That would have been much easier, wouldn't it? Still much Maresca, of course. God, they just spend money like it's... Oh, they should be doing better if they've got a striker like Ramadan Kurtishi. This guy is absurd. I'm trying to think of the best way to go to this, actually. Just got Champions League, wouldn't it? And then past winners. Oh, they literally won it 2 years ago. So yes, Chelsea have in fact been in the Champions League final in the save. It's called 2 years ago. They also got to one in 2030 against Real Madrid, but lost. But that being said, they've still not been overly prolific in terms of getting there. They've only won one Champions League in this entire save. I'm kind of glad we haven't had so much one team pure dominance. In fact, has a team ever got double back-to-back Champions Leagues in this save? I don't think they have they? Bayern, Liverpool, City, United, City. That's the closest we've come. Just dominance from Manchester. But then Real Madrid, us. Tottenham, Real Madrid. Paris Saint-Germain, Real Madrid. Real Madrid. But yeah, Real Madrid are probably due one, actually. So I guess they'll win it this year. Oh, the Zagreb one. Yeah. The Zagreb one is one of the craziest ones I've ever seen. And they didn't have an easy run either. They knocked out like Atletico, Bayern, and I think Porto as well a little bit earlier on. They really did get there. And the Champions League final that Dinamo Zagreb did get to, they lost 1-0 to PSG in the 91st minute. They were very close to taking Paris Saint-Germain to extra time in the Champions League final. It was outrageous. Certainly one of the more interesting things that have happened in the save on the European level, for sure. Legia beat Lechia. God, Lechia, don't not get to Europe next year. We need you. So clearly you're amazing. They're going to be in the semis for sure. Who in the fuck is Ryan Roberts? This was like the kind of player I would have signed for no reason. Are these loan offers or actual offers? Oh, these are transfer offers. Who is Ryan Roberts? Sure, Ryan. Off you go, I guess, on a free. Why not, eh? Genuinely have no idea who that man is. You can say that about a lot of the loan farms, in fairness. Yeah, Man United have been dominant in this save, but not so much in the Champions League. They tend to clean up in every other European competition. The amount of times United will end up in the Conference League and win that, and then go and win the Europa League, and then disappear for a couple of seasons, and then eventually find themselves back in the Conference League again. They have a huge habit of doing that exact thing, just rinse and repeat over and over. I wonder if it's because every time they get in the Champions League, they then overspend, have to sell a lot of players, shrink back down in their squad quality again, and just do the same thing over and over again. That seems like the sort of thing an AI team would do in FM, to be fair. Ooh, lots of these guys are next-gen players. For once, I'm going to send them all around again because with next gen guys, I feel like they earn a couple of... I want to get them fully scouted so we can truly make an option. It's probably FFP stuff, but their revenue's pretty good in it. Was it... It definitely was one of my saves when Tottenham got relegated, right? I think it was Tottenham, or was it Man United? There was a crazy season we had on either Sirens, or it might have been Outcast or Icons, where either Tottenham or Man United got relegated. I think it was Spurs. Who won next gen? It was Sharpek. Was it United? That was... Was it? I feel like it was Spurs. Oh, no, you're right. It was because they had the administration, didn't they? Yes. But did they get relegated during it, or did they just constantly go to administration over and over again? I'll have to go back and check. Because that save had some really cool shit happening in it, to be fair. I probably should have... Oh, fuck. Naeem being injured here is... Not injured, suspended is not ideal in any way. Let me just quickly... Oh, no, so reset, wasn't it? So Coffee will start. I might start Alvarez and bring Alan on if we need him, because this feels like the type of game where we may have to throw bodies forward later in the match. And of course he can't be on the bench either. Put that there like that. We don't have a lot of options here. John's still too hurt to play. It's Dan Hard, who we won't be bringing on as centre back, but Janicic could be useful, I suppose. Keeper out of the net, completely alone and kick it against the post. Yeah, that'll happen. We had a guy go around the goalkeeper in this exact save earlier today in the last match against Manchester City, not shoot. Eventually we lost the ball in their penalty area. They went up the other end and scored. It was bad. I realised that I should not have started Coffee in the last match. I forgot about that. And now he's a bit tired. This is not great. Change facing the games. So facing the games, they definitely did change some stuff about them, but it was the way they generate, I think. Because I don't have them in my save for the most part, because I started my save at an exact point that seems to have just not let them gen in, which is kind of fun. But I don't think they've changed anything about the way that they... Or maybe they have. Maybe it just works differently now. But the reason I feel like they often appear to be quite good is because, generally speaking, a lot of the facing the game players generate at big sides because people want to be at those clubs, and those clubs have more supporters, so they're going to have more of them. If you actually look, I think if we could find a way to get a database of all the facing the game players and see which clubs they generate, I'd be willing to bet that most of them are at really large European sides, and as a result they tend to have higher youth rating, so they're going to be more statistically better. Yeah, there's basically none. I think I have 20 in my save, and it's like a really small amount of them, which is why we dipped away and did the other thing for the Patreon, because we didn't think it was going to work. I think that stuff does now work currently, but it didn't at the time, so we had to pivot. Right, let's do that. Hello, Ben. Oh, can I show you Kowalski from this menu? I don't know if I can, actually. Let's see. Can I do it like that? I can! There you go. It's not the full profile, unfortunately, because I can't get out of the match to show you at this point, but he is very good. City have Naeem on the bench. So that's what it was. Hello, Marco. How's it going, friend? Hope you're well today. Thank you for joining us. We were just about to embark in the second leg of a Champions League quarter-final against Manchester City. We battered them in the first game, as you do. Scored a headed goal and then scored after we missed an open goal, as you do. I'm hoping the same thing doesn't happen again. It will. Spoiler alert, it will. Actually, no, it won't, because it can't. History tells us it can't. If we get past the round of 16 of the Champions League, we go to the final. We got past the round of 16. I can't wait to be playing the final later. That's all I'm saying. Minute sign for it is a deal. Oh, I know. I'm disappointed in that. I was very surprised, particularly for the price as well. It's a great signing for Ipswich, but it sucks as well when you're sat here going, oh, you know, new manager, what are Fulham going to do? And what we're doing is losing players. Jimenez is gone. Wilson's gone. Some various other players have gone as well. Diop goes. We are going to, at some point, have to actually sign players too, to have enough players for our team this season. At some point. With Tenerife, I know that feeling. I lost the... Oh! Fuck, that was close. Got beat 2 in the last 15 minutes. Fair play to get in there with Tenerife. I didn't manage to do that. The side I built got to a final, but I wasn't managing them. I got to a Europa League final and then lost to Fulham. I think Jimenez was kind of bad. No, I don't. In what way? Like, he's been a consistent Premier League scorer for us for the last couple of seasons when we've needed him the most. At what would you argue for a striker at least is quite an advanced age profile. He gives it all. So no, I wouldn't. I think he's been... I don't think he could have done any better for us, honestly, in the time he's been at the club. It's our fault for not signing more people to help him with that, but I think he's been about as good as he could possibly have been. Kuva's in. Thank you very much for the follow. Hello, Norden. Lost to Chelsea. Yeah. I lost to Fulham and then took off my suit and revealed a Fulham shirt. Because, you got it. And then when Tenerife did get to a Champions League final a few years later, it was against Napoli, and unfortunately they lost because in that save, Napoli had spent in the last, I think was it 6 years, they'd spent like £4 billion. It was a genuinely absurd amount of money. They were the richest club in football and weren't shy about spending it. They would spend like close to £1 billion sometimes in, no! Oh, it's not going to be our day, is it, friends? It's just not going to be our day. That's the second time we've hit the post in the first 20 minutes of this match. Now, I have a horrible feeling this is about to go wrong. Okay. Nice. God's sake. Real spicy transfers? I think so. A lot of people seem to be holding off for that, understandably, during the World Cup. Oh, what? Gomez? No, it's blocked again. Oh, sorry, I wasn't even paying attention as to how Gomez ended up with the ball there, but somehow another big chance has gone begging. Oh, yeah, this is a problem. This is a problem. Right, come on. And it's not going to outplay. Keep the pressure on. This feels like the epitome of the last game where we batter them for the first, God knows how much. They get their first opening of the game and they will score it. Basically. Oh, Jimenez. Yeah, no, Raul Jimenez. I was talking about the striker with the... with his... I was going to say his side-eye patch. His bombastic side-eye patch. Here we go. This is going to be City's opening goal. It's just like, I don't know. Do you know what I mean? We hit the post with everything. They get one opportunity, tight angle, goal. Slowest counter of all time. Yeah, that's unfortunate there. But I don't know why he's heading the ball to. I mean, this highlight goes on for the 9 years anyway. I didn't actually expect it to happen during the highlight when I called it out, but as usual, we are trailing. God's sake. The problem is now, we may have to switch things up at half time, and it's only going to make the game more open. And with the possession that City have got, it's either going to be a 3-0 defeat or we're going to be... He wants to bring on Santelli. I don't think so about that one. Although Alvarez has been really bad, so he's definitely going to get pulled off at half time here, I think. It's tough because we were really good in the opening half, but we just seem to have lost a bit of energy now. It's unfortunate. It's a lot for Rodgers, but I mean, I do really like Rodgers as a player. And, oh no. Oh, now we're all over the place. Right. That's it. Right. Get back, get back, get back. He'll just drill this and go straight in or something. No? Okay, good. Oh, okay. We take a bit of luck there. It's hit the post. Congratulating me. I thought about wearing the Spain shirt today on stream, but this arrived yesterday and I had no choice but to wear the Curacao shirt. It's just the rules. My Fulham women's shirt has arrived now too, and it's absolutely lovely. I'll wear that for Thursday. Right, come on, get level by half time. If we need another cover... Oh my god. What is he doing there? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Sometimes knowing where you sit on the football echelon helps, you know. Jimenez is just... He was a very specific type of player that did a very specific job, and he did it pretty much as good as a player can do in those situations. Right. Lewis... And then Antonio Garcia. I'm going to have to roll the dice on it. We've got to. Yeah, it is a Curacao shirt. It's I guess it's their home. No, is it the home or away kit? I should forget. Alvarez has been awful and is on a booking. I regret starting him, but hey, needs must. Right, in we go. Who is the one coming out? It's probably Van Kemsika, isn't it? Actually, who's played the best? Actually, Man has been poor, but I just don't trust... Maybe I put too much faith in Staney sometimes, but this does feel like a Van Kemsika. Let me get you out there. Switch you out. Move you across. Throw Sharpie in as well. We only really have... we do have options at right back. I'm not going to bring them on just yet, because as much as Coffee is tired as hell, he's just so much better than them. Okay. It's time to roll the dice. We would never been knocked out of the quarterfinals before. I can't stand to think of that happening, for particularly in a year where we've got to be better than fucking France. Al Shankiti is injured and has been and will be for a while now. He broke his ankle with Iran, and Naeem is suspended, unfortunately. Okay. 2 half-time stuff. One thing after that. I mean, right back for sure will be Janicic or Santelli. We've got my robot, Enrique. No Zadze, I guess, but I probably wouldn't trust him in this situation here. A way to fix the transfer market. Fix the transfer market. Sorry, what I mean is define how it's broken. What's broken about the transfer market at the moment? that's probably a start, I guess. You can't fix something if you don't know what's broken with it, I guess. Agapong's been poor again today, unfortunately. I think this is just we roll the dice. We do have centre-backs on the bench that I can bring on should we need to revert back to the other tactic in case we get in front. We need, literally, the clutch players to come up clutch. Polizio's clutch, Kowalski's clutch, and to be fair, Sharpie has been kind of clutch lately too. Naeem is another one of those guys that kind of does that, but we have no choice. Let's go for the second half, and we need to get a bit of ball back. That's really the thing. City have done a really good job at keeping possession away from us, which doesn't normally happen that often, but this system is designed to keep more of the ball and just dominate people. Oh, no, not person 3. I didn't touch person 3. Dangerous. Okay. All on the line now, lads. I think Kowalski, he's given the ball away a lot today, in fairness. I'm surprised his rating is as high as it is. Get better players and spend more than the top clubs. Well, that would be... Hang on. Make it so Prem mid-table clubs get better players. How are they going to... What? I don't understand what that means, though. Get better... Buy them. Spend more than the top clubs that have won the Champions League in the past. But that doesn't... That's not something that needs fixing, is it? If they want better players, buy them. Do you mean in FM or in real life? Because maybe we're talking about maybe our wires are crossed here. Because if it's in FM, then it's to do with the way the AI is coded. But ultimately, the FM is going to be trying to match realism of real life football. They mean IRL. Oh, that makes even less sense. Over the bar. Yeah, if you mean IRL, then I don't know what you mean, because that isn't a thing that's broken with the market. Like if the clubs wanted to buy those players, they would buy them. They are not buying them, presumably, because the players either don't want to join that club, or the club doesn't have the financial clout in order to actually compete in a way that allows them to buy those players, because they don't have the revenue, falling below signals and stuff. Make him happen. He was linked with us every goddamn summer for about 5 years, wasn't he? It's actually insane. Okay, they've got Peter Jackson on the left. Sorry, on the right. Nathan Allen, at least, is going to have a lot more defensive work to do here. Actually, is he? Oh, actually, go on. This is what I like about this system. The way we win the ball back so much faster. Okay, less of that, please. Oh, yeah, mid-table Premier League clubs spend more than any other league as far as value, and you can't change the rules of transfer. What would those rules look like? I'm sorry, Manchester United, you're not allowed to sign this player because Fulham called dibs. I'd like that rule, bear in mind. I'd very much be in favour of that rule. Potentially. And, like, I'm not sure what rules would need to change with the transfer market and what outcome we'd even be trying to achieve. Go on, Coffee. Go on, Coffee. Go on, Coffee. He's all the way through. Block. No, come on, man. 2 more blocks from Manchester City players there. They always get a toe on it. But we're definitely cooking at the start of the second half. But it is inevitable that City are going to score a second goal, isn't it? It just feels like it. Mompa's struggled. God damn it, man. And now just nothing. That was the chance. Right. I like how we did nothing after that. Right, Coffee I'm going to take out now for Janishitz. Mompa's been poor. Going to go Geisler. What about... Alvisi's anxious, but he's playing okay. Pulisic is not playing very well. Cabezas is bad defensively, but he's better attacking-wise. We'll say the other sub just in case we have to switch back. Okay. Oh. Got to throw it all at him. Dibs rule does exist, and I'd like it. I'd like it so that Fulham could just blanketly call dibs at the start of the season on every player. Right, come on, get out to him. Don't let him just play another channel. Okay, you're just encouraging him to run straight into the channel. Okay, cool. This will be City's chance and goal. Oh, come on now. I mean, sometimes you just got no choice. You're a passenger in games like this. Of course that's happened. You can't really do much about that. Like, he even makes the tackle on the player, doesn't he? Gets a touch, goes straight back to the player. First time finish, top corner, bang. Of course. Right. I think we're probably cooked here, friends. Because, yeah, it's just not been going... It all went wrong from the second we had that goal disallowed in the first leg. Even though we had a perfectly bad goal also allowed in that game. Jesus. Barderschlappen! Welcome, everybody. Bad time to join us as we're about to be knocked out of the Champions League as it goes, unfortunately. Sad mid-table Premier League sides spend more than European giants that aren't in the Premier League into it's becoming a Super League if you take away Barcelona and Real PSG. Okay, but again, ultimately, these are all things, but we're saying fix the transfer market. So what would change in order to make it how you want it to be? Like, because I'm still not understanding what's actually broken specifically. That's just economics. They have more money, so they're going to spend more money. That is like blanket across every single sport. Teams with more money will spend more money because they can, and they will do so to stay competitive. I don't really think that's something that needs fixing. That's just how it is. The way that it could be fixed would be if other leagues negotiated better media rights deals that enabled their teams to have more money coming in to therefore be able to compete. So maybe that would need to be fixed, perhaps. Like if you look what happened with the France TV deal, they barely even had one at one point. We're not going to score a goal in this game, are we? I mean, I'll make one more change, but realistically... Oh, no, I can't. We've already made all our changes. Very attacking? Why not, eh? Can't hurt. I mean, it can. Because we need 2 goals now. As if we're actually going to go out to this. Oh, I hate this because we are probably going to score a goal as well. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's a free market. People can choose which sport they watch, and clearly more people watch the Premier League, which is why more people... They can draw bigger revenue for it. They've also been doing it like that for a lot longer, too. That's such a shit set of games. We were the better side in both matches, and we've lost 4-2. This is so old Wisła as well. It's just the way the goals happen are just so, like, cringe, some might even say. I'd go as far as to say cringe about them. So I guess now we're all just Lechia Gdansk fans. That's so annoying. But it does mark the end of the curse. This is the first time that we've got past the round of 16 of the Champions League that we haven't reached the final. And we should have done as well. Should have at least got past this round. That's so shit. Time for Lechia. Will you dab? Oh, maybe. If you're extra nice to me, maybe I'll throw in a dab or two. Left side or right side dab? Dortmund 6-0. That has actually happened. We've had that. What was it? This was, I think, either on MTK. It might be MTK. There was a game in MTK where one of the Hungarian sides was like 4 or 5-0 up after the home leg, and then they genuinely lost the second leg like 7-1 or something. And the other team, I think, had like 1.2 XG or some bollocks. We have had. I mean, to be fair, they were kind of lucky to win 4-1, so we can't really complain. That, however, is really bad. 2 against Manchester City from the Prem. Irrelevant. We were the better side in both games. We've also got a really good record against Manchester City. That's our first defeat against Manchester City, maybe ever. Genuinely. I'm not sure we've ever lost to Manchester City in this save. And we actually played them quite a lot. Played them last year to get to the final. So, and this is not like, it is a good side, obviously, Manchester City. But remember, we are the reigning champions of the Champions League. So our expectations are to return it. I did, didn't I? To be fair, I brought it up before the last one as well, and we didn't get jinxed by it. So, you know, I'm just saying. I say it every time. I like to point out stats. If I can't point out a stat without jinxing it, what's the point in stats, right? General amount of homegrown players needed. I don't see how that would change anything. Because if homegrown players were more, I mean, you could do that, but it wouldn't really have any effects on the economics, because all it would mean is that it would be English players that would now be worth an absolute fortune. And clubs would then hoard English talent instead, which would actually make the league in England a lot worse. So I don't know why anyone would vote for a system like that, basically. You're right, I've just tried to put City stats in. I'm just so used to being on the winning side, you see. So, there's actually only one player that is getting any points in this game at all, and I'm going to do it manually, because it's Nathan Allen. He's literally the only player that did anything at all. I'm just going to manually give him the 1 point. At least he came on and did all right. Sort of. Right, manually do him some points. I'll set him to 1. Love to see it. Enjoy your point, Nathan. Very important. That sucks, man. Oh, I've just accidentally clicked Steam. Dangerous. Hey, the game hasn't crashed today, though, which is good, because it crashed twice yesterday, which was fun. New deal for Cess. This better not be Willian, I swear to God. Why'd you got to kick a man when he's down? Why would you do that? Oh, God. Any tips for trying to re-enter the series? Okay. I guess the first thing is about, like, choosing the right save is probably quite important, but it would depend on what sort of save you're interested in starting off with, because you would want to, like... You don't want something that you're going to flitter in and out of, because ultimately I found that even on previous FMs that were better overall as far as immersion, I'd still struggle with stuff like that if I wasn't, like, interested in the save itself. God, our money, we need to sell someone bigger in the summer. Holy Christ. Relegation candidates to shop up. I mean, I get how it would work, but I don't really think that... I suppose my answer is this. Why should they do that? Because the only person that would introduce a rule like that would be the actual league itself. And the league would not do that because it would be cutting off its nose. It would make it less competitive on the international scene. There's no reason why the Premier League would want to do that. And if it was a UEFA thing, which they don't have that kind of overseeing of individual leagues anyway, but say they did, that thing would actually hinder the other leagues just as much as it hindered England. It would cause the same kind of thing anyway. Ultimately, it's an economical thing where if they want to be able to compete, they're going to have to get better TV deals, basically. Blossom more. I mean, England's youth blossomed quite a lot anyway, but again, we weren't talking about England's youth blossoming. We were talking about how it's unfair that English sides can spend more money than other people. And realistically, this seems like one of these situations of get good. On an economic scale, it sounds like a get good type moment. It's not as simple as that, obviously, but it's, yeah. Roberts is going to Maidenhead United, my favourite. Twice. I know it's... You had me excited about the idea of a new CES contract, though, because that's something I'd really... It would just be Fulham news, honestly. That I'd really like. Okay. We want Thursday, don't we? A get good type beat, if you will. I resisted saying it on this occasion, but yes, very much a get good type beat. Watch both the French sides now win, just to really go. Yeah, this is the thing. Be that team that's going to sell to one of those English sides for a little bit, get your money going, and then crack on. Oh my god, they nearly did go through. Both the Frenchies are out as well, though. That's awesome news for us, because coefficient-wise, we're a little bit squiffy now, I think. Because I think France have still got teams in the lower ones, unfortunately. Oh, this was supposed to be the year we got back above them. 18.5 is not good enough when you consider our last couple of years have been... I mean, it's an improvement. France have one team left, we have one team left. We basically need Leckia to go and do the whole lot to catch that. I mean, we'll get them next year, immediately, unless we have a really bad year. We'll get back to fourth, but I felt like this was the year to get back there. Spain have got 10 of 8 now. They might even finish above England this year if they pull it off. They're closing the gap a little bit, at least. Oh, yeah, 100%. I love Sassy Boy. For a very long time, this was 50% was up by 2. Yeah, exactly. Like, how much was it really that they got 50% of the entire deal between the two of them? Christ. Who allowed that? Or is it just a case where they got no choice? Not quite Pizza Hut. Wait, what? ClickHouse announces principal partner in front of shirts. Oh, okay. What is ClickHouse? A global technology company specializing in real-time analytics, data, and... Okay. Where do they make pizza bag puss? I was excited for a minute. I mean, it's better than some kind of betting company, I guess. At least the logo looks like it'll work okay on colour scales and stuff. I believe Poland... I actually can't remember where they started. I think it was 20-something, perhaps? Oh, they got to stick all the buzzwords in, of course. Bit boring low-key. Right, but like... I agree. I actually agree. Like, when I see players, even inside England, immediately have one good season and suddenly they're playing for Manchester City and it's like, good. Oh, amazing. Isn't that fun? Like, I agree. But that's also just the economics of sport. And I don't really see how you get around that in a way that isn't going to negatively impact all of the, like, sporting side of it as well. But that's okay, Chris, because now we start to fall down the staircase, knocking things out as we go. When I have it my way, we'll only be allowed Pizza Hut as a sponsor. And I don't just mean Fulham, I mean everybody. That's all you get. I want to see every Premier League kit with a Pizza Hut sponsor on it. That's my new rule. Was that 3 years ago, Sam? Good God, I remember that. I remember learning of that for the first time on stream and naturally losing my shit, as you can imagine. Are these the ones? Oh my days. So it's still getting better. God, it's still nowhere near what the premise is. I mean, it's not even close. But that right there is what I find funny is that they're literally earning the same amount of money as before. But the other teams are actually getting a much larger cut now. I say much larger cut. They're actually not, are they? I mean, they are getting a larger cut, but it's not a much larger cut, is it? It's largely very similar, in fact. It's just there's a few towards the top that are getting a little bit of a larger cut. Good God. But I suppose if you are... It's like getting the turkeys to vote for Christmas. Like, Real Madrid and Barcelona, why would they vote to change that? If they can sportingly, or unsportingly in a way, get rid of their competition, then why wouldn't they, I suppose? It sucks, though. Is that Club Brugge dude? It was. We like those. Lots of Brugge people, in fact. Right, Friday. It's time for Lekia. Yeah, more money, but the percentage is still the same. And obviously money would have been devalued because of inflation in the meantime as well. Pizza Express. How about this? They're all... Chat, a thought experiment for you, if you will. Every Premier League side, or lower, but starting with the Prem because we've got to save some for someone else, gets a pizza-based sponsor. Be it restaurant, takeaway, or potentially own brand, maybe. By own brand, I mean like, Chicago Town, etc. Who gets who? I mean, Fulham would get Pizza Hut, presumably, because historically we are a Pizza Hut-based club. Each team gets one pizza, yes. That too. They'd have to have a signature pizza attached to it as well. Let me check for Europa League now. They didn't bugger it up. They are playing Athletic Club in the... Oh, they did lose, but they got... What was the result? Oh. They lost at home. Ironically, they were the better side in the home game, and that's the one they lose, but such is life. They're going to struggle against Athletic Club, who narrowly got past Girona. God, there's so many Spanish sides left in this. Ridiculous. Chelsea Domino's, maybe. I feel like Pizza Express is maybe a bit Bournemouth. Potentially. Actually, I didn't look at the Conference League while we're there, because there's clearly a French side still knocking about in it somewhere that's doing bad things. And it's Monaco. Shout out to Bravo. Literally Bravo to Bravo. They're in the semi-finals. They're going to get absolutely ridden, but they're there. British versus Newcastle. Is it? But why is it? Oh, you mean the Bossman Pizza Shop? Oh, who does get that? That's a good one to have. They're underrated. In fact, yeah, I agree. Dr. Utka Restaurante. Yeah, actually, no, I see it. For the dodgy pizza places again. Oh, Dutty. Sorry, yeah, Pog and I call them Dutty pizza places. Specifically, we referred to it was actually a specific place that we referred to as Dutty. It was back in Essex, the pizza place we used to order from. We don't call our local Bossman Pizza Shop Dutty because they're banging and they always give us free stuff, which is nice. The amount of times Pog will come back and be like, yeah, so they had an extra garlic bread, so we just got that. And when I say garlic bread, I mean like a 10-inch garlic pizza bread. It's brilliant. Not always great when you've already ordered one, though, and they're just like, hey, here's another. I'm like, right. Wait, we're playing them again? Oh, it's Motor. Sorry, I got confused with the team that is not Motor. Brookbet, that's the one. Corner pizza which has... Yeah. Palace would probably be a good value for that. Yeah, true. Papa John's. Ooh. Yeah, Papa John's are... I've rarely had good Papa John's as well. Our local one is like generationally bad. It has truly appalling reviews. Even on websites that like do their very best to only show good things about them, they are still one of the still literally the worst rated restaurant in the entire city. Hello, Craig. That made you employed. You hate to see it. You don't. You absolutely love to see that. That's fantastic. Also, Adam, did I see that you'd got your you'd been offered a graduate job? I saw it in chat. Something else occurred to me, and this has just reminded me about that because the correct combination of words has been said, and now I've been reminded of that. If that's the case as well, congratulations to you. Hopefully I read that correctly. I agree, Highbrow, but I have had it once, and it was good. Back where Viking used to live, in Salisbury, there was one that we used to go to sometimes, and that was okay. But even that is cutting it a bit fine. It's... No. To be fair, our local Pizza Hut is... the thing about Pizza Hut is it's stupidly expensive, even with deals, but Pog has a blue light card, and they have ridiculous deals for blue light cards. So we actually do get Pizza Hut fairly frequently because... Well, there's a local one, and it's so close that it comes really, really hot no matter what. And it's actually, decent pizza when they do it, at least. And because of the blue light card, it becomes actually affordable. Because they offer a 50% off of everything. It's brilliant. Like, we used it when we were down at Vikings at the weekend, and I think for like 6 or 7 of us, we ordered a lot of food. It was great. I think with a lot of them, ultimately they are franchises, right? So it's just going to be, a lot of the time, is this a good franchise? It's what it generally comes down to. Gomez on the left. Sharpek on the right. Momper, Pulisier, Kowalski, Alvisi, Alvarez, Coffey, Mana, Steinbergen, Aljapong. Nice. I do want to maybe throw in some other players towards the end of the season, especially once the title is wrapped up. We've still got the cup to go as well. Let me do... God, that's such an... I'm still pissed about the Manchester City game, to be honest. Clear Unavalables, because there's bound to be a couple. I knew it. Cheeky. Got so many players down here too. Do we get Gareth in? Maybe we could start Gareth, actually. Naeem's back. Of course he is. I'll actually bring him in properly, though. Wait, hang on. Where's he gone? And what? There we are. Bring you in. Bring Coffee properly back in, though, to the bench, because there's no doubt someone that doesn't need to be there, and that person is probably... Oh, I hate to say it, but probably Kiziemka. In fact, I don't think he's even registered, is he? That'll do. No Nathan. Oh, did Nathan not... My apologies. It's because I didn't start him in the last game. Yeah, we'll get Nathan back in now, especially as I want to... I think Alvarez is a sale for the summer and may need to be, honestly. God, I hate how far down he is. And John isn't fit again yet either. Nathan's definitely getting there. Like, he... Other than his tackling ability, which is never going to get a huge amount better, he is so good going forward that it kind of... Yeah. Get your passport too. Hell yeah, Craig. That's awesome, man. It's genuinely lovely to hear things are going well for you. And that goes for anybody in chat. I love hearing good things when they happen to you guys. Really disappointed. Yeah, it's all about that. Like, the one in Cambridge Pocket I used to go to sometimes down on the Beehive Centre was just kind of mid as fuck. To the point where it was so expensive to actually eat in the restaurant that we would just collect it and eat it in my car, and it was less than half the price. Like, I realise obviously there's more overheads with the restaurant side of things, but less than half the price? That's ridiculous. Improving. Yeah, he absolutely is. I mean, lots of green arrows, obviously, but generally speaking, he's been training really well. Where's the progress report? A little bump there, actually. That was probably when he was in an absurd form. But we are seeing some improvement across the board. As a slightly older player, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. But what he's really been good at is just... Actually, what he's not been so good at is scoring, weirdly. Despite him having 15 finishing and 14 composure, he's really struggled with that. Now that he plays his shots, maybe it'll be a little bit different. Who knows? Let me try. We might as well watch matches for the rest of the season as well at times, but not this one. Because I've made a choice for no apparent reason. In Paris once, it was the slowest flight we ever saw. Really? 40 minutes in McDonald's? Jesus Christ. Our one sometimes can get a bit packed up when it's busy, because it is technically a motorway services, kind of. Because it's on the A10 and it's sort of the only one there is there. So it kind of gets a lot of through traffic because of the A10, but it's still pretty quick, especially if you go through the drive-through. I find that when you actually go in, it can be a bit slow because they prioritise the apps and the drive-through over it massively. 2 more goals for Gomi. A goal for Alan. Things you'll love to see. Did he got to 15? I like that he's worked on his finishing and seemingly hasn't actually got better at doing it. He's got better at the idea of doing it, though, and I think that's all we can be thankful for. Oh, Naeem's injured as well. That would hurt a lot more if we were, say, for example, in a Champions League final, or had like a Champions League game to do. It would certainly make more sense, I think. Bit of that for you. £5 for delivery. Wow. Isn't that expensive? It's probably because they'll find a way to sell a hotel to themselves. You get 50% off pace. You love to see it. Just try and remember a different one. Did Lecky do it? They did. They lost 1-0, but they did get through, which is crucial. They are unfortunately playing Athletic Club in the semi-final, so it's going to be a very difficult game for them. And if they do get through there, they'll almost certainly get absolutely ridden by Manchester United, because that's just how these things work. But they got there. Oh, that is actually a moderate injury. Great. Amazing. I guess there's an opportunity for the future to maybe have a little bit of a chance, perhaps. Steenbergen is the prospect that did his ACL. Yep. And he's still not even that old, actually. I think he's still only maybe like 20, 21. He's 21 now. He recovered from the ACL surprisingly fast, actually. And oh my God, his tackling's gone up again. He's developed into, honestly, maybe not world-class player yet, but he is only 21 years old. I think there's a world-class player in Toby. He's just not quite there yet. He is extremely good. His technical ability is where he really shines. Like, his heading and marking and tackling are obscene. Positioning's really good as well. Good on both feet. He's not the best passer of the ball, but for like pure blood and thunder defensive stuff, there is nobody better, I think, at our club than Toby. How many games has he... It's a shame you can't see his overall appearances, because he's made 120 nearly league appearances, but obviously that doesn't take into account all of the European games he's played. He's already got 24 caps for the Netherlands. He scored a goal in a World Cup knockout game that won them the match as well. He's him. He's definitely the last proper good youth player we've had. See with the donuts from my house? Yeah, exactly. We normally collect as well. Saves it, like, because if you don't, then I find it more often than not, it will just come cold, because there was probably about 3 other deliveries and you happen to be the last one. Then you just end up with cold pizza. And cold pizza is fine and all, but when it's on purpose. Like, I like cold pizza about as much as I like warm pizza, but what I don't like is lukewarm pizza. Like, pick a lane, bro. That's my issue with it. One of our other players. It could be. It could be Van Kemsika. Who could say? I feel like all I ever see in this news article thing now is Jens just shouting from afar, being like, "Oh yes, back when I played for." It's like, lad, you tried to leave us. That's on you, friendo. Alan is now settled. There we go. He's presumably can now speak Polish. Yes, basic. It's something. If those who missed it, Alan kicked off because he was failing his Polish course on Duolingo and tried to ask for a transfer because he was failing his Polish course. But it appears that he's still only able to speak basic Polish, but maybe he's just had lots more pierogi in the meantime and has realised that actually it's a pretty good place to be honest. We take those. Right, I think these are all still... What I'll do is instead of... Because I do want to scout those guys properly no matter what level of scouting they are at the moment, even if they look absolute gash, because they're almost all from that same thing. But we can still deal with the extensives in the meantime. Less than people from the shortlist, which they almost certainly are. You're already joining us. You're already joining us. You... One for later. You're already joining us. I'm excited about him. I'm actually very excited about this guy. Hector looks like he could be... Like, he's on the search for happiness, and we may have found him, and it's him. It's Hector. Right, get rid of you. You and you. Extremely expensive Spanish man at the very top there. Probably not for me as well. God, these guys. A lot of these are just players from massive sides, unfortunately. Oh, hello. This guy's not, though. It's not too bad. Are you watching cold Italian? I don't know about cold Italian food. I mean, I know pizza is Italian food, but even so, I think I am. Pog and I were talking last night, which is like, I really do want to go to Italy or something, just with some friends for a weekend or like 5 days or something, just to chill, maybe drink some wine. I'm not a wine drinker, but I could be persuaded with the right bottle of wine, I guess. And we're thinking maybe like Florence, Tuscany kind of way, or something like that. Just a bit not a bit different, but just a bit fun, relaxing. There's Johnny O'Neill here at Liverpool. He's only 16. Montesa Macani. He's at Real Madrid. Wait, 3 clubs. Oh, just 3 different Real Madrid clubs. GG lads, well done. There's a Brazilian guy here. Like, I don't know, is that in Tuscany or Florence? I don't know enough about Italian geography. Pierogi head count. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, we just look at it, suddenly he's like 10 kilos heavier. That'd be brilliant, actually. We should add it back just for that. We can just change it ourselves. One of my old football shirts was stuck to one of suits. The printing is, I have a few shirts like that where the like various bits on them feel like they've been ironed on and they kind of just peel a little bit. Have some Tiziano and Co. I can't drink Amaretto. I hate it. Or rather, I do now. Got sick on it once, never touched it again. He's got very good physicals for 16, agreed. Which is usually what we're kind of after. Actually, he doesn't. I mean, he does, but not the ones I want. He's quite... Then again, we've been burned before on these, so I'm definitely adding him to the shortlist because, as we've seen, players can get way faster than we thought they could do. I think I'm stuck in the sort of 24 mindset with things like that, perhaps. But yeah, we were looking for probably somewhere like Tuscany or Florence, probably. Oh, that's Mr. Huatamak. Or Huatamak? Yeah, unfortunately, he's not that good. His name is good. Rest of him, not so much. Oh, neither's the guy. His attributes are okay, but... Could Lone Farmy... He might be a Lone Farmy player, perhaps. Wow, the Derby guy is not good at... Well, he's alright, but he's very expensive. So, Formula 4... Well... I think I'd just rather him have a bit more pace, but I think as we've seen, pace doesn't seem to be anywhere near as difficult to make bigger than it was in 24. It felt like with 24, if a player was slow, they were largely going to remain slow the entire time. Oh, wait. I could just offer him a contract. I mean, they might sign him, but it can't hurt to offer him a deal, right? This is where I end up paying an absurd amount of compensation for him. 18 grand a week. Buddy, that's absurd. I mean, I suppose technically he's not like to play those games for us, but... Nah, mate, I'm sorry about that. 18 grand a week? Buddy, no. Get some help. Liverpool, that guy we knew. Oh, Seedorf. Or Serdar Seedorf. Oh, Seedef, not Seedorf. That would have been great. Sven. My Svenny boy. He's still only 18. Tries to kill the balls, which he's got okay vision. Tries to play out of trouble, does not dive into tackles, which is kind of okay. I said I wanted a good Austrian player, just not sure if he is the guy. It feels like Austria has generally not generated that many quality players in this save. We normally find at least one. Oh shit, Daniel. Wait, which one was Daniel? Can you remember his surname? I can look him up again. 2021. I will never accidentally put anything in a tumble dryer on account of not having a tumble dryer. At least I wish we had a washer dryer, but sadly we do not. Oh, we're actually playing Lechia soon. Speaking of, when is their first leg against... Oh, they've got a little while. Yeah, they're not until the 26th... Wait, that's... Actually not that far away either. Oh, Daniel Bowden. Yeah, I assume his second nationality would presumably be Danish, since he's come through at Aarhus. So I'd say there's every chance that he's probably just Finnish Dane. Oh no, wait. No, he's just straight up Finnish. Can speak Swedish, obviously. Finnish, Danish, English. He speaks all the languages. Oh my goodness me. He's from... I'm going to say it, but you're going to be embarrassed by me because that's a tough one for me. Ushikolepi. Ushikolepi? They'll be like, no, Matt, it's pronounced Belfast. I haven't spent enough time doing a Finnish save to know how to say Finnish things. It's a tough language. It's not an easy one for your boy. Because we actually only have one Patreon region on trial these days. It's wild to say, but the others simply will not come on trial at the moment anymore. Most of them have announced they're going to be retiring anyway because there's nothing I can do to sign them. Not just those guys, some of the guys that are actually on contracts as well. I guess this is the beginning of the end for some of them. I wonder who's going to be the longest serving one. Isn't Hungarian technically in that same one? That same sort of language tree, kind of. He's quadrilingual. That's a lot of linguals. Yeah, they've all said... Oh, did anybody say yes? No, not one of them. Oh, another moderate injury. Things you hate to see. First round of the cup. Ooh, you hate to see it. Actually, there's a very strong chance that could happen to me as well, because we're obviously going to be going to the cup very, very early this year. Well, just like every year. I think it's the extra preliminary round. No. Yeah, no, it is, because there's the preliminary rounds, but before that, there's the extra preliminary... Can't even say the word. Got no chance. It's tough. Right, let me just clear unavailables. What am I doing? I wish they just had buttons for that instead of all these drop-downs, eh? It just makes it more difficult for no reason. Right, Naeem's out. Ashton still out, unfortunately. Janicic is like the guy for the future, I suppose. So maybe I will give him a run of games in there, because no point in putting Coffee in there for the time being, considering he's just... I mean, I'll put him on the bench. Or one of many players I'll go on the bench with, apparently. Who else is going on the bench? John is still not really fit again. Oh, he moved to the bottom for some reason. Is he on the bench now? Yes, he is. Nice. Darts event is currently going in Blackpool, and the Dutch analyst commentators are absolutely cooking Blackpool. Is it really that bad? I've only been to Blackpool once. And that was with Pog and her family a very, very long time ago. And I don't think it was that bad. It wasn't especially like, wow, I'm dying to come back here again. But it was kind of fine, I guess. It's just kind of northern seaside town, really. It's more famous, obviously, than a lot of the others in the area, or as northern seaside towns go, because obviously the Blackpool Illuminations, Blackpool Tower, and various other things. But I was only there for one night, so I couldn't really say. All I know is that the hotel I was staying in was grotty as fuck. But that's because I'm cheap. Less about... I'm sure there are nice hotels there too. I just wasn't in one of them. Same language family. Yeah, I know they're obviously very different languages, but I thought they were kind of, sort of, not closely related, but they have like... They both know the same cousin type of thing, you know? Has anyone actually got a link to the Juve kit? Because it was mentioned earlier, and this is not the first time someone said that now, and I'm kind of curious about it myself, because now I am genuinely interested, because is it pink by any chance? I know Juve love a pink kit. And I hate typing. So that could also be a true fact. Right, let's do a bit Showing Teeth. I recently listened to Showing Teeth. She has quite the voice, shall we say. Right. Is there anyone else I want to bring into this, actually? Oh, it's the cup game, actually. They've got annoyingly stupid rules, so I might just leave that for the time being. Get through it. Don't know if it's entirely my type of thing. I tried listening to a bit of the stuff, but it just wasn't quite my vibe. Oh, here we go. Oh. Visit Detroit. Okay, this is sick, obviously. Standard. This is lovely. I love the print as well. That's cool. The fact that it's... Oh, I guess Jeep, because obviously Detroit. Yeah. It's the double sponsor. I'm not sure how much I like the double sponsor. I feel like pick one. I know they're the same thing, but like have Jeep or just have Visit Detroit. It is nice though. It's clean. I don't mind a pink kit. I think the pale pink ones like that are kind of go... what? Jeep are a long-time Juve sponsor. No, I know...
in summer. In winter,
I'm aware of that. The reason it's Visit Detroit is presumably because Jeep are owned by either GM or Ford, or not Ford, but like who are based in Detroit, and presumably it's the same thing. That's what I was saying. It's probably the same parent company for all of them. We've lost 5-1 to Lechia. That's a problem. Fierzu and Danny Morea, thank you very much for the follows. It's a nice little subtle show. I do like it. Stellantis, okay, but still, are they based in Detroit by any chance? If not, then fair enough. Then that is weird that they have 2 sponsors on the front of the shirt. But I imagine they probably are, just because that's where most of the US's sort of car manufacturing was. Netherlands. I meant, like, are they really? Okay, in that case, I have no idea why it's there then. In my head, I was like, oh, Stellantis, or like, they are. Okay, yeah. We lost 5-1 to Lechia. We're out of the cup as well. What is going on, lads? I can't even be mad. We were just shit. They've absolutely annihilated us. Maybe they will win the Europa League. Ties Fiat and Chrysler. Okay. But I assume that's the reason the Visit Detroit thing is in there. I always forget about Stellantis, because Stellantis do they own Dodge as well? The last time I heard anything mentioned to do with Stellantis was to do with Dodge entering NASCAR again. So that's fun. Are the board going to kick off about this? They might do, you know. Given that we've had 2 different things that have now gone wrong for us. Club Vision. Wait, did we not win the Intercontinental Champion? I mean, look into that. That's not great. Oh, they seem to be okay with the Champions League. So winning the apparently getting to the quarterfinals is fine. I could have sworn they said semis at one point, but that's okay. Manufactured in Detroit, Stellantis produces the Jeep Cherokee. Okay. Jeep Honor is based in the Americas, and it's a parent company that is European based. Yes. But the connection I was pointing out is that that's why it's Visit Detroit, because Jeep... Anyway. I feel like maybe I'm being unclear. I do that a lot, in fairness. Lexus TBD. Is he to be decided? If not, that's a fantastic name. Best player at the club. It's probably still Monparoos. Am I spelling TBD right? Appear to be. Sadly, we seem to be sans Alexis Tabidi, which is a shame because I was just enjoying saying his name. I wonder who the game thinks is the best player at the club right now. Monparoos, John, Manor. Wow, Manor. It probably is still Monpa. I don't think anyone else comes even close. Well, they probably come close, but his pure attribute spread is biblically good, and he's still only 29 years old. He needs a new contract too. This is going to be an expensive summer. We have to give these guys, yeah. He's a little bit alright, isn't he? Seen better. I haven't actually. He probably is the best player I've ever had in FM. I don't think... He's one of those players that I would always see at like Real Madrid or PSG in my previous saves, and we actually got one this time, and for the price as well. What was it, 4.6 million? 4.7 million. Opel, I feel like Milan, AC that is, were sponsored by Opel at one point. That's because Inter were Pirelli? The old school Inter kits were fire with the Pirelli sponsorship and like the yellowy gold writing on it. Absolutely loveliness. Probably should look at that game actually because someone scored a goal, which means surely someone's got some points. Yes, Polizia and Sharpek. Still doing bits. Just basically stat padding for the rest of the season, isn't it? I still think that our goalkeeper might be something to look into in the summer. I feel like Ayapong does just let us down, just like everyone else apparently. We need to find... That might be my task for the summer. Sell someone for big money and then go and find yet another goalkeeper. Because it just isn't working. Again. Yeah, the Agnellis, that's the Juve people, right? So I guess there's a lot of connections that they've got there. Ooh. Wait. Against the backdrop of the barracks with jerseys painted on, the problem is that the jerseys are made of Adidas. You think they'd have been sensible about this and had the players reach up and cover the logo or something. Like, lad on the left here is not... If his arm is just a little bit higher there, problem solved. Or, have we heard of Photoshop? Do they have that there? Also, I'm not entirely convinced by the kit in general, unfortunately. It would appear that my Songify thing has just completely crashed, so forgive me for that. I'm going to have to turn off the song request because Spotify is absolutely shitting the bed lately in all senses. It's just gone, hey, your session has expired. I'm like, what do you mean expired, lads? What are we playing at here? We just pause that. Don't want anyone to accidentally waste their points. Song request. Pause. There we go. They had iron, what, just on like the training kits or something? Because who was it that, England, they used to have Vauxhall, didn't they, England, on their training kits for a while. Because obviously you couldn't have a sponsor on the international team kits, but that was still cool. Blitzer and Sharpak do a couple of bits in there as well. Broken by showing teeth is true. Sometimes you've got to show your teeth, right? It's just how it be. Oh! I was going to say, you get to impress people with saying, well, actually, that's Jagiellonia Białystok, actually. This is where the polls are like, no, it's not, Matt. You've been saying it wrong for the last 9 months. I accept that. Also, oh dear. I can see why they'd be annoyed about that. I am also annoyed about that. Who's Kane Leg? Go away. Right, Showbiz has finished his trial too, which is... Now I can bring the other 2 back in again. The 2 that aren't currently on trial here, which I'll have to do the whole lot again, aren't I? God's sake. They're just going to say no to me. Accept it. We move. Because it was NEC have got Olympiacos, right? In the 3rd round. I only know this because of Jinjo. But that seems doable, I guess. But also not super easy either. Almost possible. I find that... So it depends. If their natural fitness is really high, then they'll easily go into that sort of 33, 34. And it depends on the role as well. But players like Montperus, he's never going anywhere. And guys like that, oh, good God. Oh, it's not one of the guys we care about. Obviously, those fellas are just going to be... They're lifers, right? They are players that have earned their right to stay here. But I do feel like there is possibly scope, in terms of like age profile... Because obviously it doesn't really count. Alvisi and Paulo Enrique and Agapong. These 3 here, these 2 not so much yet, maybe next season, could be on the chopping board at some point because they're not... They're great players and I've really enjoyed them, but we do have guys coming through that I want to give spaces to. Same with Geisler. John probably not. Policio actually weirdly not. Chendros definitely. Van Kemsker and Manor as well. There's a lot of older players now in there that could generate a decent amount of budget for us that I'm not super tied to. But I wouldn't be in a rush to sell them. Whereas Agapong, I think, for whatever reason, he just doesn't do it. Just like every other goalkeeper we've had. I could... Oh, he's only got a year left on his deal as well. If anything, even more reason to probably get rid in this summer if we can do. Yeah, I mean, a player that's going to do a lot more running. Because really what happens is their physicals is what's actually going to change. Realistically, their technical ability is going to go down a tiny little bit and their mentals will probably go up. It's the physicals that happen. So if they're a player that requires a lot of running, then they're definitely going to be more of a... You're going to notice more of a drop-off if they do lose it. But more of a... So like a deep line playmaker kind of character, like a Kowalski, going to be less noticeable. Sure, against the Polish team, it's okay. What are your expectations for that? Because Jagiellonia did reasonably well before, right? An even more eccentric goalie. If we can find one, I'm open to anything if we find one, honestly. It's like... We've had so many goalies in this save, and I feel like none of them have ever really seemed consistent enough. They just don't seem to do it for us. I think this is the longest we've ever gone into a save without feeling like we had a... Wait, they're delighted with the Clevish in progress? Sure, why not? Wait, now they're delighted. Oh, because we won the league. Did we even play yet? Things you'd love to see. Whoa! That's made them a little bit happier now. It's the keeper cycle. Here we go. I just need to sign a keeper. That was way more chaotic and better than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, pretty much. It's just the way it is. We will find the guy. He's out there somewhere. For all I know, he's a player we already have in our system. He could be one of our loanees that we need to give a chance to, perhaps. I don't know. We do have a few guys. But we've had Docampo, who we got rid of because he was fine, but he... Wait, top... hang on. Wait a second. Jacek here has been upgraded to a top talent. It's slightly better than before. But not really that much better. He's just... I play everywhere. Cheers, lad. He's quite technically alright. He might be one of those guys, actually, that just ends up becoming like a science guy. FRTS. I fucking hope not. But if they do... Well, we're trying to sell them earlier in the window if we can. But... The only goalkeeper who I actually felt confident behind was Sane. Because... And that probably is just small sample size. The middle guy. Middle guy. Oh, he's the middle guy. Yes, he very much is the middle guy. Don't you dare put him on the wing. He will not appreciate it. Oh, good Christ. I forgot to rest the players after that match. Shit. They've got... When they say they've got a man on the inside, he's the guy they're talking about. He's one that we could probably look at in about 4 or 5 seasons' time and be like, okay, he's kind of cooking on loan at Schlonsk or something.
You know if there's a train coming?
Is the end actually been confirmed
very
for
soon.
Rangers yet? Or has that still not
They
gone
are
through?
building it
Tariq
now.
Lamptey. That's wild to think about, because I remember when Tariq Lamptey, I know he had injury issues, but he was being touted as one of the guys, right? Tingo, thank you very much for the follow. Oh, the demo. So I'm not sure. Actually, if you could ask me this very important question, does the demo restrict any of the game stuff, or is it simply a timed thing? So you get X amount of hours of playtime, because that would actually heavily describe what I would want to change here. I'm going to have a quick wee, so I'm going to go grab myself a drink, which means you guys can do a whiz quiz and I can get the answer from Tingo upon my return, provided these buttons are actually working today. 6 months of actual game. Okay, cool. I'll promise to try to remember to answer that when we come back. If I don't, please do remind me. I have the brain of no brains. Back in a moment. It occurs to me that this is still on World Cup mode, of course, because I haven't had a chance to actually switch it off of World Cup mode. But nevertheless, there you go. Let's have a look at the leaderboard of it. 1-1 across the board. But we do know that Andrew won the whole thing. I'll reset this properly for Thursday's streams so we can have another go at it properly. Spotify, I think, is still kicking off in the background, which is always good to see. Right, let me get rid of that and get back on to that. Oh, dear. So, as for, if you've got the demo and it's 6 months, which I feel like they should give you a year, because I feel like if you get a year, then you get to see everything, but sure. What I tend to say to people is, like, particularly with 6 months, try to... You're probably better off... It's probably the same advice I'd give to a player that's new to the game, regardless whether it's a demo or otherwise, is to choosing the right save, which is important. What's behind me, couldn't possibly say. What are you pointing at? I'm not going to turn around because I don't do what I'm told. I'm a naughty boy like that. Is to either choose the team you support as a save, or a massive side. So say your team is quite a small side, it might be better to choose a really big side, just because that way you're familiar with the players and all those different factors. And then the other thing I'd say is try not to think the game will try to force you to do lots of things. Understand that you don't have to actually do a lot of the things in the game, and you can delegate as much as possible. There's a lot of it that has been filled in, but not all of it, J-Tux. No, sadly not. Oh. Yeah. We did briefly talk about it earlier, and nothing specific, because I was talking about how he just seemed like one of the good guys, and it's just really, really sad that he's gone. Is this approach Guardiola? Oh, okay. Have they actually? Or is this one of these fake Romano bombs? So what I want to do basically. Okay, sick. I mean, what I want to do about... I mean, I guess so, but like, it's more... Sure. But That's what I always suggest, because the thing is, you'll know the players then. I would never be tricked. You can't trick me. Unless Willian's behind me. That's just a little bit different. Hello, Paul. Only got any tears. I have my own supermodel. Super Poggle. That's the one. Guardiola in Italy would be certainly interesting. For sure. Right, that's going to be bad, isn't it? Yeah, Kevin Keegan, he's just a loss to football in general, isn't he, really? Come back in 1 year with that. 6 seasons anyway. So, I'd be really interested to know what the numbers are like for playing time averages and stuff for 26 compared to previous FMs. Like, where it stacks up and which areas it falls short in certain ones, you know? Oh, right. Okay, this is not great, but I feel like, in truth, we have another space on the bench. Okay. Why do we have another space on the bench? And why is John still not fit yet? It's like either Gonzalez. Sure, why not? I will next match only a couple of these guys though. Take Montparnasse out. Could I give one of the younger guys maybe a run? Where's Nozadze? Or is he not capable of playing further up? That might be why I didn't put him in there actually. I could put Da Costa in for a game, give him a little run. And then maybe at the back. Oh, good God. Yeah, maybe Van Kemsika and Alvisi could drop out as well for Cabetas, just for a game. See what they've got in the locker. Do we have any other goalies out of interest? No. Okay, cool. Jesus, we really are light on keepers. Summer, goalkeepers signing. That's what we were doing. We were signing goalkeepers. At least one, perhaps. Is he really that bad? Can Santelli play? Give him a little run out as well. Nice. Everyone else can just, I guess, get good. Although I feel like it. Something in the air was disturbed. I felt a weird Guardiola senses upon my pasta. 4-0, we take those. That would be very me to just not sign any goalkeepers. But goalkeepers are so tough to sign because there's just way more things that I'm looking at with keepers. And I'll be happy as long as I sign a couple of young goalkeepers that we think might have high potential, maybe. And maybe one more senior goalkeeper. Cut to me bringing Ibrahima Sane back or Docampo somehow from Tottenham, since literally they have, or Diakite or one of the many other goalkeepers that we've had in the save. Maybe I just give in and buy one of them back. I'm not even sure what they're really up to at this point. One of them's probably doing quite well. Of course, the second I bring them back, they'll be back to being absolutely useless again. Such is life, but that does seem like something I would do because we had Diakite, Docampo. There was another one we had, Marion and Wusu. Maybe I wouldn't drop as low as to stoop to Nwusu levels, but I mean, maybe I would. Who could say? Marion would be the worst possible one to do. We need a João Virginia or a Bart Verbruggen. I'm starting to realise that a lot of my best goalkeepers in previous FM saves have been real people instead. We had João Virginia and Bart Verbruggen in the same save, and they were goated. Lecky win again. Okay, that's good. You keep doing what you're doing, lads. Kevin Morrison hat-trick. He's actually become a really, really solid player. Contract's up next summer, and he's already earning a fortune. He's going to be... Oh, we've got an extension clause. Legend. Can't tempo... Oh, I agree. I'm starting to... I feel like you could in 24, and I think, like with many things, I've struggled to adapt that to 26 and improve contract. No, go away. Roberto, don't make this a moment where you're going to be a bellend. We've enjoyed our time together. Don't ruin it now. Is this international break? I'm guessing it must be, right? 21st of April. I guess it must be. Yeah. Oh, of course. No, wait, there isn't an international break there, is there? Oh, I'll tell you what, that's what it is. It's because that's where the cup final normally goes. That's where the fucking cup final lives. I'm sad now. Let me schedule a friendly to cry my tears away. Let's see who's fun. Let's play someone foreign. Like, smaller... Oh, I can't play a bigger reputation team. Useless. Let's play against Pushkas for absolutely no reason. We take those. But yeah, I agree. I think that it's just vibes, isn't it? Goalkeepers are just vibes in 26. I think I still like to have a goalkeeper with big matches. In the range right now, we are currently 5th. We're tracking down France. This was the year ready to overtake France, but it got put on the back burner a little bit because, unfortunately, Manchester City knocked us out of the Champions League because we suck. No, we don't suck. We were actually the better side in both games and failed. Actually, I want to just see how many shots we had over 2 legs and only managed to get a 2-2 draw in the first one. So the first game, just the 25 shots, 12 on target. And in the second game, which we lost, just the 21 shots. That's what, 46 shots, 21 of them were on target, and we scored 2 goals. Meanwhile, Manchester City out here just... and the goals are so annoying as well. Just one of those things, sadly. I feel like the chances of us winning back-to-back Champions League in this save are slim to none at some point. By the City... Yeah, who was the City keeper, actually? Wait, whoa. Okay, that might be one of the best regen names I've ever seen. If you're not currently watching the screen right now, now would be a time to just quickly dip back to the main monitor for a moment. It's a physio, they're 29 years old, and their name is Amazing Tongue. Amazing Tongue. I really hope you've signed them up. Oh, this is superb. Terrible at sports science, reasonable at physiotherapy. I bet they are. You're getting a hell of a licking, my son. Very adaptable. They'll lick anything. Exceptional. I wouldn't want... It's the fact they're a physio as well. Oh, yeah, I'm just going to my physio appointment for my knee today. Oh, yeah, no, can you give me a physio's card? I've been looking for someone to work on my ankle. Yeah, here you go. Amazing Tongue. I'm not sure that's physio. I think you might be going to one of those naughty massage parlours where you get a very happy ending. Love to see it. Which now, immediately, you know how my brain works with these things. We want to find out Amazing and Tongue. We know we have Amazing Bellingham in this. And then we also have... Amazing Bennett Tyndall, who we saw before, and Amazing Bateka, but there's no one new there. But what about Tongue? Are there any tongues cutting about? We've got a few tongues. 1 second. Fabian Dongus, for a start, is great. Nathan Tongue, but then we've also got Courtney Tongue. I'm also intrigued by Dongus. I'm a level with you. Dongus is a name we've now heard of. Any good Donguses out there? No. Laura Dongus, Verena Dongus, Magdalena Dongus is an exceptional name. Carolyn Dongus, oh yeah. Only in the female name pool it looks like as well. Presumably because of Fabienne Dongus. That's amazing. Courtney Tongue that's one of them. Which recognises what a defender looked like. I feel like they've largely been the same for me with forward players, at least. I think I've just applied the same things to like my forward. Like, good lord, and that's been okay. I think it's just goalkeepers I've really struggled with. I do also wonder if it's just that, because I've noticed this across multiple saves at multiple levels now, that it just seems like no matter how much you dominate a team, they're just going to score their first shot on target or their first shot of the game. It just happens so frequently now that I can't really ignore it anymore. No, there's nothing better than... I'm trying to think. I mean, Dick Tongue exists. Or it could do, in theory. Richard Tongue... No, yeah, that could work. So that's a possibility. Dick Tongue could happen. That's exactly it, Sam. Yeah, they think you're cheating, but you're absolutely not. You're actually... It's like, oh, I'm going to like dance class or something. It's like, but actually you're getting ready to learn the first dance for your wedding. But they think you're cheating because the dancer is called something like... Hymeno flaps a lot or something. Do you know what I mean? I'm sorry, I have no idea where that came from. Anyone would be confused about that at that point, right? So if anyone does hand you a card and they are a dance teacher and their name is Hymeno flaps a lot, then maybe just hope that there's another dance instructor in your town. That's as simple as I can say. Florin Pop. Amazing. Great Romanian name is Old Pop. I think there is definitely an element of that, Gordo. I think it'd be too easy for me to say, it's just because the game's cheating. I just realised I scheduled that friendly on the wrong day. I put that friendly 2 days after our actual game. I meant to put it on the Saturday. Well done, lads. Fancy another one on the Wednesday? Yeah, go on then. Mr. George, by the way, thank you very much for the 16 months. Hope you're having a fabulous day. She works at the shop at the fish. 100%. 100%. Right. Match is Messi at the World Cup. But not the World Cup final. It's crucially. Then that's just like a mopey zoo lion. Right, we'll do away again. Can I just play them again? I like how how similar reputation. Wow, we really do need to bump our reputation up more if we're considered similar reputation to Wydad Casablanca. I'm going to play Inter Miami because Messi's probably still in their starting 11 at this stage, right? Another one of these. Still lots of minimal knowledge, which makes sense. Some of them are on quite far away. Wow, this is literally just everybody's minimal, isn't it? And then the three guys I do know about are all people with... I'm still kind of intrigued by Stevie Cairns. I just wish he was left-footed. He's one in the summer that may well intrigue... Oh no, he was like 16, wasn't he? Yeah. He'll definitely be one for the future as well, but we can't sign him yet. And Jens... Can I just bring Jens back? Is that a possibility? I wouldn't be opposed to it. If he wants out, I'll do it. I won't hesitate. I think we've scored less goals than that. Yeah, we have. The goal scoring this year has definitely taken a dip in terms of... Look, -7 on that now. Amazingly, we're actually above that on the goal score, on the goals conceded, but we just don't score as frequently as we need to. And I wonder if that's because, we don't have the best striker in the world, pretty much, even playing for us anymore. I think it's also worth noting that having the injuries that we have had this year, especially the Al Shankiti one, probably hasn't helped with the whole Champions League progression. Like, we did have to rely on... Albeit Gomez and Watsmajig on Sharpek are good players, but having a player like Al Shankiti around when he's on song is a different level of quality. Pressure building on Vida Zinia. No, what are we doing? Hello, Smogfather. I'm very well, outside of the whole being binned out the Champions League in awful circumstances. It's a El Clasico semi-final in the Champions League as well. Retiring straight away. Yeah, that's weird as well. Imagine having to finish the season after that too. Do you think he will retire? I think if Argentina had won the World Cup, he would have retired. From international football, at least. But there's a Copa America. He just rocks up at the next World Cup and what would he be, 43 at that point? I think at some point you have to be like, listen, you're probably harming us more than you're doing us any good now, even though you're Lionel Messi. That guy's ridiculous. Okay. Nothing really matters for us there. It'd be nice to see Inter get through, though. It's the Thursday matches that we actually care about, which is where Lecce are up to their business. Oh... We do actually have VOD comments to do. It's just, obviously, because of the last stream, I was doing the sort of, we'll call it market research, I guess. Not quite what... where's my button gone? There it is. Nope. That's the one. Brain got a bit. But I also was reticent. I was like, do I just want to read out things like this? Because ultimately, it was people saying nice things about me, which is very pleasant, I agree. Very pleasant, I agree. But is that really VOD comment stuff? But... Actually, it came as an opportunity to sort of sum up my thoughts as we were talking about this last stream, because I'd asked chat and obviously the VODies not so much why they found the content, but why they stayed, and just to try to figure out exactly why, because I was genuinely under the impression of like, why do people watch me in general? And I was really struggling to figure it out. But now, thanks to these, I am starting to get a better idea of it. It tends to be a lot of like, a lot of people use it for background noise like podcasts and stuff, but ultimately you're obviously doing something right there if you're able to be background noise that isn't, background noise you want to turn off. So there's that. Indeed, right. I suppose actually, yeah, because your content... I'd be curious to know what you think about that from your own content perspective as well. And it seems to be that, generally speaking, it comes down to... The topic of save definitely does matter, I would say, with that. But ultimately, it's still kind of off the beaten track a lot of the time too. So it's not like, oh, this team's really big, therefore... There's a bit of the community side of chat, which I think is really, really important. And that seems to be one of the things that was pointed out by basically everybody. Well, it keeps something about. I mean, that is a different level entirely. Yes, the dulcet tones. I wouldn't say that, but I'll take it. And the nice little fun little community we have here, and I'm thankful for that. So all the VOD comments were to do with that. So thank you guys. I do appreciate that. That was very kind of you. Yeah. It certainly made me feel a bit more like, yeah, actually no, I do have something really, really good here, and I already knew that, but it was trying to figure out why was the problem. And even then, you really don't know for sure. But hey. I'll just keep doing what I'm doing, I guess. But do more of it as well. Like, I really do want to get the YouTube stuff going in, which is why I am actively doing that now. Like, I know that's been said before, but this is actually, like, I'm in now. It's the amount of footage that I have now for the last 2 sessions of that is ridiculous. I've made a lot of progress on it. Don't know exactly when the first one of them will come out, because obviously I haven't edited any of it yet. But it's... We could probably definitely see something next month for that, for sure. For the first one, at least. Particularly with what it threw up yesterday when I was recording, I have got quite a run to do. But I'm not going to tell you anything more about that because, yeah. It's me making content too. It's, yeah, consistency is certainly helpful. For someone who forgets a lot, I do actually feel like I remember quite a lot about a lot of you, because you just happen to you happen to say the right words in the right order, and therefore my brain goes, aha! I cam, didn't I? What do you mean? Actually, really don't know what you mean. Good FM knowledge, I wouldn't say. Nah, I suppose. Actually, I know what I know. Like, I think in the very specific scope of the knowledge that I do have in FM, it's pretty up there. Just because I concentrate so much on it, it would be impossible not to, right? But I also have a huge gaps in my knowledge about other areas of FM because I don't focus on them quite as frequently. It's a real shame, Roberto. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this. Oh, go on. That's a shame. I was hoping he wouldn't become a bellend on the day of our Lord. No, I mean, I think one thing that's definitely helped me over the last year, since the whole diagnosis thing and that, is I'm now understanding what's me and what isn't, and not trying to be things that aren't me anymore, I guess. Cam for the run. Oh, I've had a cam for ages. If you mean like a... Oh, you mean... No. I actually got a... I can't... I'll tell you this because I can't... It doesn't spoil anything about it. It's just because this is going to happen quite a few times in it. Basically, I have a mechanic on the wheel called Push Your Luck, which is where basically it takes a value for the player, but then you have to do another... You have to play on long until you lose again, and you have to add them together. I got a right back and a strike. I have to run a distance I've never run before. In terms of... Yeah. Which is exactly what I was hoping would happen, but I was hoping it might give me a chance to get my feet under the table first, potentially. But yes, sadly not. But that's part of the fun, isn't it? To be fair, I've just really enjoyed managing in the lower leagues. It's been actually really, really fun. I've been getting so into it. I'm just hoping to... yes, my Anwar, except my Anwar's name is Edge Lucas. Wait, no, it was Edge Lucas, yeah. There's a lot of fun names down there. One thing I've also really tried to do was not just completely churn the entire team. Like, I have used a lot of the players that are there in real life, particularly the two strikers. 25, not quite. But it's, yeah. His name is something Edge Lucas. I can't remember his first name. It might be Jordan Edge Lucas. It's a double-barreled surname, so Edge Lucas MP, as it were. Oh, but think about it. I learn shit from chat all the time, and so I think sometimes when people say I'm knowledgeable or whatever, what I'm actually just doing is regurgitating things back that other more learned people have said, like Taylor, for example, who I always point out as this because the amount of things that Taylor has taught me is insane. Okay, ring-a-ling, fair enough. I thought we'll have a season off. Like like with fields and farms and stuff, where they do literally like sometimes with, is it called fallow? I don't know. Where they'll give a field like a little rest for a bit. They don't put any more crops in it and they let them kind of vibe and chill for a bit. You want that with football. I see where you're headed. That was the right word. God damn. I can tell I live in the fence, can't I? Know all about it. But it is just going to take me a little while to get that first sort of thing sorted, just because there's a lot of graphics and stuff I need to make, a lot of idents, a lot of things that need to be filmed, but I'm getting better at doing the filming and stuff. I found a jetty on my run the other day and was able to set up a really cool shot there, which I might just turn into the jetty chats. But carrying all this extra stuff with me when I'm running is definitely different as an experience, but I'm getting there. It's new. One of the other reasons I wanted to do it actually was to try to tackle a bit of social anxiety as well. Like, if I can go out there and literally occasionally run around while holding a selfie stick with a camera attached to it and a microphone attached to me, then I think I can get some way towards becoming a bit more socially confident, and that's part of the reason I wanted to do it. Far out of the curve and becomes a bit too samey. So that was one of the things, Luke. But remember, I completely understand that. But the thing is, this save is entirely limited by me not losing matches. So the less I lose, the more progress I can make. But if I don't make the progress, there is the potential of having to run a 100k ultramarathon. So it's kind of like, it makes the defeat so much more meaningful than just a random defeat. Yes, it will, Lavinia, basically. First of all, again, I'm happy to explain this now because it's a thing I'm literally actively doing. It's not like I'm talking about it so I get the free dopamine. It's a save I'm doing on YouTube. It's going to be a series, but they're quite spaced out because obviously it's real time, essentially, where I'm taking my local team, but if I lose a match, I spin this wheel. This is my wheel. And I run the distance of one of the players that played for us in that match, the distance that they ran in that game. There's other permutations on top of it, and I start in the 9th tier, but I have till the end of the year, as in like the calendar year of 2026 to do it. And At the moment, there's a dangling 100k ultramarathon at the end of it. Every promotion I get knocks 10k off of the ultramarathon. So, the problem is, though, I'm limited by the number of runs I can physically do in a week. So if I went on a 3-game losing streak, I could literally make no progress that week as far as the save goes. Which is why it actually would behoove me to get something kind of OP in the lower leagues to try to make that early progress. Oh, I mean, you say you just own these kind of things. I bought it specifically. Like, £45 on Amazon this was. It's actually relatively, like, sturdy for the most part. Plus I can expense it. And I figure that a wheel like that isn't exactly a one-time purchase. Do you know what I mean? I feel like we'll get use out of this on stream for sure. There's no way we wouldn't do. But as for the way it works on the YouTube side of things, they'll be told in sort of the recap style with a lot of voiceover and stuff, but obviously with lots of the filming to do with the runs and stuff in there too, to tell the story in great detail. But they won't just be like, this is a season. Each video will feature... Could be more than a season, could be 2 seasons, could be 3, could be half, depending on how things go. It's not based on time, it's based on story, basically. So it could just be something crazy happens, or I end up having to do some stupid, like end up doing a marathon accidentally because of things like that. It'll basically be wherever I feel like the story is taking it. That's how I'll break it up into videos. I just wanted to work on something really dumb, and I figured, fuck it, I don't care anymore if people think that's a good idea and they'll watch it, then fantastic. If not, that's fine too. I'm okay with that. Is it tax write-off? Yeah, I can. The wheel is an expense. I can write off the tax for it. Like, so I get my £45 back essentially as a tax one. So yeah. Can you get the goalkeeper? Which goalkeeper? Oh yes, you can. Sorry, my apologies. Yeah, you can get the goalkeeper. Yeah. So if it lands on number one is always the goalkeeper because that's the top of the screen every time. So just to, I'll give you an example, right? So if you take this game against Wisła Kraków, this is our lineup for the game. It's only starting players because there's only enough slots for that, but that's fine too. So it would basically be these guys. So if it landed on Agipong, I'd run 5k, which would be a nice little treat. But then you've also got the opportunities of 12.3k or potentially higher than that in certain games if your tactic allows it type of thing, So yes, you can get the goalkeeper, and I'll tell you what, I actually have got the goalkeeper because I did the goalkeeper run this morning, and it was delightful. It was a very pleasant little stroll out there, thanks to my goalkeeper not moving. Obviously I know you're joking, but it is kind of it's not even the financial stuff. It's more that like I basically don't put much on YouTube right now other than the recap videos as it is. So anything I do is going to be better than what I currently do. Like that's the logic to it. I'm thinking, fuck it. I have this opportunity and I have a channel. Do something stupid. Like the opening line of the video is quite literally, I'm a weird bloke. And it's true. Also, well, that was the thing, because you've got to balance it tactically. It's like, do I build a tactic that is going to have less running involved in it, but then you have the risk of it maybe not working as well and you lose more? Or do you go for a tactic that might require a bit more running, but relies you on losing less? It's making me do game management way more. That's what I will say. I've been paying way more attention in matches. And so obviously I don't film myself playing every single match, but I am playing every single match. Like not instant resulting, none of that. I am playing every single game. The only difference is if I get like 2-0 up, I'll put it on only commentary or something because there's no need for me to be recording anything. And the only time I cut in the recording is if I go like 2 goals down in a game or I'm like 1-0 down with 10 minutes to go, things like that. That way it goes to like cuts like live footage essentially. There's been some pretty sick moments with that already, in fact. Low work rate players. To be fair, at my level, that's every player. It's actually insane how bad some of the players down at that level actually are. I'm a geezer. And I'm happy to port it over to 27. That's how much I'm just like, fuck it. Let's do something silly. So yeah, always using every sub. Pretty much. Unless it's a game I'm winning and I don't really want to make... I don't want to risk reducing the quality of the team in case we get a comeback. But I pretty much always use every sub. Say, for example, there was one game when I was in the FA Cup and I knew I was going to lose because they were like 3 divisions higher than me. But it was 0-0 at half time. I was like, I could go for this, but I probably shouldn't just in case. So I made like 3 half-time subs just to make sure I have myself covered in case. But it only counts for the starting 11 players, because if it was the other way round and it counted who finished, it would be easier to cheese the system by bringing on 3 subs at the end. Well, cover I'm Ely City, so my local side basically, in the 9th tier of English football. There's a whole lot of different things that kind of go into that kind of stuff. And I like the fact that it added... Basically, it's just FM with shitloads more jeopardy. That's the way I thought about it. Hang on. Did they win their midweek game? Oh, they only lost 1-0. I mean, it's still not great because they should have probably... Nah, they shouldn't though, should they? They're going to need a miracle. It was always going to be tough. But they got further than we did. So there's that. Learn about the transfer over the years and... right. So yeah, sorry. I realized it was one of those things that was going to be in another video at some point, but then I just kind of quite simply lost interest in it, and that's just how my brain works. And I'm now trying to, instead of forcing myself to do things like that, I'm just going, hey, what am I interested in? Let's do that. So at some point I will suddenly, the scope of that will come back across, and I'll suddenly make a video on that because it's just how it works now. Definitely, transfer room in is way more heavily weighted towards your director of football. So, which obviously I discussed in the video, the original one. So having good attributes on him is probably more important, but it does affect your scouts' knowledge does matter. So if you have a load of scouts with really good knowledge of, say, Nigeria, over time, you will get more Nigerian players or players from Nigeria that are based there, essentially, in the transfer room in stuff. So, but the thing is, it's not going to be instant. So if you were to get rid of your entire scouting staff and then replace them with guys who only had really good Nigeria knowledge, it wouldn't instantly happen. There's like a decay and progressive way that the game displays that sort of stuff. It takes about 6 months for it to finally bed in. But once it does happen, because I've tested all this with the editor, you will start getting quite a lot of them. Because I noticed when I was testing it with Ferencváros, I was getting loads of Nigerians in there. And we actually do that as well in this site. Well, we certainly did. So definitely focus on... Good scouts are important because your scouting team in general, but you want your director of football to have good attributes for scouting specifically, and you want to make sure that you have a wide range of different scouting nations available to you, essentially, from your scouts. So the broadest knowledge imaginable, essentially. I think those are the two key tentpoles of it. And I did find a little trick you can do because you know how you can train a scout to have more knowledge. I just tend not to do it because it's a bit tedious and takes a while. There is a little trick you can do that will get them really fast knowledge, which is the one thing I have mentioned before, but I haven't actually shown it properly, I don't think. And that basically what you do, say you've got a scout that you really like, but you don't have knowledge of, I don't know, Mauritius. Take the scout that you really like, make a recruitment focus specifically for Mauritius, assign only that scout to it, and then set it going. Then make that same recruitment focus 9 more times. It'll do the same exact thing, but it will get 10 times faster knowledge of Mauritius. You'll get full knowledge of that nation in like a week. In addition, if you do it with regions, it's even more powerful. You could get full knowledge of Europe, pretty much, by 6 months' time. It will decay quite quickly, but it's a way quicker way of doing it. I tested it. It's absurd how powerful that actually is, if you wanted to do something like that. Run a mile for every point Wales rugby lost by. Did he? That's kind of cool, actually. That's kind of the same sort of thing that, I don't know, I wanted an excuse to do something a bit different that would get me out of my comfort zone, and this kind of does that. Find a database. So the one I used, a suspect, was the one from FM Scout. I can't remember exactly what it's called. I feel like it's called something 20 for a new passport to renew. Oh, I don't know. I've only ever had I've only ever had like 2 passports in my entire life, and I had to get a brand new one, and it didn't take me that long, honestly. But yeah, I honestly couldn't say. Someone in chat probably has way more knowledge about that than I do. Level 10, yeah. There's definitely one that goes a bit lower than that, I think. Although this might be the same one. But it depends where you want to go, because obviously the one I have, I'm here. Where am I? This one here. Eastern Counties League Premier Division. That's the division I'm in. One of the benefits as well about the first season is because it's only an 18-team league, that means less games to get through, so less opportunities to lose. So more progression at first. But if I was to get promoted, you can see that it starts to change a little bit, particularly with the cups as well. Which is why I've got that extra rule built in for the cup games. Or for one cup game. Oh. Jesus. Right. So City are through. Well, I'm not through. They're going to be through. We can pretty much assume that, I think, at this point. It's going to be one of these rare streams where we actually end up finishing the season on the stream. There's only 2 league games left. Oh, no, 3 league games left. But yeah, that's the database I used. Also, if you... And this goes for anyone that's looking for kits for FM. I just realised my sub number's now fixed itself. God, Stream Element's been on one today. FM Slovakia. I did not use their site for the longest time because I just forgot that it exists. I don't think there's a better source of getting kits for everywhere than FM Slovakia. It is brilliant. I was talking to Tony about it a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about lower league kits, and I just, in the back of my head, went, oh yeah, FM Slovakia do kits, don't they? Looked on the site and realised they had way more than any other site I've ever looked on. It's brilliant. So they have kits all the way down to the 9th tier of English football specifically, which is awesome. So if you're ever stuck for kits, look on FM Slovakia. In fact, Yeah, it's only 2D, but they do go very, very deep down. And if you just want that little extra bit, then fantastic. And obviously use something like Kit Basher potentially to create the 3D versions off of those. But they just offer so much. I couldn't believe it when they had really nice kits for the division I was in. It was awesome. Admittedly, their kits are correct, but the actual game's colours are not, which is annoying. So you see here that the game has this like sort of off green color as their away kit. That is not their away kit. This is. So it's weird that it considers them to be playing in this like limey kind of turquoisey green color when they don't. They very much had a blue away kit this season. Not that I have it, but I have seen it. Yeah, like a teal. So it looks a bit strange in the match engine sometimes when the colors don't quite match up. But it's a lot of research required for that sort of stuff. You'd have to have a researcher literally going in and looking at each individual kit release and stuff like that, which is pretty rare. My guess is they did have an away kit like that a couple of years ago and it's just remained in the database since then because no one's had a chance to correct it, because why would you even think about things like that, right? Hibernian. Bloody Hibernian. Brian Hove, now Polish citizen. I don't think he's going to get a call up somehow. God, it's weird there being so few matches this time of year. I'm used to us just being... I missed the Champions League already. I can't believe she's gone. Have Lechia had a chance to play their second leg yet? Frustrating. But sadly, they do go out 2-1 as well. In fairness to them, get into a Europa League semi. That's back-to-back seasons we've had teams do quite well in the Europa League now. Obviously, we had the Conference League before, but it's progress. What I think really needs to happen now is Lechia need to get into the Champions League for us next year. We need them in there with us because I don't trust Wisła Kraków. These two I'm okay with, but Lechia need to get in their act. They got some coefficient points. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be enough to deal with France, though, is it? But let's see, actually. How close did we get? Oh, man. 19 points in the end is an okay year. But I was kind of hoping that if we'd gone a little bit further, we'd end up with around about these kind of seasons, and it would probably be enough to get ahead of France. Next year, we'll get them, because we're going to gain another 2 points on them at the start of the season, so they'll have to outperform us even more. But I thought this was the year to get back in front of France. Go again. Frustrating. What we've really missed in the last couple of seasons is anyone doing anything in the Champions League. And it seems like the second we drop down to having 3 teams in there, the teams that were in there just weren't quite up to scratch. Because... Let's get the fixture schedule up. I remember the days of like mid-30 points on average. Now, of course, with only 2 teams, it's never going to be as high as that. But Jagiellonia with 11, and then Brookbet with 5. So they get 16 points between them, which means they would have averaged out to, if there was a third team, an average of about 24. I was hoping we'd be more cruising towards the 30-point mark now. And it's interesting, actually, that it's sort of dropped off a little bit, weirdly. And you'll say they're second... Jesus Christ. They did, I think, get relegated at one point in this save, did they not? Or, yeah, they did. Oh, no, that was real life. In fact, I think they were nearly promoted at the start of the save. Maybe? No, year after. They were the guys I believed in the most, but the second that they lost their manager, it kind of all just went a bit wrong for them at that point, and they've only just recovered now. Yeah, Spain are just... I mean, honestly, I'm okay with Spain doing well. If Spain continues to do well, it actually benefits us more than anything else, because it's going to mean that England don't get those points. Clear unavailables. Why is the robot... Oh, he's injured, but still. God. It'd be cool if there was another setting that was just like, remove injured players of any sort. But such is life. Right, we'll have... Rebecca Bathas. Why not? And then my robot. Bring Kowalski back in. That's fine. I might actually, for the rest of the season, just run... Oh, he's injured, isn't he? Shit. I was going to say I'll run an Arnold and Steinbergen pairing, but sadly we can't do that. Anyone else that could do with a little run out? Nozadze, maybe? I could do a bit of that. Trying to see if any like the Joao Carlos's type guys or Nozadze's could do with a little extra run. Because we've got more spaces available anyway now. Olufemi John is still... He's nearly fit again. More, I don't know if I want to put more and more on the bench. I'll maybe put Kazuki Suzuki in there, though. He deserves it. Just because I've mostly misused him this season. Typically. Oh, Alex Busquets as well. Not Alex Busquets. Alexis Busquets. I guess we do have another goalkeeper as an option. I just don't know what he'd offer that our other fella isn't, unfortunately, at this point. Such is life. Right, got that. Deal with that. So I'm just ticking all the random stream notes I had before this one off. Right, okay, cool. Actually, good strike. I can't. He's not in the squad, and I can't add him to the squad because the window to add him to the squad is shut. Even though I didn't think that it did shut, but it appears to have shut. I did try to do that, but sadly, yeah, I can't add him to the squad. The game wouldn't let me. I think like it shuts after Christmas or something. It's like registration closed. I wasn't able to add him. It was really odd. Considering I could have sworn I was adding people in and out of the squad the entire way through like the first half of the year, but maybe it just closes after Christmas or something. Which means that I regret actually bringing him back because he would have been better off just staying out on loan for the rest of the year when he was actually playing, but I wish he was. Right, no Zadze. I'm excited about Georgie. Let's go again. Get him some match fitness. He's one of the guys for next year for sure. Oh, Cape Verdean team. 250 plus. Jesus Lord. One game for 2030 World Cup 2. I assume you've qualified for it. Gomez and Montparnasse again. Montpa's going to get pretty close to 20 goals this year, which is not too bad. We've actually ended up winning the league by quite a large distance in the end. Even if we have lost a few more games than we probably should have done. Just grab a bit of that. Just can't stop underperforming. I guess Apong did okay in that one. Is that goal and an assist from Montparnasse? Oh, great. Now Gomez is hurt. I think this year's just been more of an injury trouble for us. Injuries in key areas have just really blighted us this year. Naeem being out for as long as he was. John missing as much time as he has. That really has hit us quite hard. El Shankiti missing basically the entire season. I'd be willing to bet he's got maybe just over 1,000 minutes this year, which I'd have thought, I mean, I don't know. Let me check. Well, we give loads of points to Montparnasse there. We take those. And Gladbach. Thank you very much for the follow, my friend. That's very kind of you, sir. Or madam. I hope you're well today. If you are new to the streams and you've enjoyed the sort of disappointment of us falling short today, then drop a follow. I would appreciate that. And it's a moderate calf strain, which is going to be the end of the season for Gomez as well. Good Christ. Who's going to be up? It's time for Kazuki Suzuki. It has to be. We have no choice. That's where it is. Right. Shit. What was I going to do there? My brain was about to think of something, and now I've already forgotten it. Crap. Gomez is out. Nope, it's gone. It'll come to me. I would just need to say the right combination of words. Probably should check in there, actually, just in case there's anyone new, which there is a guy at Huachipato, and that same guy at Hearts, who I think we've scouted before. We're working at the 2030 World Cup to 64 teams. Good. I mean, I actually don't think it would be that different with 64 than 48, other than the obviously extra teams in there too. But I guess the group stages would be more simple because it would just be, you know, top two in your group go through. That's it. Wisła Kraków have been relegated. There's a chance that Krakowie... Oh no, Lech Poznan are getting relegated again. Lads, no. Not like this, please. Manor is actually quite good, isn't he? I feel like I give him a bit of a bad time sometimes. But in truth, he is an extremely good player. Just doesn't have quite the technical ability that Steenbergen does. Better on the ball, though. It's going to make it... Well, you say that, but you never know with these things, right? I think there was an interesting, not stat, but like basically an image that was drawn up that basically showed, in theory, who those extra teams would have been were it to have been implemented at this World Cup. And at first I was kind of like, But then I looked at it and I thought, you know what, actually, yeah, all of these teams are kind of World Cuppy. Still not saying I would like that, but it's one of those things that almost feels like it's an inevitability rather than... It feels like you can't really stop the flow of it now. It's kind of... That particular Pandora's box has been opened and there's nothing we can do about it to stick it back in the box. Lots of extensives again, but they're most likely just going to be players I'm not that bothered about. But the rest of you I will still send around again. Ow, fuck, that was not the right button. Well, at least we know they're going to be fully scouted now. Christ. Right, anyone that... Oh, wow. Oh, shit, I've been scouting a lot of Patreon regions doing that, haven't I? Those are all on the short list. Right, what's left? Tabino Dembele. Oh, he's 30 years old at Tenerife. Hello, friendo. If we were to sell Alvarez, relishes big matches. He's a hell of a wing-back, to be honest, but he is also injury-prone and 29 years old. And yet, I would still like to add him to the shortlist, just in case. China or India. I don't know if India would likely be that close. Where would they? They were certainly one of the teams that was mentioned in that graph, but maybe that's because they fall short. I think it would change, obviously, because people would behave differently in terms of the way they would play in qualifying as well, with that knowledge. An expensive Fulham player, and I've gone past him because I don't want to make the same mistake again, perhaps. Although oh, hang on. Goalkeeper. Liam Ray. Okay. He's the slowest man alive, and he has the worse reflexes than I do. And he is eccentric, though. We've got a crazy Scotsman, potentially. Make sure I keep an eye on him for the time being. He's got the eccentricity. It's just the reflexes are an absolute dirge. Another striker, but he's the slowest man alive as well. They're all in there. Juan Panunzio. Wow, is this just the slow striker lottery? Then RZ man. Jama Farah. Wait, Somalia? Okay, that's kind of cool. He's only 17, I guess. Scotland's not eccentric. I don't know. I've met some pretty deadpan Scotsmen in my life. If he had a mustache, I think arguably he'd be more eccentric if he had a fake mustache. If you're managing to lose to Qatar, then I think that suggests a lot of things about you at that stage, right? Did he just... I actually thought that was a cruciate injury for Christ Cruciani. That would be the ultimate way to go out at this point. Still hasn't developed his crossing very high either. Jesus, just injuries after injuries here. Kwasi. Could be you as well. Witness protection. He's still there. In fact, I believe he's actually up for a contract renewal at some point. And at that point, I would very much need to change his name. It gets me every time. It's the giant Zealand forehead. Thank you very much for the 30 bits, Don. I do appreciate that. This guy's, he's a left back. Hwang Dae-won. Dribbling's a little on the low side. He's not bad, actually. He isn't really playing much for Pushtanir Mitsa, mostly because of the injury, I'm guessing. Or is that a new injury? He could be one that could come back and do a little bit for us. We've got bodies there. I think the summer's very much going to be about freshening this team up. Sell a couple of guys, clean them out, because if they're there, then I won't... If they're not there, I can't randomly put them in the team, right? I want to be using more of Nozadze and Da Costa and other fellow whose name escapes me. There's the trio of basically the future of the midfield that we signed. English Clementine, thank you. How's it going, friend? Hope you're well. Sorry. I triggered the wrong button in my... what's the word I'm looking for here? The soundboard in my head, so to speak. Commonwealth side qualifying for Europe, given the number of nations, the Swiss star. It's one of those things, God, where I both think, God, don't change what's already there. But part of me thinks that would be quite fun at the same time. Because obviously you've already got the pots decided, because that's how they allocate them to the groups. And yeah, I don't hate the idea. I think genuinely, like a lot of these things, I'd need to see it in FM first. That really is what it comes down to. So many things I'm just like, yes, I'd like to see how that worked in Football Manager. So is Giftau getting used to the left back role? He's another one for next season that could be quite good, and he's wanted by... Well, I won't be selling. You want him for... No. Wait, he's only got 1 year left on his contract. He's got a clause. That's fine. Those guys are all getting their clauses triggered in the summer anyway. America's merge. Yeah, I feel like that CONCACAF would almost likely never agree to that, I suppose, just because I think it would severely hinder the chances of the US, Canada, probably even to a little extent Mexico from actually qualifying for things, just because of how strong CONMEBOL can be sometimes. Right. Who? Okay, it's Rook Herjov. Manners now suspended or injured. Of course he is. Fucking hell, man. Can't go a day without this, can they? Oh, of course we've got the injured striker itch. So it's going to be... Yeah, it's Kazuki Suzuki. We're down to our second choice strikers. Brilliant. My favourite. Right, okay. That is such a weird thing, the fact that it will clear unavailable. It won't clear, like, literal players who are suspended. Because apparently that means they're available. Get rid of you. And bring back in presumably some other players that are now fit again. I might put John on the bench, since he's nearly available again. And... More and more, he's got nowhere near the team. Diabate's even coming back too. I'll get Da Costa on the bench too. In fact, is there anyone else I can put in there that might work? My robot's in there, but Kowalski's good. Da Costa. Where's the other guy? There was another player we had. Was it Gonzalez? It was, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm going to try all three of them, I think. So we got Nozadze, Gonzalez. Oh, wow, he can't play there. Shit. Okay. Maybe you play where Cabezas is. What on earth is going on now? Jesus. It's weird seeing them be so big. It's so weird seeing them be big. You were presumably thinking of Hadrian, but nevertheless, it's a mistake I've also made in speech a few times myself. Santelli, Coffee, Da Costa. Oh, it was Da Costa, wasn't it? Maybe there? DaCosta, Gonzalez, Nozadze, and then no, I don't want Cabezas there. I want someone that can actually play the role would be good. Oh, maybe Alvisi. Fuck it, why not? I'll get you in there. That'll do. He's a bit tired, actually, but that's okay. I want to see what he looks like in the match engine. And so with Kazuki Suzuki. And given that we've only got 2 games left of the season, I'm going to play this game. Because why the fuck not? His second real... I mean, hey, it's a real name. Has John actually lost his squad number? Wow. That's how long Olufemi John has been out of contention for our first team squad, that he's actually lost his squad number. 51 teams. Jesus Christ. They'd have to have a Swiss system then, right? I think also with qualifying for the next World Cup, it's going to be interesting because obviously, you know, it's nice to see the likes of Curaçao and whatnot get to the World Cup, but I wonder if their chances of doing it again are somewhat diminished because obviously the US, Canada, and Mexico didn't have to qualify this time around. CAF 54. I guess, yeah, they just have to... Plus, you then have to get the CONMEBOL and CONCACAF to agree on anything with that. And... I mean, how many of CONMEBOL teams get... Is it 6 that get automatic, or is it 5 that get an automatic place and then there's a playoff one for the 6th one? Or is it 7? It's quite a lot. I think it's the highest percentage by far, right? In terms of the number of teams. Halftime show? I didn't watch the game, let alone the halftime show, but I'd like to probably go with Wayne Rooney on this one. 6 in a play. Oh, 6 in a playoff. Jesus Christ. That's like sort of 65%, essentially. That's a lot. And I'm just thinking, if they did bring, say, Canada, Mexico, USA, and all the rest of CONCACAF in there, I just don't know who would be overtaking who here. I mean, Mexico would have a pretty good shot at that. The US probably could do it, but Canada, I don't know. I guess they'd get more places as a result of that as well, so it would kind of go hand in hand. But I think the teams that would really suffer there are probably your Costa Ricas, Honduras's, Panamas. I must admit, I was not a fan of the 4018 World Cup idea at all, but I have really enjoyed this World Cup in general. It was kind of sad yesterday. Pog was sorting something out for a bit, and I was like, right, I'll just do what I always do. I'll just whack the game on, so to speak. Picked up my remote, and then went, oh, wait, there is no the game. Game's gone. That was quite sad. It's almost like the first time when you're at a World Cup, and there's that first day when there isn't a game on. Usually, I think either after the quarterfinals or after the round of 16, there's like a day off or something. That first day where you turn around just to put the match on and you realise there isn't the match. It's a sad time. It's Cold Shot PPM. Yeah, he does have the Places Shot PPM as well. So maybe they're sort of arguing with each other as far as which PPM he actually wants to use. Oh, just over. At least we're leading this one. Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay are hosting. Yeah, I suppose. That'd be wild. I guess it would be a first World Cup. Is it Venezuela that are the only team in CONMEBOL that have never qualified for a World Cup? Not 11 p.m. yet. Oh, dear. Yeah, I mean, I don't like these, like, let's host, as you say, the World Cup all over the shop. Like, pick a host nation or a couple that are close to each other. Those are fine. I think you lose a little bit of what makes the World Cup special when you just sort of spread it out to everybody like that. It's like, oh, beautiful. What a strike from Nathan Allen. Okay, maybe this will work. I guess because he's placed that in the top bins. That I agree, Domskov. I thought that people were saying that it lost Jeopardy because of that, and I think it was more the head-to-head stuff being a decider that lost the Jeopardy for those things rather than the third place thing. I actually thought that added more Jeopardy in many ways because it meant that the teams that had already finished their matches was still actually eligible for progression that they wouldn't have been before. So I actually agree. I liked that element of things. But we will see, I guess. It seemed to be the head-to-head stuff that was doing more of that. As in, it was eliminating teams perhaps before they could have been. Like, for example, when Turkey went out. If that was done on goal difference, for example, they would have still likely gone out, but they would have had that chance to at least. And it would have changed the way the matches play because people would have been going for goals more than just sort of protecting draws, I think. I want any kind of rule that is going to favour scoring more goals than less, you know? That's going to be... Is this not fair? Lads, somebody have a shot. Any time now. Hey, finally, it's Nathan Allen again. Placing shots left and right is what bro does. Even though we host... I guess it's just because... If you're going to have 1,000 different hosts, then there are going to have to be some rules about it. Do you remember that thing where this either happened or they wanted it to happen, where one of the host nations, I think it might have been France, wanted to play the qualifiers even though they were automatically in there or something. I can sort of see why they'd want that. To the path. Yeah. Still. Maybe we just need a rival football confederation that can just come along. We want... And FIFA. They just do everything that FIFA doesn't. Just the exact opposite. It's a really simple system. It's like those people that trade on that guy from CNBC's trading tips by doing the exact opposite of the companies that he recommends. It's like the Kramer effect or something. We need that for FIFA. They just do the exact opposite. I don't think they're the opposite, though. I think they definitely aren't as bad in some respects, but I think they do a lot of the bad things too still. I want the exact opposite of FIFA. Afif. Yes, literally. Afif. Which is ironic. I want my Pez. Yes. I want... No England. We're talking... Northern Europe white and red. That's what they'd be called. Ten hosting countries. Oh, God, yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah, it's just a thief in charge. He is made the honorary president initially while they do a proper election. That would also be a really good way around it. Instead of having like elections for heads of these things, it's just a random thing you get called up for, like jury duty. And I don't mean even amongst the footballing stuff. I mean, it could be anybody. To quote the National Lottery, it could be you. I think all of those roles should be done. Like England manager, it's just put out there. It could be anybody. Probably a little bit less corruption potentially there. You couldn't exactly campaign for the job. This is brilliant from Nathan Allen again. He's been exceptionally good in this game so far. This is very much like us. Nice to see. Maybe it's just the instant result that's cooking us. The murder is bad. Yes, they're the whataboutists. I think it's just... I'm convinced that you could put the... Not that I'm saying he is good-willed or anything, but I think that you could put the most best-willed person in charge of FIFA, and I think they would fight. It's one of those like absolute power corrupts absolutely type beats. And you could put the purest individual in existence in charge of FIFA, and it would find some way to corrupt them. The hands of power would launch their way around them, and FIFA they'd still find a way to turn to the dark side and whatnot. Get selected by national lottery draft. That would be so sick. But I mean, if you want to bring it a bit more serious, you could have it though that you have to register as a manager and have to have coaching badges or something, and it's still done like a lottery. But it could be anyone. It could be, could be Sean Dyche, but it could also be your mate's five-a-side coach. I don't know if five-a-side have coaches. I don't play five-a-side. Do you get what I mean? A Big Bubba. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. And what a fantastic name you have. Made it more likely that Morocco hosts the final in. Have they even decided that sort of stuff? Pasta-based World Cup? Oh, well, at least we know the hydration breaks would be great, because it wouldn't be hydration, it would be carbohydrate breaks. We're already corrupt enough and still would be good. And you say that, Gav, though, right? Second foot in the door, the second you cross the threshold, you'd suddenly be like, I feel like a bribe today. Yeah, I feel bribeable all of a sudden. And I'm certainly not a moral high ground myself, but what I'm saying, chat, is I can be bought, okay? Just so you know, if I'm ever in a position, I can be bought for the right price, and the price is very low. Sometimes we just call that brand deals here, but yeah. I didn't see Peter written down. I don't really see anything like that. A carbohydration break, yes. What would that look like? Would it be liquid forms, like those carbohydrate drinks? Because I have like a big pot of that. Or are we talking full-on bread? Like players just coming off for a sandwich. Well, sorry, we've reached the 22nd minute. It's now time for the Sarnie break. Actually, that sounds kind of fire. To be fair. Like duck feeding. What? The assistant just comes with a giant trough full of, I'm guessing, bread? I'm here for it. But I don't want to see another fucking hydration break. Stuffing Pizza Hut in their mouth. Interesting, we've come full circle back to the pizza restaurant chat again. Orange wedges. Now that I would like. I think that's a cool tradition. Warbros. Yeah. Gotta get those carbs in there. I think pizza companies will have a field day. Think of the Dolmio opportunities, man. It'd be perfect. I could really do with a Nathan Allen hat-trick here. Suzuki has not actually done a lot here, to be honest, but we haven't needed him, and that's the main thing. I won't take him. Oh, God, everyone's complacent. Right, well, I guess I will bring on the only players that aren't complacent then. The youngsters have done a really good job here. But nobody else even deserves to come on. I don't even want to bring on John. Because Nathan Allen's on a hat-trick. And none of yous are apparently that interested in being on the pitch. So you don't get to be. Enjoy. In a tuna and chicken sandwich. He could be. If the England squad were sandwiches, what would they be? This is so like... This is football podcast beating a dead horse type content right now, chat. Join me if you will. We're doing it ironically, though. If footballers were sandwiches. Actually, no, I've got a better one for you. I've had this on my notes for ages and I've never actually used it. Medicines that sounds like footballers, and who do they play for? What's their career path? You'll pick it up in a minute when someone does a good one. You'll see what I'm saying. I heard this the other day and I was just like, I say the other day, probably about a month ago. Strike the sandwich, chat. This is far better. This is the kind of rabbit hole I could get buried down. As an example... El Vance honestly sounds like a guy. El Vance, to be fair, just sounds like an Argentinian... No, maybe Argentinian? No, Brazilian. I'm thinking Brazilian. Yeah, goalkeeper just not really bothering, as per. Now you're all thinking of medication types. Ty Leno is a Ukrainian journeyman. Yeah, but Leno's like a shortened version of Lenolenko or something. Buy him for 20. Oh, for sure. Yeah. This is Shakhtar Donetsk. Yeah. I feel like Elvans has got to be like Brazilian central midfielder, right? Like a classy player, but there's got a bit about him as well. He can handle himself. Speaking of, Alvisi over the bar. Walkout charm. Do you know what, Mike? Probably for next stream. But sometimes it's okay. It's a bit like, when is it acceptable to take your Christmas decorations down? Oh, and you're welcome to break up the word until it sounds more like a name. So you can have Para, but Setomol. Definitely. Yeah, Honduran. I see what you mean, actually. Is signed by West Ham, but never makes a single appearance for them. 100%. That's a Pam. That's just basically Diaz Pam. I like the idea of him just being called Diaz Pam. Antibiotic. That's the best one so far. Antibiotic as a Croatian midfielder. Sensational. That's going to take some doing. Cetralini. Yeah, Cetralini. Cetralini. Incredible work. I knew this would be fun. Why didn't I use this sooner? This has been sat in my stream notes for about 2 months. I was like, that seems like a topic that will be an opportune moment to bring this up. I'm trying to think, what else have I got? I'm just looking around my desk to see if I've got any drugs. We've got an antiseptic throat spray here called... Wait, are we about to concede another goal? No, we're good. Nah, it's not. I mean, it's got... Actually, it does have benzocaine. No, we've got benzocaine. Benzocaine is just an Irish goalkeeper. Sorted. There we go. Have my entry there. Cards as a Nigerian division team. Got one. The chemical name for my medication, not Elvance, the Lisa dexamphetamine. That's just Lisa dexamphetamine. It's just one of the women's players. Problem solved. She's an American women's player. Plays for like... is it the Spirit? There's a team for the Spirit, right? Ibuprofen is 100% a Nigerian wingback, yeah. They call him the Prof. Xanax. It's a giant centre-back. He's really calm in possession. Yeah, but basically what we'll just do, we were doing... If medication names were players, what would their career paths be? And who would they have played for? This game is actually getting a bit touchy now, isn't it? The Washington... Yes, Washington, yeah. That's who Lisa Dexamphetamine... She'd have a double-barreled surname. But it's pronounced amphetamine. Because it's a little bit Italian. For sure. They've got a lot better as this game has worn on. This is outrageous. I know I made a couple of subs, but I didn't make that many. In fact, I made less than that, didn't I? Just trying to think of other medications now. What's that? Blood thinner. Go on. Oh, good save. Jovesto. Oh, yeah. Jovesto. Base of the midfield, spraying it left and right. Did we just get a guard of honour at the full-time whistle there? Wait, did I only make one? Oh, I did, didn't I? The one we probably threw it away a bit. Actually, yeah, I think I like the Ukrainian midfielder one for Tylenol, but I also like the Tylenol. That works too. I feel like aspirin is a bit too short, but if it was shortened to aspirin, said it with a French accent, he's one of those like French Brazilian. You know how you get like the Italian Brazilians occasionally, like a French Brazilian called aspirin. Warfarin. Actually, Warfaran, you can add the little dash into it. Nice. Morphine. Oh, good. Very good. Aspirin. Andre. You can have naproxen. Seroquel. Oh, yeah. Seroquel has got 150 caps for England. She does. Like, as a stalwart central midfielder that's not afraid. She's basically Jill Scott. Although, I don't think Jill Scott was a central midfielder, but you get my point. Levocitrazine. Unpronounceable Polish wonderkid. Yeah, Jakub Levocitrazine. It works. Let's say... Player of the match for sure. Nequil. Yes, I think I agree, actually. Seroquel would actually be Sarah, and she's actually Norwegian or something. And this is her brother, Nee, who's also a professional footballer. Ponchella. Good. We're getting out in the realms now. Outside of that, I'm good. I do think that antibiotic is class of the field. Although antihistaminic, well, that's not bad. Actually, to be fair, Italy and Croatia are not that far away, so you could just have like antihistamine, potentially. Gabapentin, good. Eastern European, oh, they 100% can. That's what makes it so fun. Amox, Irish goalkeeper in the lower leagues. Yeah, he kind of fits in nicely with benzocaine, right? Ashwagandha. That actually just kind of works. The last Dalmatian. He's the 102nd Dalmatian. One of those Brazilian wonder kids who gets a random name by his... Yeah, true. I guess with those, I wanted to avoid doing ones like that just because it feels like you could say it almost about anyone. The real form of the antibiotic is extreme. Rita Lynn. Very good. AD Roll. It's like a Northern Irish attacking midfielder whose career never quite planned out. Ian Hale. Oh, speaking of that, then I've got... What have I got? I can't remember what my inhaler's actually called these days. It's like this combined one. Are there any names that could be from... I don't know. That's why why we're asking the question. That's part of the fun. If you're going to get one that sounds like it's from perhaps the Middle East, you'd need a medication that starts with Al, maybe. I bet there is a few out there. Let's see. Did we get... No, why am I asking about clean sheet? We didn't keep a clean sheet, did we? Right, have I applied the points twice here? Probably Tanide. I feel like if it was Angolan, he'd need more of a sort of Portuguese-y sounding name. Buma Tanide almost sounds like he could be like Zimbabwean potentially. Alcohol. Dexy, oh for sure. Let's see. Well, I just did that, didn't I? Oh yeah. Yeah, but Viagra or something. Don't get complacent now. What's there to be complacent about? We won the damn league. Oh, nice. We take that. Testosterone. Yes. Testosterone. I'm just thinking of like steroid names seem to work quite well for this, I think. Like progesterone? Either that 100%. Particularly if it was like Mektanov, it would just sound like a Bulgarian centre back. I went for those baklava for a second there. Classy Alan, love to see it. The thing is, with some of these, I've never heard of a lot of these medications now. I'm not super clued up on the medical stuff. I bet Doc Paul would have loads of these. He's like the wealth of knowledge that we've needed this entire time. Benzodiazepine, yes. He's played for like Triestina or something. Anesthetic, good. Benzodril. The A to Z. That's cheating, but that's kind of sick actually. Someone beat us to it. That's absolutely fine. Was it a podcast by any chance? To be fair, it may have been where I saw it. I definitely remember seeing something like this about 2 months ago. I thought, yeah, that'll be a fun little thing for chat. Benadryl. Diazepam. Or, I feel like it could also be like, who was it? Was it Zé Roberto? Cavi Scott is just a Scot. Yeah, he's got like an Argentinian or a Spanish parent or something. Leachy was wicked. Oh, what's you could literally just have a guy called Rene. No, I think that's what I saw. There was a YouTube short I saw of it, but it was from a podcast, I think. I just stole it because obviously when I see things like that, I'm just like, chat will love this. Alka-Seltzer. Claritin. Yep. Oh, Ozem pitch. Yeah, that's brilliant, actually. Ozem pitch. Wait, you can also have... Actually, Munjaro does just sound like a Brazilian central midfielder. That's 100% Brazilian central midfielder, isn't it, Munjaro? No two ways about that. Tobacco. I'm not sure Tobacco would be quite in that realm. Insulin. Or like that one North Korean player that comes over every now and then just disappears forever. Calport, surprisingly not. No. Tobacco. Arsenic. Would we say arsenic is a drug? I feel like I'm unlikely to be prescribed arsenic. Unless, for example, I went back in time. In that case, I'd probably be prescribed it way too frequently. I prescribed some radium for you, sir. Have you considered... shit it. Who's that? Oh, is it Leeds? Wait, who is Adam Wood? He's asking to leave. He's very expensive. He's not even that much money. I might actually just keep an eye on him. Because fun. Say they drop their asking price by a lot. Thomas Hector. See, you're a lot way more creative. I knew you'd have fun with this. Palmeiras guy. Get rid of those guys. Oh, wait. I had the wrong button selected. Incredibly rude of me, I realise. Do we actually have... Oh, we do. That's a tough one. Here, yeah, the thing that made the original idea was really good was the rather than just the name of the player, it was like their background. It's like this player played for this team for this long, etc. You know, Coco Demol is good. That's very good. He's like Coco Demol. He feels like a wingback that would have played for like Wigan Athletic during the Hugo Rodallega era and like the Maynor Figueroa type of era Wigan. You could totally see a guy just be there. Coco Demol. Yeah. No, I can see him. I can see him at the DW. Because his elbow's out. Sure, he's not Argentinian. PSG guy, Huachipato dude. None of those guys are particularly doing it for me. Mostly because they're not all goalkeepers. Mel Antonin, or Anton, is very good. But like a Russian-American, parents were dubiously maybe even spies during the Cold War, but now lives in Tampa, Florida, and plays for whatever the NWSL side is in Florida. Presumably there is one. You could have a Coco Demol on one side, and then you have Coco Ain on the other. It's like, but you pronounce Aina. Much like Ola. Always Melee. Olimovic runs for your money. I feel like Croatia is a proper hotbed for these. Letrozole. Letro. Yeah, and it would be Zole, wouldn't it? It'd have to be. You've got to get an accent in there. I just don't know if anyone's beating Antibiotic, even though it's not even a specific drug name. It's just a more, ironically, broad spectrum. Like, that is so tough. That's exceptional work. Who was that with the Antibiotic? Aluminium. That's just a thing now. Wills, you have my respect. Your pun game is off the charts. Not even a pun, it's just good. Ah, now I've spilled water all down my Curacao top. Horrifying scenes. Oh no, shit, actually. Van Kemp's on the move. I mean, to Watford. I don't know how I feel about that. We don't have a lot of better centre backs right now. But calcium is, I guess, is that a drug at that point? Probiotic. The twins, anti and probiotic. Alex Pro, that's good. And it was just Molly. She's really happy to be there. At all times. The hugs she gives her teammates are truly exceptional. Nitrous oxide chamber. We've gone so far away now, but I'm here for it. I like the Diaz Ipan ones. That works. Belarusian centre back who played most career at Dinamo Brest. Viola. What's that? There's you can have Niazarol, which is like a medicated shampoo. Niazarol could easily be maybe even German, perhaps. I'm not sure if I missed anything here. Oh, Wait, I missed John Malters there. Don't want to miss that. We actually got some really good players from... God, I'm going to be level with you. I'd be so for real. I'm weirdly impressed that we've actually managed to cover ground today. Although partly that has come from the fact that, you know, we did get knocked out of the Champions League really early. So it turns out, if I'm going to make ground up properly, I have to just get knocked out of the Champions League really early. I'm still pissed about that. Because I think, honestly, the thumbnail for this recap video is just going to be about Nathan Allen, because what I'm doing now is I'm getting 2 thumbnails made. I'm commissioning one from Will, my thumbnail guy, and I'm also trying to make my own, just because I want to get better at doing my own thumbnail design and stuff, and then just doing A/B split tests on it, just so I've got more options, and because I genuinely do want to learn more about how to do that kind of stuff, because I think it's important that I can. And I was quite pleased with the one I did last time, to be fair. Methamp, actually, to be fair, Methamp could sound a little bit like a Cambodian or Laotian first name, potentially. We do have a guy whose literal name in this is Meth. In this exact save, I swear. Yeah, literally. Meth Menhong. We did have a guy. There was a guy on our team at one point who was Cambodian who had the first name Meth. I think his name was like Meth Hoddy or something. I like to think that you're all just sat there racking your brains about this now, and I like that I've done that to you, you know? No, unfortunately not, Don. Lecky were the ones that got the furthest. They genuinely did us proud by getting to the semi-finals and actually taking a draw in the second leg. But up against Athletic Club, it was always going to be crazy difficult. Tweezers, I don't actually know. I wouldn't know where tweezers are in this house. Pog probably has some somewhere, right? From all of her fancy lady kits and whatnot. But I actually don't know. Despite being someone who does actually take personal grooming these days quite seriously, probably the only thing I'm not doing is eyebrows. I probably could dip those under a bit more control potentially, but that's okay. I think if I had manicured eyebrows, things would look a little bit strange, to be honest. Lisdexamphetamine. Wait, is that the full name of it? I must admit, I've never actually read the label. On the plus side though, chat, good news. I woke up yesterday morning and realised I only had 6 pills left. And I thought, oh shit, that's a problem, because my local pharmacy usually need about 12 working years to actually get any in. Applied for it yesterday. Got a text this morning. It's arrived in a day. Crazy times. The one time I don't actually need it, they're like, yeah, we got it. We got you, bruv. In fairness, on Saturday and Sunday, I decided to just go without it entirely, because I was like, I don't think I need that level of executive function right about now. And I was right. It was nice to be able to have an alcoholic beverage in the afternoon while we were day drinking and playing Axis and Allies, and it was nice to be able to have caffeinated beverages during the day. That was kind of pleasant. For Windows 3 now, I used it. Yeah. I think maybe they're just getting used to the fact that, you know, it is a monthly thing I'm going to need, so maybe they're just actually getting some in for me this time. But that's pleasant. It's nice to see. It means I'm not going to be without it when we go to Pog's parents at the weekend. I just figured that, like, on Saturday and Sunday I was going to be hanging out with my friends, and honestly, I tend to get very, very socially tired, and because of having to sort of just be a little bit restrained from myself, and so I feel quite tired after social stuff like that. So I tend to find that when I'm on my pills, I'm better there because it's sort of controlling that a bit more. But I was like, I'm around my friends, these people rejuvenate me. I actually feel less tired when I'm around them because I can be 100% myself. And so I was like, I don't really think I need this right now. It's not like I'm doing executive tasks like work things. So I was like, fuck it, we'll just go without. And yeah, 4 weeks, Jesus Christ, that is not great. That one day where I had to do like proper shitloads of work when I didn't have them was a bit of a pulling teeth type moment. But, you know, I used to do it just fine. But you kind of get used to being able to do tasks more normally, I suppose. Oh, go on, Alvisi. Another goal for Alan, maybe? This is where he catches up his XG in the last 2 games of the season. What a guy. Look at him go. I'm going to say hi, Helen. Yes, I am. It's Paul. We're doing more of a hi, Paul. It's Pog's dad's birthday this weekend. So we're going down to see them because we've not seen them for a while. And I've not been down there since, well, actually since Christmas, in fairness. But Cafeina could... Oh yeah, Cafeina would play for like Dynamo Dresden or something. Vig Vaporub. Yeah. Wait, hang on. We could have Vaseline? I don't know. It's the best I can do. I think we've run out of drugs. What a sentence. And, of course, they've equalised. Oh, that's a good sign of things to come, potentially, because Bojan Stajic is the giant Serbian centre-back that we've got, as you can see from how he towers over his teammates. So him scoring on loan here is not too bad. There you go, Hayden. See? That actually is a reminder to all of you. If you do have meds that you need to reorder and you've forgotten, now's the time to do it. Thank you. Make it happen. The way I normally notice is that I'll look in the bottom of them and go, oh, that looks like enough that I can count them. The second I'm able to count how many's left in the bottom of the pot, I'm like, right, that means I need to order some more. Worst party ever. I know. To be fair, if it was mine, it would just be everyone suddenly really, really concentrating on things. Not the same kind of party, I guess. In that case, that would not have been funny. But either way, dressing's just still crap, because then you presumably have to go and get them yourself, right, from Boots or something, and then you have to paying out of pocket for those, and it costs probably way more, I'd have thought. Oh, go on. I'm so impressed with the youngsters that we put in here, and I'll VC with a shot that's blocked. Player's reputation affect it? Probably. To an extent, it might do. It's tough because there's just so many factors that we believe affect. The biggest thing is usually the quality of the player versus the quality of the squad of the team that they're being offered to or that are out there. If you get guys that are too high rep, which could be a factor, or their CA is too high, that can sometimes play a role. It does seem like, but it also feels like sometimes it's the opposite, where players that are too low rep seem to get no interest as well. There seems to be it's like there's a window, like a Goldilocks zone as far as loan farm players. And I think at some point, it would behoove me, maybe for 27, to do a much more detailed analysis of the loan farm players when and as we get them in and loan them out, to sort of see which guys are getting loans, who they're getting loans to, but more importantly, how we signed them and who we signed them from and various factors about it, because there probably is something in there. We've just never quite had the time and effort to actually go and properly dig into that sort of information. But I'll be willing to bet that there probably is something like that. So maybe that'll make that like a backseat task for 27 to try to figure out if there is something to that, which obviously there is, but try to find out what it is specifically, I guess. The best thing you should do is, you know when they come to you and say, oh, I want to be on loan, when you sign them, it's like the promise to find them a loan. I usually take that out simply because we need a new goalie. Because I add it back in when they join and it automatically triggers like a loan cycle thing where they're suddenly offered out by you doing that alone. But as long as they're on loan, as long as they're on the loan list, then you can do the toggle thing where you take them off and then put them back on again. That sometimes will drive up interest, but it's not great. Transfer them out basically is the crucial thing for me. Club versus player. There's any number of factors that that are almost certainly involved in some manner. Like, for example, if they are a player from the nation you're in, pretty much guaranteed to find them a loan. So say we found a Polish player, guaranteed instantly you can get a loan. Because usually the first set of loans you'll get for them, as far as offers go, are going to be from whichever nation the player is from or was based in. Oh, surely not. Oh, that is lovely from Sharpek. Brilliant play. Really, you get loans offers from outside Czech for Czech players? Wow. I don't think I've ever had a bid from a non-Polish side for a Polish player in this save, outside of the really good ones. This is beautiful from Da Costa. Look at this touch from Sharpek. Opens his body out and then just absolutely skies it into the roof of the net. Beautiful goal. We are not a tight at the back defence, are we? Like 2 shots on target, 2 goals. This is the reason we struggle in the Champions League sometimes, because of things like that. And I don't know, it just seems like the goalies just never save anything. But that might be something we could do next year for 27. Start from the beginning of the save, and then as things go along, I'll keep a note of all, because I'll have save files for it, of all those loan players that come in and see which ones get them, which ones don't. If we look at like their PAs afterwards, obviously, PAs and CAs, because we'll have all the data. I mean, in a way, I suppose I could do that with this save once we're finished with it, because I have save files from every single stream in this save, I think. Maybe the first couple are missing, but pretty much. I have like 90 of them just in my folder, because after every single stream, I make a new save point, call it that, like whatever the name is, and then the name of the stream, or the save, the number of the stream, and then go from there. This is very third place playoff, isn't it? Another goal from Sharpek. That's kind of nice. He has actually underperformed his XG a little bit at times this season, so it'd be nice if he could finish off with a few goals in this game. How are we 3-2 up when neither team is... This is insane. Last couple of games have been wild in the league. Was it 4-2 in the last one? And now we're 3-2 up at half-time against Rakov. We're giving the fans a nice send-off. I guess this is the downside about playing the younger players, who I think for the future are definitely going to contribute. They don't quite have the defensive stability just yet. That said, the players that actually are doing the defensive stuff, and oh my god, it was nearly 3-3. Best we've had this save. Honestly, I don't know. He's just not convinced me. We were actually discussing this earlier. I think we need to find another goalie in the summer. I'm not saying we went out to Manchester City because of him. Most of it was because we couldn't take our chances. But it would be nice just to have a keeper that can pull off those saves or come up clutch for us in key moments. And I just don't feel like he's done that enough, honestly. Hello, Lee. Sané, I feel like Sané was potentially the guy, but it could also be small sample size with him. And maybe had we had him longer, we would have ran into the same exact problems as we had before. Docampo, we didn't see too much bad stuff out of him, but as soon as we realised he didn't have those big matches, maybe that was the one. It's hard to say. Oh, there was Diakite, who used to struggle a lot. There was Marion, who I thought was the guy. He was the one that I really did think was going to be the answer to our prayers, and he did not work out at all. Ayapong, for a little while, looked like he might have something about him, but again, same problem. God, it is looking like Wisła Kraków are going to be in the Champions League next year. Oh, no, they'll be fourth, hopefully. Which should be okay, because they're likely to not then end up winning the playoff round. Which is both good and bad, I guess. Right, okay, who we got on the bench? We'll have Kowalski? No, wait. Do I want to bring Kowalski in there? Probably not. I'll swap those two over. There we go. And Nozadze could probably come off as well for Mr. No, I could bring on Molski, actually, since he's apparently not interested. Oh, I forgot it does this, isn't it? Just undo that. Did that just undo that and not the change I just made? Or does it undo all the changes? Fucking does, doesn't it? I think. I'll do it from this side, it's just easier. Right, do that. Then I'll bring on the other guy, which is going to be Molski. Then I will bring on... Oh, I could bring on Kuziemka. Might be the last time we ever see him. Not in, like, total, but, like, in this save, potentially. And maybe a little run for Olafemi. I'll put Olafemi John on the right. Because I can. Because I want Nathan Allen to finish the game, more likely. Yeah, I think partly the Marion issue was on me. Because we did obviously have that thing switched on that meant that he was... Oh, good save. But even when I switched that off, he did have another like year after that, and probably then some, where he was still really struggling. And the second I got Ayapong, I did switch him out. Eccentric sweeper keeper. We've tried it. We've tried a bit more eccentric. We've tried having a keeper that does loads of stuff. We've tried having a keeper that does no stuff. The crucial thing is they don't make saves. That's the problem. It's when they're actually being relied upon to make a save, they don't do it. They concede low XG chances constantly. And half the time, they don't even feel like they're diving for shots. That's what really annoys me, is when I just watch the goalkeeper stick a leg out like a languid dangle of a leg instead of actually doing anything to try and save it. It's just been wild. It's been the biggest problem throughout the entire save. They don't seem to pull off the types of saves that our opponents do. Do you know what I mean? It's gone straight through his body. It's like... I feel like... I don't know, it's just... They go straight through them like they're not even there. It's like we've got paper goalkeepers. Ah, dear. We've got a quantum keeper, basically. The waveform is collapsing every time the ball goes near him. In the English league, there's a long-term save to do. Fulham. Fulham is a team in the English leagues. Agility. I mean, he's got... What's his agility? 16 agility. I mean, I don't think a goalkeeper with 18 agility is going to make the difference in those two things, potentially. Like, he has very good agility. We just had no one that I felt like we could rely on. Just the amount of times. I mean, eventually we will find someone, I hope, but it is probably going to be that we still haven't found him yet. We literally still haven't found what we're looking for. And every time I feel like we have, we just haven't. They never seem to be clutch. They never seem to save penalties in crucial matches or anything like that. Go on, LVC. Oh, over the bar. Pretty good goalkeepers. Yeah, no. In 24, you could sort of figure it out after a while, but it's just not happened. The Croatian goalkeeper. Probably, yes. The guy... Whatever he's up to these days. He was at City, wasn't he? Eventually. Pressure important for goalies? Maybe. But ultimately, while it could be important for sure, it shouldn't override, and probably doesn't likely, override all of their actual visible attributes as well. Like, for example, if you had a guy with 20s in all of his visible attributes, but his pressure was a little on the low side, you'd still expect him to be the world-class goalkeeper that's going to save most things. Not as good as if he didn't have that, but... Oh my God. See what I mean? Why is our finishing like this? What a chance for Nathan Allen. He's got to bury that. Deary me. Yeah, I mean, Socorro was... Oh, God, he was so good. I mean, they have had a couple more chances, but it's just always so bad. Bad stats goalkeeper, he can perform really well if you can go. I mean, that's the thing, though. He just won't, will he? Like, it's... And actually, we did sort of try that because I actually did play James Baloya, the Philippines goalkeeper that we signed, because I had no choice but to play him because of some injuries. And he was literally appalling. Oh, wow, what a strike from Maciej Kuziemka! Oh, that's so nice. That is a fabulous moment. Maciej Kuziemka, at 34 years old, has likely just scored the winning goal in our last league game of the season in what is likely to be the last time he ever plays for Wisła Kraków. That is fantastic for him. That's so nice. Like, 34, homegrown lad, came back last season, played a few matches. It's so nice to have him back and to see him score most likely the last goal of the season for him. In-game stats. Well, I certainly wouldn't be... Personally, I'm not ever going to do that because the stats don't work properly. So I can't possibly take them seriously because the in-game stats for goalkeepers' saves and stuff are broken. So let's just take a little look at Ayapong's command of area attributes. Now, I don't think he's the best here. Oh, no, apologies. He's got 15 for that and 17 aerial reach. Yes, I see. Cool. It's 4-all. I mean, just any chance of doing any goalkeeping anytime soon there, bud? Just anytime. Anytime you like. I think an outfielder in net will probably do a better job. Just a tall centre-back or something. It's embarrassing. But this is what we usually have to deal with so often. And I think in the summer, when we get some guys back from the loan farm, because there's bound to be a couple, we'll see where we go from there. We'll sign a few more ourselves as well. Maybe we do just go, instead of trying to find the complete package for next season, because I think if that guy was there, we probably would have already found him. Doesn't mean we won't look, but we can try. I reckon we maybe just sign, like you say, we go for 3 or 4 younger guys who look like they might put... Oh, it's 5-4. What a game, by the way. It's Rakov 4, Wisła 5 on the final day. Sharpex grabbed his hat-trick in the 94th minute to win it for us. This is insane. Look at the build-up here between Kuziemka and the lads. Alan just... I think he's trying to shoot here, actually, isn't he? Yeah, it's deflected into Sharpex's path, but he's there. Come on. Love that for him. Screw the goal situation. No, I don't think so. Because that's match-changing stuff. I reckon... I like that idea. We'll just sign a load of young goalies and give them a proper reality TV style show next year, where it's basically, we'll give you a go. If you start to fuck up, other guy gets a chance, and we'll just rotate around until a guy finally manages to just lock down that role as his own. We'll call it Glove Island. I'm just saying. Like, and yes, I did think of that off the top of my head. We're gonna call, but that's sorted. It's Glove Island. It's done. I actually don't think if I had all the time in the world I could come up with a better name for it than that. Sometimes you just gotta let yourself cook, right? Incredible. I quite like that as an option, actually. No one in the island's wearing gloves, exactly. Double back in some say. Oh. Sam, when that came out of my mouth, because it was just straight out of the dome, no thoughts at all, I was just like, they're gonna like that one. They're gonna like that one. Or you do the who wants to be a goalkeeper. I can't help but feel like Glove Island is a touch better than that. But hey, each to their own, right? Player of the match, we definitely got one in there somewhere. That might be my best pun ever, honestly. Glove, actually. I like Glove, actually. Glove Island, it just works. Chaser, by the way, with the dub here on Fantasy. Things you love to see. I don't think I'm ever going to make a funnier line than that, frankly. I think I might have actually peaked. What a game! The fact that we conceded 4 times in this, though, off of 0.69 XG, is the very reason that that's definitely going to be our task. But on the plus side, it does mean that Thursday's stream is actually going to be proper, full-on scouting stuff without us getting distracted by being in a Champions League final or any silly bollocks like that. Who'd want to do that? Shout out to Sharpek, though, for that finish of the season, in fairness. But I want to look at the stats here. Uniting for Changes. So that's not the name of a charity. Thank you for the follow, friend. I appreciate that. Thank you for giving us your charitableness by being here. I think that's one of I know. Sometimes you just got to accept that what I have said is the best answer. It doesn't happen, so this is a rarity, I realise. And Cracovia did get relegated, but Lech Poznan went with them. Rukhaj have lost possibly even more than that of their last few matches of the season, but they do stay up. Barely, but they do. Europe, Radomiak might get Conference League here, but it depends who wins the Europa League, wins the cup. Because we're not in it. Who did win the cup, actually? Lechia. Okay. Oh, imagine if... God, that's just as well. Bloody hell. That could have been nasty. If fucking Cracovia had won the cup while getting relegated, we could have been in real trouble. So yeah, that's going to be that. So we'll be in the Champions League, obviously. Brukbet, Wisła Kraków will come fucking third in the end, which means they are in the group stage naturally. Shit. That's the last thing we bloody needed there. Piaskowitza, though, will get a chance to drop down, maybe. Jagiellonia, they'll be good in the... Tell you what, those guys in the Europa could be cooking. And Radomiak, finally, in the Conference League. I think they could get to the final next year without much of a problem. Won the Cup twice. Really? That's sick. We were hoping something like that might happen here, but it's not actually done yet. Right, so let me just have a quick little look at this. I suspect there's not likely to be many of his ilk. Particularly not Cocoin. There is David Cocking, though. Whoa, FM. All right, chill. Try and type that again. I actually thought it was his name for a moment, though. Christ. Golden Glove winners. We're just typing glove. It should come up, right? There it is. Down for good now. It will certainly make it tough for them, for sure. Wait. That's... the fact that it's been won by multiple goalkeepers from Polish sides, none of which were ours. Amar Boussaid won it. He's the least eccentric man in the world. And then the most recent one is Pekshi. Oh my god, he's actually absurdly good. But they're in Europe and there's no way we'd want to take him away from them. Chunga is pretty good as well. No European finals, unfortunately. Lechia did the best. They got to the semis, but they did get knocked out by Athletic Club, sadly. Built new stadiums? I don't believe so, no. I'd like to think the game would tell us, but then I'm also unsure if it would. Sven's Hens, yeah, finally finish off with a bit of Svenny boy. I only typed in Sven's Hens then. Not happy with might surprise you. They might. I mean, they do have some okay players, and maybe this will be an opportunity for them to take some more loans from us because they'll be in Europe for the first time, and that might potentially entice that. They've won the league easily, in fact. But the question is, how did they do in the European thing? Did they get quite far? They lost in the semi-finals of the Euro Cup. What was the final for that? So, yes, the Belgian lasses did, in fact, win over Grasshopper in the end. So I think that sort of sets us up quite nicely. Let me just do a save there, even though I think we'd already done it, in fairness. So, Thursday stream. Doing scouting and stuff, as always. But with a specific eye this time on trying to sell some of the big boys. Maybe getting rid of a couple of the 29-30s that I'm not entirely set on. Rejuvenating the team. And more importantly, it's the beginning of Glove Island. That is the true test. Is Thursday will be the beginning of Glove Island. Oh, what we got here? Oh, what the hell? That looks really good. God, these are getting so good these days. That's insane. I might be able to try and make something like that myself, in fairness. Incredible. We could do things, but I don't know if I'm going to have time is the problem, because obviously I have to record a recap tomorrow and finish my own thumbnail for it too, so I don't know if there's going to be time. If I do find time, I can try and do something like that. I might have more time tomorrow, given that it won't take as long to do the recaps, in theory, because obviously I've not been recording or doing anything with the domestic games. So what I'm going to be doing in the recaps is just being like, for each section, I'll just sort of be talking about a few things and then they'll just appear in the side of the screen so you can see what's going on, but it doesn't take up as much. Intro for Gravel Up. We could, again, if there's time. If there's time, it's tough because obviously I've got to get the video out and things like that are obviously going to take precedence, but I will put it in my notes just in case. Because, you know, the last thing I want to do is start working on that because I will end up basically focusing solely on that and forgetting about everything else because it's very me. So, Benjamin! He's back! You'd love to see it. Let's welcome him to Glove Island. Make sure I spell this correctly. I do this every time. Oh, dear. So, Thursday begins the year of Glove Island. And recap video will be out on Thursday morning, of course, for the Patreon will be tomorrow as well. I will continue to work on the other things as well. Thank you for joining me today. Thank you for participating in my nonsense, as per. And yeah, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Enjoy your evenings and your Wednesdays. And I will see you guys on Thursday morning for banter. Mostly just banter.